The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Following the rest day, players hit the ground running at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Top seed Zoe Tang is reminding everyone why she was a pre-tournament favorite, picking up her third win in a row to join a tie for first. We finally have a co-leader in the juniors with a victorious Kirk Ghazarian catching frontrunner Andy Woodward. Vladimir Akopian continues his excellent event, drawing another rival to nurture a half-point lead over the field. Contenders have risen and are primed to take control. Day 7 of amazing chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 7 of the US Juniors, US Junior Girls, and US Seniors held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's Day 7, only 3 rounds to go, and anything can happen in all 3 national championships. Who will be the strongest on the final stretch? Let's go to the studio and find out.
There are only 3 rounds left in this year's Juniors and Seniors tournaments. With no runaway leader, it's still anybody's tournament to win. Live from St. Louis, our coverage of Round 7 starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with the one and only Yasser Seirawan.
Always a pleasure to be with you, Nazi, sharing the commentary. It's wonderful. It really is.
Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage of these 3 national championships. I tell you, it's crowded at the top in all 3 of the competitions. The players are going to be racing to the finish with 3 rounds to go. Who will be the champion? Nazi, honors please. Standings.
We'll start with the junior girls.
Let's do it.
There's 2 players sharing first place, Zoe Tang and Megan Paragua, and 2 players chasing them just half a point behind, Yang Yan and Rachel Lee.
4 players in the podium race. And in the juniors,
similar situation, we have Andy Woodward and Kirk Ghazarian sharing first, Abhi, Mishra and Brewington Hardaway sharing third.
4 players in the podium.
It's a pattern, but in the seniors it's a bit different. We have a returning champion leading the event so far, Vladimir Akopian with 4 points, and there's a 3-way tie for second place. Larry Christiansen, Alexander Goldin, and Alex Shabalov.
4 players vying for the podium. Tell us about the format for these 3 national championships, Nazi.
It's 3 10-player round-robin events with classical time control, 90 minutes for 40 moves, 30 minutes for rest of the game, 30-second increment from move 1. There's no draw offers allowed, and it's a traditional scoring system.
We have passed the free day. Tell us about the remaining schedule.
Players will be playing round 7 today, only 3 rounds to go, and if there are no clear winners, we'll have playoffs on Friday.
Ooh, we'll talk about that later. Christian, nice to see you.
Good to see you once again.
Yes, absolutely. And you've got some great matchups for the 7th round.
Well, you guys, I think, painted a beautiful picture. Is getting very crowded at the top. So let's take a look as we go into Day 7 at the key matchups. We're going to start with the seniors, the legends, as Yasser likes to call them. Larry Christiansen versus Vladimir Akopian. This is a battle of 2 quite recently former champions. 3.5 points for Larry Christiansen, 4 points for Vladimir Akopian, but as you can see, it's very tight between these 2 players. 1 victory for Larry, 2 losses, and 3 draws. The trend, I feel, favors Larry right now because Vladimir has slowed down, especially yesterday. We've seen him slowing down. He was worse with white pieces against Goldin. What will today bring? Well, only time will tell. Let's go. Let's go to the junior girls. Let's go.
Let's go to the studio
You
with
like that.
Christian.
You like that one, Yasser. It was bound to happen at one point in time. This is a big clash. Megan Paragua versus Zoe Tang. Megan has been impressing us. Yesterday, though, she was losing out of the open against Yang Yan, but Yang was not able to find the best moves and let Megan escape. Today she is facing a player that's on the uptrend. That is Zoe Tang, who has been winning game after game for the last 3 rounds. Right now, both of them sitting in the co-leadership position at 4.5 points. This is a big clash. Let's take a look at what's happening in the juniors section. This is a big one. International master Justin Wang versus Kirk Ghazarian. Kirk has been impressing so far. 4.5 points. Finally has caught up with the leader, and right now he has an opportunity to potentially gain the sole leadership going into the final championship rounds. Let's see how he will approach this one, because he does have the black pieces. And this is the marquee matchup in the junior section. Grandmaster Andy Woodward, who started off blazing hot, 3 victories in the first 3 rounds. After that, slowed down, 3 draws in the next 3. And right now he's facing Brewington Hardaway, coming off a victory. We've seen Brew, he wins a lot, but sometimes he loses as well. So this one, I'm feeling that Andy is going to try for all in. He's probably going to go all in and try to get the victory, because he has a lot of chasers behind him and sharing the leadership position with Kirk.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cristian and Nazi. Do the honors. Tell us the pairings for all of the players, and start with the junior girls.
Let's have a look. In round 7, we have Megan Paragua playing Zoe Tang.
Our marquee matchup.
Absolutely. Jasmine Su against Ruyang Yan. Iris Mo facing Rose Otwell. Rachel Lee with 4 points playing Rochelle Wu. Lori Q against Chloe Go.
And for the juniors?
In the juniors, we have Grayson Rorrer against Abhi Mishra. Shar Deviprasath against Sandeep Sethuraman. Justin Wang against Kirk Ghazarian. Nico Chasin playing Evan Park. And our marquee matchup, Andy Woodward against Brewington Hardaway.
And finally, in the seniors.
The seniors, we have Tim Taylor against Joel Benjamin. Alex Fishbein playing Alex Shabalov. Igor Novikov versus Maxim Dlugy. Alexander Goldin against Gregory Kaidanov. And the key matchup, Larry Christiansen against Vladimir Akopian.
The players have been fighting very hard. National championships, prestige, and
a lot of money.
And a lot of money.
Total prize fund for this event is $225,000. Seniors total is $100,000. Juniors $75,000. Girls $50,000. Big increase from previous years.
Thank you for the generosity of the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center for all you do, as we go to the playing hall and we see our 2 matchups.
That's
only leader right now in the 3 events, Vladimir Akopian. He looks deep in thought.
Yeah. Larry is ambidextrous. He can play E4 and D4. And normally speaking, Larry, when he's really in that mojo mood mindset, it's E4. And I'm more than curious to see what the opening is between these two. Again, Larry's a half point behind. He needs a win to leapfrog.
Not an easy task.
Not an easy task.
I'm feeling a Caracan from Akopian.
Really?
That's my feeling.
I was going to go.
I actually
with
don't know
E5.
his repertoire very well, but I'm feeling a Caracan is coming.
I just, it's so remarkable.
And this is only based on vibes.
Yeah, for me today, it's like E5 and the various lines of the Ruy Lopez have become fashionable as we see our marquee matchup in the girls.
Can anyone slow down Zoe? She won 3 games in a row.
Not recently. Zoe, our top seed, will have the black pieces today. She's sharing first with Megan.
She also has a very relaxed attitude, right?
Always.
These 2 players as well, Brewington especially. He feels relaxed. Andy, of course, a lot of tension in this one.
Right.
He needs to get back.
Good friends
his winning ways.
in the juniors there, Andy and Brew. They play a lot of Bughouse together as partners.
Okay.
And it's not always nice to play your partner when
It's
you're playing
always
for
hard to
first.
play your friends, but
Yeah, exactly.
at the board we don't have any friends.
No friends at the board? Chess is a battle.
We're waiting for Chris Berg to make some announcements.
Come on, Chris, you can
Well,
do it.
yesterday he was short and sweet. Let's see if he
Start
keeps
your
it longer
clocks.
today.
Yeah.
Everybody seems in their spot and ready. Only 3 rounds to go.
Yes.
Do you feel towards the end players start to become more aggressive and take more risks?
It's a mixed feelings because it really depends on your tournament situation. A lot of my colleagues would turn conservative. Like if they were having a good score, it's like they wanted to sit on their good score. They didn't, you know, it's like,
Let's listen to Chris Brew right now.
shake hands.
Short and sweet. Thank you, Chris.
As play is underway, and I've got Megan versus Zoe, and we do have E4, C5, and an indication we may have an open Sicilian, Knight C6. Will we see a Rosalimo with Bishop B5 or D4?
D4. Rosalimo it is.
Rosalimo. Yeah, it's kind of strange that the open Sicilian, whenever you see Knight C6, they don't go open Sicilian anymore. E7, E6, an indication that, oops, what is going on? That maybe you're ready to play Knight G8 to E7,
Which is just
supporting the knight,
played.
prepping the move A7, A6. And
So
then,
how does the line go? Let's say I go rook E1,
and I go A6,
bishop F1.
bishop F1. Now, normally when you're tucking your bishop into the F1 square, your idea is that you want to go C3 and D4. Now, I happen to like to play the French defense, so I'm not adverse to getting a position like this. I'm not saying that you have to play E5 either, but I'm just saying that, oh, we do have
We have
not rook
C3.
E1, C3.
So she's planning to put her bishop on C2, not on F1.
Exactly. So we go A6, we go bishop A4, we go B5, you go bishop C2, and again, similar story. You're welcome, if you like, to play the move E5.
And you like that with black?
Yeah, I play this with black.
I see.
I've
Because as a
done
Karakan player, looking at that bishop on C8, I don't like it.
I know, but well, it really depends. If they play E5, you do have the counter D4, and then suddenly the bishop will spring to life on the B7 square. And if they do something which is also a little bit slower, right? D2, D3, yes, you can go into some kind of a middle game ending and play bishop b7. We'll keep an eye on this one as I throw it to you, Christian. What caught your eye?
Well, let's
early?
check with the leaders.
Absolutely.
And see how they're doing in the early stages of the opening. Andy Woodward versus Brewington. And we have the ready, knight f3, knight f6, g3. And a very aggressive, I might add, response, b5. But it is quite typical. A lot of players are playing it. It looks a bit offbeat, but it's not. Now, one very funny move that White, and Andy is still thinking at this point, one very funny move that White has is knight to a3. And in fact, it's the second most played move in this position.
Wow,
Close
is
to
that
200
so?
games, yes. Knight to a3, just immediately tackling the problem of the pawn on b5. The idea is, why don't you go b6 instead of b5 and try to match the action of the bishop on the long diagonal? Because b5 takes more space. It's simple as that. You take more space, you want to play on this side. You want to put early pressure on White. Also, it takes away the c4 square, at least for the moment, right? At some point, White is going to try to solidify that, maybe go d3, c4, and still play it. But for the moment, c4 is not playable. Knight to a3. And now if you play the most natural move, a6, it does seem that after c4, White is getting a very nice position. c4, b4, everything is with tempo. And I will go bishop g2. I might go d3 followed by e4. This is the plan. This is how I want to tackle. And this is how I want to control the center. So these are the ideas. The problem with knight a3 seems to be this move c6. Quite an unnatural move, I might add. The idea being that you want to go d5 as soon as possible. If you go c4, take, and d5 is one of them. But also, now that you haven't played a6, you played the move c6, you can go a5 and get the bishop out via a6. Put early pressure on the knight on c4. He's thinking right now, so obviously b5 has been a surprise coming from Brew. Of course, you can also just simply go bishop to g2, which leads to more natural paths. Now let's see what's happening in Justin Wang versus Kirk.
Grunfeld.
Okay, we have a Grunfeld.
That was it?
Look, I'm slow today. I was throwing it to the studio. I was coming from the studio, throwing it back to the studio.
That was nice.
Look, it happens. Bishop to g4 after bishop to e3. So I was expecting something like bishop to c4, but no, he decided to go for one of the main lines with bishop to e3 and now bishop to g4. I'm trying to remember the theory here because I never played this early, bishop to g4. I usually start with queen to a5.
Exactly.
Queen to a5 first,
Queen
force,
d2.
let's say, the queen on d2, and now maybe you can start looking at bishop g4
Right.
ideas. But generally, the focus is on the square d4. So you want to get castle, knight c6, followed by rook to d8 as fast as possible to put pressure and to force white to do something, take a decision. Obviously, taking on c5, generally that's a very good sign for black. Now, obviously, you cannot do it right now because bishop takes c3. But it happens occasionally. He played bishop g4. Let's see. Rook to c1. The idea for white in this position is defend the pawn on c3 as fast as possible, and then try to play for d5. If you can get d5 in a good fashion, if you can get, let's say, d5, I'm just going to make some random moves, right? And then c4 at the right moment. Well, this is going to be a very nice position for you. It's a very good center of pawns. Queen to a5, queen to d2 generally leads to good endgames for white. So bishop to g4, rook to c1 is one of the ways, a very natural bishop to e2 as well, and then we're going to see knight to c6. We're still very early on in the throes of theory, so let's let the players think for a while and we'll pick it up later.
I'm with you on the same wavelength of queen a5, castles, and only later playing bishop
g4. Yeah.
Can I do something?
Want to give
Queen
a check?
a4 check.
I was thinking that too.
Knight c6.
You can. I think knight c6 is fine. Yes, knight c6 is fine in this position.
Let's say rook c1.
Yeah.
And then I go castle, most likely. Maybe I can. Yeah, castle is
I
fine.
wanted to go d5.
I can start with taking.
Yes, you start with takes. That's right.
Yes, and now castle.
And it's okay.
And if you go here, I'm trying to remember again the theory. Knight e5 seems to be just fine.
Very good.
Knight e5. Again, we're very early.
It's early.
It's very early
it's
on,
early
and
stage.
both of the players have a lot of setups at their disposal. Rook to c1, you can start with bishop to e2, you can start with queen to d2. It's very important to see how they will react, and it's going to be much easier to give you an assessment later on in the game.
Why is this game so important to our standings? Well, have a look.
Well, Ghazarian is currently sharing first place with Andy Woodward, and Justin is outside looking into this top 4 and trying to catch up with these players.
Absolutely.
And played a bit of a role of a spoiler as well.
Exactly. I'm looking at the game of Andy in Brewington, and I remember in interzonal, boy, it was back in the day in Biel, I was playing against a Soviet player, Raphael Vaganyan. And I played with b5, and much like Andy's just played bishop g2, bishop b7, castles was played. Rafik played against me these ideas of b3 and c4. I made a draw as black, and it was a good experiment, this b7, b5.
Just tried it once?
Yeah, yeah. I want to check in on the marquee matchup between Larry Christiansen and Vladimir Akopian, and no, we did have e4 by Larry. Like I said, when he goes for it,
vibes were off. It's not Caro-Kann.
No, my vibes are off. Yes.
But the one with the c3, it kind of an indication that in the main line of the open Sicilians, the white players are struggling to find an advantage. Bishop c4, so you kind of investigate a lesser known byway here. Queen e2, and from Larry's point of view, he wants to bring his rook to d1. Thanks to a little bit of a wedge in the center, white often can okay, I know it's pretty crude, but can often go queen e4 and bishop d3 and leverage some kind of a
It's because the
kingside
knight was
attack.
kicked out from f6.
Exactly.
It's not defending the king side, so yeah, I would definitely be eyeing that diagonal with white.
Exactly. So queen e2, early days here. While we're in the senior championships, let me just go around. Where would we like to go?
Or is
Let's
Shabalov,
go.
yes.
Let's go to, by the way,
Fishbein against Shabalov.
Shabalov has been having, which is very typical for him, might add, a very roller coaster ride. Remember that queen b6, that I think it was Zoe played against Ru Yang. This time, Alex Fishbein, he just dropped back with the knight, not allowing any of those trades that we saw in that game, and we're up to date with the players. I really kind of give a lot of credit to Pal Benko for this Queen B6, this
early Queen B6, yeah.
But it's not really an opening that bears his name, but he really did a lot of the spade work, if you will, for this. Now, at first...
The way I learned Sicilian was that you play this line when you're okay getting slightly worse position, but you're playing for a win. You want some crazy position.
You want to keep as many pieces on the board as you can.
Yeah.
The idea is, yes, it looks like black has lost a tempo. Queen B6, followed by Queen C7. But in return, the white knight sitting on D4, none of those sacrifices are ever happening, or the other knight jumps where you go knight F5, knight D5 in wonderful, chaotic Michael Tal style. And from black's point of view, have you seen these, no, that's not the, have you seen these lines where sometimes they play this crazy move, bishop to D6?
Yes, I think we were doing commentary for a similar position once together.
Right, hold on, A6 first,
A6,
sorry.
castle, bishop D6, something like that.
Yeah, it was some, I don't think it's called a snake. That's something else. But the idea is to provoke G3, drop back with the bishop. We'll keep an eye on this one. We'll see if Shabalov can continue his winning ways. And let's go back just to the Zoe Tang game for a moment. Okay, now something is really weird because...
How did we get here?
Megan has given up her light squared bishop, which is not common, especially when you've played the move C3.
Yesterday, Zoe's opponent gave her dark squared bishop for the knight.
Exactly, and that didn't work out very well for Zoe's opponent. So normally speaking, we expect that white would preserve her bishop. Nope.
It's prep. She has our 32 minutes.
D4, and for me, this is absolutely new ball game. Knight takes D4. I can't recall ever seeing this.
With the pawn on C3 instead of C4, right?
Yes, precisely. It seems you're absolutely, you've done everything to keep the central pawn duo.
You start with C3 to support the D4 pawn, and then you don't retake with the C pawns.
Okay, let's see if we can understand Megan's idea. There's a missing knight on F6, so it does mean that we get a chance to make a move like Queen G4, which isn't a common.
Can I still castle?
Yes.
Bishop H6, I'm prepared to meet with Bishop F6.
Yes, yes.
And sooner or later, black's going to play D5 and ask, okay, what has white achieved in this opening?
I'm not sure. I'm kind of luring you to take a pawn. I don't know if what I'm doing is actually accurate, but you for sure understand immediately once we get to this position. Now you see that I've actually got a pretty serious threat. That's a pretty decent attack. You're not required to capture my pawn. You could play the move
D5.
D5.
I can play knight E5, knight G6. I can play King H8. There's so many good moves.
King H8, that will indeed force my bishop back. I'm trying to understand what the idea is here for Megan, and as we do that, how do the players get here?
Let's have a look at Zoe's throws so far.
Yeah.
Line score, yes, she started with 3 draws, and then look at that beautiful 3 ones. Win after win after win.
A lot of wickets. And how about for Megan?
Do we have Megan's line score?
No.
Oh, you were
clearly not. I thought it was win, draw, win, draw, win, draw. It was some interesting pattern like that. But both ladies are tied for first with 3 wins and 3 draws. Oh, there you go. I got it wrong.
Draw, 2 wins, draw, win, draw.
Okay.
She could have 2 wins now.
Right.
Follow the pattern. Since we're in the junior girls section, let's check with Ruyang Yan. She's playing Jasmine Su, and they have a very sharp position already.
Okay, let me just pull up.
I think you're
I'm
in the
wrong.
seniors.
I'm in the seniors. I thought I was in the Megan game. Which game did you want?
Jasmine against Rorrer. Yeah.
Whoa, okay. A very theoretical
Rorrer
battle.
has 1 hour 35 minutes, full prep.
Going on here. Knight takes. And I really want to give Peter Leko credit for blazing the trails in this one.
Yeah, I think my opening knowledge ended at around c4. How about you?
No, I have seen the players, White's king gets to f3 in some of these lines. Like, imagine if I just started with a move like king e2. Like, it's a ridiculous looking move. But essentially, I'm forcing this knight to make a declaration. And the whole idea is I want to control the square
so if
D6.
I go knight f5?
No, that's not good because I did, oh, sorry, here.
Yes, king e2,
if you
knight
go
f5.
knight f5,
Yeah.
well, the idea from White's point of view is he wants to have...
So you're going to play king e2 and g4?
Yeah, and you have a
Incredible.
hammer lock on the d6 square. Well, if you think about it another way, the e file isn't open.
True.
The d file isn't open.
Everything is closed.
Everything's closed. So even though my king is stupid on
Yeah.
e2, and it is stupid, it's not easy to attack. By the way, we have bishop takes b4, which might be just another way of getting to the position.
King e2 or f2, right?
Maybe in this way, White actually has more flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the one thing which is kind of strange is that if you let White castle by hand,
White has a great position.
like it is like a flower that just blossomed. It's like a
The pawn on
really
d7,
good position, you know.
Bishop on a6.
Queen on d6, and you might just be asphyxiated. And again, a very important game for our standings, and here's the reason why.
Right, Rorrer is currently sharing 3rd place with Rachel Lee, and Jasmine is slowly moving up and trying to catch up with the leaders as well.
Exactly, just on the outside of that podium bubble, looking in. And Christian, have you found some really interesting positions?
As I always do, yes.
As always. Only time will tell.
This is the game, Grayson versus Abhimanyu. Let's not forget, Abhimanyu
Mishra
is
needs
half
a
a
win.
point. He really needs a win, right?
Truly.
With the black pieces. This is no easy task against a player as well prepared as Grayson. We've seen
Right.
him blitz out 25 moves of theory against Woodward.
Yeah.
Okay, he got the worst out of that because Woodward just played an amazing game in that one, but still, he can play.
Yep.
He started off d4, knight f6, c4, e6, maybe hinting
Cadillac.
at the nimzo if you go knight to c3, g3. And now Abhimanyu decided to go for c5.
Benoni.
Benoni, but Benoni
G3
against
Benoni.
the pawn on g3, and the bishop on g2 generally is considered to be a better version of the Benoni. Benoni is considered to be a suspicious, let's say, opening. Against g3 is considered to be quite good. c5, d5, and the reason for that is that the bishop on g2 is just going to be staring at his own pawn on d5, right? You don't get the nice bishop on d3 and the attack, supporting the attack on the king side as well. Bishop to g7, knight f3, castle, castle. Rook to e8, rook to e1. Look at the clock, first of all. 1 hour and 32 minutes right now. It was 1 hour and 35 when I started this presentation. Knight d7, bishop f4, knight to g4. Don't touch this pawn because of queen to b6. This is still theory.
Yeah.
Queen to b6, and in fact, the trade of these pawns
C4
is
is
pretty
also
bad.
coming.
Yes, c4 is also coming. You have to worry about the knight on g4 supporting the attack. So it's bad. Don't do that. And he knew bishop to g5 because he was blitzing out his moves. Queen b6, queen to b3, and a6. This is what we have. a6 is the best move, by the way, in the position. But
Wow.
Mishra has been spending some time, and that seems to hint at the fact that he's perhaps not very comfortable. Again, he wants a win. He really wants a win. Now, he's staring down at a potential endgame. Does he think that he will have enough to destabilize the position in that endgame? Perhaps he thinks that he doesn't. And he's a bit surprised, I'm sure, about Grayson actually just blitzing out his moves in the
As
Benoni.
well, yeah.
Benoni is not something that you generally expect from Mishra. I don't think I've seen him play
He's
the Benoni.
Grunfeld.
Maybe ever.
No, he's Grunfeld player.
It's obviously an opening
He's preparing.
Not by choice, but by need in this
Yeah.
one, by the need of the competition and him being half a point behind, needing a victory. With
He said he was
the
going to
black
go all
pieces.
out, and that's why we haven't been on
And
it.
he's probably a bit upset about yesterday as well. I mean, he
Right.
looked at the engine eval, plus
At
2
the
almost
end.
yesterday at the time when he decided to repeat. He was not very happy with that decision. Perhaps it was a practical decision because he had like 7 minutes on his clock at that point against 20 plus. So definitely a difficult situation right now for Mishra. He needs to win this one, and he's doing his best to do so, but the position is not easy for him
He's
right now.
yeah. Our top seed has had a good tournament. The
Plus
problem
2.
is that 2 other players are having better.
Not enough. Plus two is not enough in this field. Again,
Exactly.
we knew from the beginning, in order to win this one, you need to score a lot of points.
Yes, to begin with. Yeah.
Because there are some targets in the competition that you could potentially try to get that full point. There is an imbalance between the ratings occasionally, so definitely you want to strike when you get the opportunity.
What's the theory, Christian?
It has been
about
played
the-
only 3 times.
This precise
This
position.
precise position, yes, with A6, which again was the best move. Don't take on B3 because if you take on B3, then even in some instances when you will go A6, I still have knight to B5
Right.
ideas, right?
Right.
And even in this position, knight to B5 seems to be quite good. You
Right.
cannot touch this. If you allow the knight to land on D6, huge problems.
Resign.
And I also have knight C7 as an idea, so you
Right.
don't have time to take on B2 successfully. So these are the problems with taking on B3.
So he played A6.
He played A6, and the big question, queen takes B6 was played in all the games. Will he go for queen to B6? You have other moves. H3 is a move, just bishop to F4. If you go into this endgame,
Right.
you have the opportunity of going for bishop to F4. At this point, bishop takes C3 seems to be by far the best move. Take, take, and now we're going to have a lot of trades. And at the end of it, I have 2 bishops. The position is quite open. You don't have time to take on E2 because after king F1, you're
Oops.
pinned down. You have huge problems. You're still not completely losing. You have this saving race, bishop to D7, with the idea that you can pin it with bishop B5, but it's not good.
Right.
This is not good. This is good for white. So he's trying to potentially calculate this end game and choose whether he wants to go for this one, Grayson that is, or not. Or perhaps he still knows his theory. We'll see what he comes up with.
Well, he slowed down. He had gone to an hour 32, and suddenly, after A6, he is thinking, thank you, Christian.
course.
I'm going to look at the game between Iris Mo and Rose Atwell because I'm looking, it looks like a French defense, advanced French.
And F6 break already happened
No, it's a Steinitz without F4.
without a 4, yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit off the beaten track. Knight F4, King B5,
Well, I think both
Rook
players.
A2. Care to dive in?
What? Rook
It's-
A2.
Rook A2. Okay, this one I can understand. She's waiting for a capture, so she
to
can
play
play D4. I assume capture with the pawn, and maybe we've got a very funny looking rover, right? Rook A2 and over. Rook
It's a deep
A2.
move, Rook A2.
Yeah, deep. I
But
like
Rose
that.
took on D4 with the knight. So now
Okay, just a second. Sorry. Rook That's a nice tricky knight,
so you can still play B4 on the next move,
Which
which
she
has
did.
happened.
and captures with the pawn in order to defend E5. Now we've
Rose-
got a rook on A2.
Followed up with F6.
Okay, kind of feeling pretty good, especially in case of a knight ever landing
On E4.
on E4. I've got F2 already protected. So I'm assuming bishop to D3?
Yeah, I think both players still know this position because they've
Really?
only spent a few minutes each.
Yeah, like somehow it's a theoretical contest still going on here, huh?
Yeah,
I miss-
even with Rook A2.
I know, it's crazy. I'm assuming bishop to D3. If white gets everything she wants, which includes bishop D3, castles, rook E1, and rook E2, then white's going to be very, very happy putting immense pressure on the E6 pawn. From black's point of view, Black is looking at playing bishop d7, knight to e4, and seizing some counterplay along the f file.
I mean, Black is really ahead in development right now, and you'd like to take advantage of that before White finishes castling, right?
Exactly. The king's still in the center. And the move knight e4 will come with a tempo, as we've got a fork, knight c3. And I think they're in a pretty fresh position.
Should we check with Rachel Lee?
Absolutely.
With 4 out of 6. She's also been very impressive. She's so young.
I know.
She's playing Rochelle, who won yesterday, her first win. Ooh, we have closed Sicilian.
Right, with e5.
Have you noticed in junior girls how many Sicilians we see?
Right. That's because they're so ambitious. They come and they expect to win with black, white,
I feel like
everything.
80% of E4 games were Sicilian. That high.
Wow. That's a lot. Let me just say right off the bat that I don't like the setup for black with h6. The move h7, h6, what is the purpose behind that? The purpose is that when we play knight e7, we don't want to suffer the consequences of bishop h6. The problem is that the pawn on h6 is actually a target.
Right, you can't castle up
You
to
can't
that.
castle. So after, okay, f4, I was about to say. So after the most natural move in the position, which to my eyes is the move knight e2, then you castle, and then black plays knight e7 and starts running out of moves, starts to say, I can't castle, I can't castle. White, in the meanwhile, is still happy playing easy moves like knight e2, castles, knight d5,
White
rook
can
e1.
castle.
Yeah.
And play so many useful moves.
But the move f2, f4 kind of takes a little bit of pressure off this pawn, and it allows black to...
I think we're in fully new position because they both combine different ideas, h6 with knight f6.
Yep.
Yeah, you might still transpose into something, but can White go immediately f5 here?
Exactly. I wanted to say really a big shout out to Vasily Smysov and my 200 Best Games. It's a marvelous book. Please get it. And he was one of the very few players in the world who liked playing the close Sicilian as white. And f4, f5 was his bailiwick. I mean, he did marvelous, marvelous attacks based on opening up the diagonal, and at the same time, because the knight is kind of putting, pressure here, the knight goes whoop to d5. So I'm a big fan of f5.
Let's check f5. I think it works right now. If you take...
Yep, let's do it.
You can't take with the bishop. Take again.
Yep.
You can't take with the bishop because of g4.
And queen h4. Importantly, because the bishop is on f2. Yeah, that's a tempo.
But you can't take with the knight on f5.
Okay.
And then I think I'm still willing to play g4 and give up my dark squared bishop because look at my white squared bishop.
Exactly.
It's a monster. At f6 and...
It brings joy to the Cadillac.
I think I might even castle long here.
Castle long, castle short.
I don't know which one's better.
Well, the
Maybe
reason I liked short was because I saw
you can control
f5.
the f-file, right?
Yeah, like imagine castling short and imagining playing knight d5 and getting into some kind of a bad dark squared bishop because the knight is ready to go to g3.
Yeah,
I like this.
Castles
also. I'm a fan.
This with the idea of just throw everything on the king's side.
the kitchen sink, the rug, everything you can.
I like Rachel's position.
And statistically speaking, we're in the junior girls. Tell us who's going to win with the remaining rounds.
Pre-tournament favorite was Yang Yan, Rose Atwell in second, and Zoe Tang in third, which we're all surprised by. After first round, it was Yang and Atwell who won their games.
Yep.
And then after round 2, I think Rose was a perfect score.
Now freeze it right here. This is where I had issues with Zoe Tang getting a lousy 6%. I mean, I want to buy shares in her.
I think she had
stock.
even less after the next round.
Really?
Yes.
Even worse?
I think we could have gotten her at 3%. Let's see if I
Yes.
remember correctly.
Yeah,
3%, 3.1.
Dang.
Yes.
Okay.
That's when you.
That's when you
That's when you
pounce.
take it. That's when you take it.
Okay.
Right there.
Then what happened?
After round 4, Yang was leading the event, so she was almost 60% favorite, and Megan Paraguay at 13.
60% favorite. But here comes Zoe.
After round 5, we have Megan at 42%. She was a sole leader. Yang at 24 and Zoe at 22. And now after round 6, things changed a little bit, and now Zoe at 44%, Megan at 32. And they're playing each other today, so they can change the pie
Places.
completely.
Yeah, upset the pie. A big moment here. Oh, by the way, Rachel Lee said, you know what? F5 is not running away.
You can wait.
It can wait. And castles long. That is an interesting decision. In a funny way, if I said to you, white's b2 pawn is weak, you go like, wait, what? Yeah, white's b2 pawn is weak. Castles, knight takes e2. Now remember about the g3
Have to take
pawn.
with the knight.
And remember about the g3 pawn. And
You will spot a hanging pawn from,
from
100 miles
afar.
away.
That diagonal was blocked
With the 3 pieces.
with
Yes,
pawns
3
and pieces. But Rachel, her idea with castles long is not, and maybe it was, merely to protect the pawn on b2, but she's thinking that Black's king is not going queenside. Black's king is going to be going kingside, and then she's thinking bang, 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 bang,
Yeah,
bang,
G4, F5
sacrifice,
and so on.
sacrifice, and let's go all in. So we've got a real battle brewing here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this one pans
Yeah, it's
out.
going to be sharp opposite side castles.
Just because we're here, let's check in with the marquee matchup, and that's Megan versus Zoe. When we left it, it was this very peculiar knight takes d4, bishop e7, takes, e5. Okay, so Megan has a very specific aim, right? And that is to keep this pawn backward, right? To play bishop to f4.
Cement your knight on d6.
On a good day, right? From Black's point of view, the light square bishop is terrible, and you've got to bring it to life. So let's say we do something like this. I'm just going to put some moves on
Well,
the
I
board.
could play queen g4 here.
Now
So
there's
maybe you
no.
should castle first.
Okay, fair. Castles first.
Let's say
Bishop
bishop
f4,
c5.
c5, knight to d2, and then the idea is.
They're following our line, by the way.
Yeah, then the idea is that you put your knight on c4. You're welcome to drop it to d6, but I don't want you recapturing with your queen. So in other words, I think I will be
No,
more
Black will
than
be very happy
happy
with this. Yeah.
as Black. I mean, I've got a safe king, I've got a decent center control, and pretty good bishop.
Yeah, I think
frankly.
Zoe is quite happy with the outcome of the opening.
It's still to be determined, though, right? I mean, because.
No big issues. There's d6 square, the only one.
Well, it's sort of like the pawn on e5 gives me leverage to the king side. It might take me a while, but you can imagine.
Bring your queen, knight.
Yeah, it's the USC student body right. You go rover, you put your knight on d2, maybe on e4, queen h5. Over there.
I hope something works.
I hope something works.
Yeah.
Christian, jump in on this round 7.
Staying with the girls, because we actually have similar structures in this one as well. Jasmine versus Yang Yan.
Yes.
And Yang needs a victory to
Yeah.
stay close to the leaders right now.
Right?
She plays the 4 knights Sicilian. Knight takes c6, and one of the sharpest lines
Yep.
of the 4 knights, there's knight to e4, queen to c7, forcing the move f4 to defend the pawn on e5. And now this idea with c4, knight to e3, queen to d3, and there's so many ways in which both of the players can play this position.
Exactly.
Yasser was playing king e2.
You can play, yes, you
Yeah.
can play those things as well. King to e2 is a perfectly viable move. It's not the main line.
No.
Bishop to d2 is the main line. Bishop to a6. And at this point, there's a couple of ways in which you can approach this one. Bishop to b4 for a while has been considered to be giving white a better position. Bishop takes b4, queen takes b4, king f2, and this is pretty much forced at this point. Queen to b2, you have to go bishop b2 to defend the rook on a1 at the same time. But guess what? That gives me another pawn. Rook to b1, and now you have to sacrifice the knight. Knight takes e5, queen takes e5. All of this is very forced. Queen takes a6, and queen takes e4. This has been played quite a few times, in fact. And she was blitzing out his moves, Ru Yang.
She has almost 37.
This does not end here. Like the position just starts.
You're right.
I've had students of mine that played this, and I know their files. They go 40 moves sometimes deep into this one. But she decided to go for something else. She decided to go for b3. Just a simple b3 defending. A bit more controlled, right? Defending this pawn on c4, castle. Bishop takes b4, still theory, by the way. King to f2, knight to d5, looking at the pawn on f4, making use of this pin on the pawn on c4. Knight d5, g3, queen to b6. Ru Yang is still blitzing out her moves. f6, take, take, and this is the position that we have after rook to e1, c5. Queen d2, it's not
so
stopping.
Fast.
It is not stopping. Queen to d2, knight to b4. This is what we have. Move 20.
And they're still in their preparation.
Ru Yang, an hour and 36 minutes on her clock. I know these lines are so confusing. There's so many of them. And the fact that she was able to remember 20 moves of theory in this absolutely incredible puzzle, chaos, it's impressive.
Doesn't it look
it's
good
very
for
impressive.
Black? I can play bishop b7 and f5.
Yes, and that's why she played the move c5 to open up this long diagonal. Obviously, you have to worry about the king. Question is, do you have time to go bishop e2, bishop f3? Let's see. Yeah, it's okay, but after bishop b7, and this is, to my eyes at least, the most natural way of continuing this one. But after d5, it seems like black has a lot of play in the position. Take, take. I guess these two pawns are just...
It's a peculiar
really
position in the sense that you think that black's king is weakened, but
it's not.
Nobody is there.
I'm actually not sure
nobody
which
is there.
king is weaker right now.
Right.
It could be the white king on g2, given that this diagonal there might be some action on this diagonal after I play the move d4, right?
So can we see after knight before maybe white has something?
The best move is a3.
Yeah.
Bishop e2 is already a pretty bad move, in fact.
I see king h3.
Yeah, king h3 is a move as well.
h3 as well, to get the bishop to g2.
No.
No.
You want to play rook g1.
I want to go g4.
Which makes sense, because again,
G4,
black's king.
And try to go rook to g1, and you attack now. It all changes based on what plan you're choosing. G5, try to take advantage of the fact that the knight is pretty nicely placed in the center for the moment at least. And if you manage to open up the G file, obviously you're getting to my king. I don't want to allow that. But the biggest problem is it's such an unnatural position.
Yes.
And there's one player that knows exactly what she's doing and one that doesn't. And that's a big problem. Ru Yang knows this, has analyzed this.
The big difference in the clock.
Huge difference on the clock, which definitely will play a role as well. Move 20 only. Ru Yang has the potential to maybe score a victory, a crucial victory, with the black pieces. She's not very happy after losing that 5th round against Zoe
There's
Tang.
the line score.
And then
she was doing splendidly that
out of the opening,
3, you know,
winning pretty much out of the opening
as well,
in an endgame, and she let her opponent go, Megan, too easily.
Yeah. By the
So
way,
what do you think chances are we'll see king h3?
I like G4. I like
Slim.
G4 as a starter move.
I don't think she's going to go for it. I think she's actually going to go for bishop e2, bishop f3. Another way to play is f5.
Yeah.
This is a pawn sacrifice. Also, you're sort of looking at ideas of black going d5. You don't like that because you want to keep the knight on e4 as much as possible.
If I take?
If you do take, then I go knight d6. This is bad. This is actually just bad.
On bishop b7, are you going
to
king
take
h3 again?
I think I have to take it. I think I have to take it.
No, make a move. Play king h3.
Yeah. I guess king h3 is it's the right
you guys
move.
don't trust me. Knight f5, I'm checkmating.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes, you're coming in fast. It seems like
It's a rook.
rook
Look how
e7
safe
as
my
well.
king is on h3.
It's
No
Impressive,
checks.
impressive. So let's say if I go here, now
Then
this
I'll
seems
just
to
take
be
some
just
material,
bad.
yeah.
Then I invade via queen to d7.
Yep. Wow. Nice.
Lots of
sacrifice.
crazy looking variations. And yeah, who will know and who will understand the position better? That is the big question that we're going to get the answer to in the next few hours.
Thank you, Christian. I'm just looking at the game between Megan and Zoe. And Zoe made I want to say, a strategic decision with long ramifications. Like she could have gone for those variations featuring c5 and bishop b7, but Zoe said, you know, I really don't like this pawn on e5 keeping.
It's limiting her own pieces.
Right. So she said, I want to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to get rid of it on the terms where I can capture, and then I can use my majority in the center to play d6, e5, limiting the bishop. So
Do you think Megan did the right thing by taking on f6?
I don't
I was
know.
looking at maybe knight d2, because now it feels like has to waste time moving the bishop again.
Right, but
This way.
But wouldn't she also have to move her bishop? I'm assuming something like this.
Okay, maybe it's similar, yeah. In the current position in the game.
The bishop will come out. I'm not sure if f5 is the right square or e6. Sorry, you wanted to say in the game, takes, bishop to g3.
Yeah, black here could play d5 if they wanted to. d5.
Ooh, this I'm worried.
Yeah.
I'm scared as black because I feel like I've really lost.
You want to put it back?
Yeah, it's like one of my.
I was thinking bishop. Oh, I don't have bishop d6.
Why?
That's the problem.
Because of bishop h4?
I think so. Are you going to take on h2?
Yes.
King h2?
I can see you're going
No, I think
calculating.
I think it's okay.
I wasn't sure whether or not I would just, you know, play for the control of the e5 square with knight f3 or.
Yeah,
but
that's
here,
true.
what we were talking about
If black doesn't get e5 in time, yeah.
is, you know,
Takes, rook h6, g3.
who
You have perpetual if you want.
I do.
I think.
Well, then that's fine. We can stop it there. But
Queen
also,
g4 here? Oh, you have e5 on queen g4. e5 I missed.
e5 is the final, and
Yeah, it's
you're
not
winning the
right.
piece back. But that's I'm just saying that I would be really, really reluctant to play the move d5 because I'm giving up such a prime square, primo square. Rather, I was thinking we were going to go d6.
Yeah, this looks great.
Yes and no, right? Still, I mean, it's still
The center looks good.
for the
Yeah.
Okay, so unless there's some weird ways.
Well, the
And
developer says it's equal, so I think either of these players could find an advantage
Yeah.
if they don't play the accurate moves.
It's one of those things, though, you know, Nasi, it's like sometimes you have a little bit of a weird structure and then suddenly, you know, something could happen and it happens very quickly.
And the game's over, right?
Yeah, and you're still left wondering, what did I do wrong? You know, like, I don't know. The center comes under a lot of pressure out of nowhere, right? Rook comes to d1, suddenly this bishop on g3. I don't know what's going on. If you say to me it's even, I'll
It
believe
is even.
you.
It
All
is
right,
even.
I'll believe you.
Let's go back
I've
to
learned
the-
to trust you.
Let's go back to the junior section. Let's
Okay,
see
let's
how
do it.
Kirk is doing against Justin Wang.
Okay. I will jump to that one. That was the Grunfeld with the early bishop g4. And Justin, following the precepts of theory, rook to c1, castles, queen d2. He's allowing his pawns to be doubled because he has it in mind that he has a broad center
Two bishops.
and the two bishops as a compensation. e7, e6.
Think of this next couple of moves. They traded queens. I think queen trade benefits black here, right? After e takes d, it was queen takes d5.
Wow. I must say,
Not expected d5, right?
I really wasn't. I'm assuming that Kirk has knight c6 on his agenda, followed by putting as much pressure on the d4 pawn as... So for some reason, I always have it in mind that you're playing h4 in these positions because you do want to provoke...
And just never castle in?
Yeah, and you just keep your king in the center. Maybe that was what Justin had in mind, that he wants to keep his king in the center, and therefore he looks to take off queens. And we're still, it's now Kirk to play. By the way, yesterday we had been predicting Kirk's victory for the better part of a half an hour. Have a look at what Kirk was waiting for.
His opponent just wouldn't accept defeat and played until the very end. So Kirk got quite impatient, started pacing in front of his opponent.
Well, the thing is, the position was so easily winning, and he proved that in the next few moves. But
Those few moves took 2
Sure,
hours.
just wouldn't resign.
I like the piano music to accompany.
Pacing around, you can see Kirk in the white suit, and finally he decides, you know what, I've had enough, I'm going to the restroom. I'll let you think. Finally, a move was made.
I think it was more impressive that Sharvesh can sit there and not move at all for that long.
March of the Bumblebees.
Super focused.
When I was a kid, I carried around...
I have to say, there's much less movement from Sharvesh.
I know, he's not moved at all. It's pretty impressive.
Kirk, on the other hand, I mean,
He's been all over the place. Like, what am I going to... Oh, there we go. And the hardy hand claps. When I was a kid, I carried around a quote in my wallet. Those that never admit defeat are seldom ever defeated.
You carried that with you?
I carried it, yeah.
Nice.
Those that never admit defeat are seldom ever defeated. What is going on in the position after bishop d5? I'm assuming rook d8? Because if you take...
Christian's the Greenfield expert, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Christian, are we still in theory?
Oh, definitely not.
Definitely not.
No.
What was the novelty?
Well, let's take a look what was the novelty. Queen takes d5 already, it feels a little bit off. Yes, so e6, d5 seems to have been already a bad move. Keep the position as is. Start looking at developing your pieces, get the king to safety, and then go for the d5 idea. Okay. d5 is just premature. Premature, yes. Take queen takes d5, and now we're entering this endgame. And perhaps he was banking on the idea that rook to d8 seems to be the most natural moves. The problem is, knight b6 is a very good move in this position, and the exchange sacrifice. After bishop takes c5, knight takes d5, bishop takes f8, king takes f8. It seems like I have more than enough compensation. I might just simply be better with the black pieces right now.
Peter Svidler would be happy.
He would be ecstatic about the position, of course. You have full control over dark squares. The pawn structure is really bad for white. I am picking up this pawn on c3. It's very difficult to defend it. King to d2 runs into bishop to h6. I get my exchange back. If you go c4, then the bishop is somewhat stranded on b5. I go knight to c3. The bishop d7 is the only move that saves it. And to be honest, after that...
I'm not sure you...
Maybe I'm considering f5 at that point to close up the path back. So how do you... I guess you have to keep the bishop here. Rook to d8. Now a6 is a big threat. King to g2.
Wow.
Why can't I go a6? What is the...
He's giving up the bishop?
At some point, you just have to take on c3.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have to play this one, then it's just purely bad for white. You might be able, given that you have opposite color bishops, to save it, but it's going to be a very difficult position for white. Knight b6 is important. If you go rook f d8, it's also fine, but this endgame is probably what Justin wants. C4, defend the pawn on d5, have some pressure on c5. Black will play b6 to connect the pawns, defend the pawns, but white is going to be the party that has an opportunity to potentially create another weakness with a4, a5 after the move b6. This is very typical. We exchange, and then you have to defend that. That's not what black wants.
Right.
Definitely not what black wants. So, big moment right now. If Kirk finds
knight b6.
Knight to b6, well, he might be in the driver's seat.
And it's not for Grunfeld players. That's something that they aspire.
It's an exchange sacrifice that we've seen quite a
Yes,
few times.
the feels,
Yes.
right.
Exactly. Grunfeld is a feel opening, right?
It's
You play by
vibes. It's all
feel.
about vibes.
It's about the vibes. Yeah. Sometimes you just
know
the thing
that
is
you
there's
have
so
enough
much theory.
compensation.
You're pretty much forced to play it by vibes.
Yeah.
Because there's so much theory, and your opponents, they know that objectively they will probably not find an advantage against the Grunfeld. So what they do is jump from one opening to the other, one opening approach to the other with each game they play against the Grunfeld. So it's almost impossible to prepare
Right.
for your opponents. Your opponents are the ones that are choosing.
Dictating.
And he's done
Choosing.
it.
He's
96
played
on the
96.
board.
So then you just have to understand the positions. And
Right.
Kirk seems to be showing a lot of understanding with his final move, knight to b6.
Seriously, I like the move knight b6. It had not occurred to me to sacrifice the exchange, but I didn't understand what Justin would have done against knight f6 as well. Something similar. It's just that I wasn't.
Now maybe I can go
C4,
c4 and you have the extra square a4.
a6,
Right?
b5. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
a6, bishop b4, bishop b5.
Yeah, it's fine. It's equal. This one is equal.
Equal,
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
Bishop to b3.
Bishop to b3.
But
It
with the
looks
knight on
like it looks like a big pawn on b3.
It
with the
does.
knight on b3 after
good
bishop
pawn.
d4, you're actually much
Yeah,
better.
now you're trapping the light square bishop. You
That
showed
is the
us
idea.
how.
There's
Yeah.
no more bishop to a4.
You showed us how, Christian.
So a6
Yeah.
is a problem. This one, again, understanding this type of minute differences, it's crucial, and that's why he spent some time. He found the best moves. It seems like right now Kirk is maybe the player that's most in shape, most ready to win the championship, to make that final push in these last 3 rounds. So
Well, Kirk
he's
is
in a great
tied-
position.
Kirk is tied for first, and Justin needs, as you can see the point score there, Justin at 3 point needs a win to bounce into that race for the
Podium,
podium.
yes.
Yeah. But for Kirk, a victory with the black pieces,
Oh, that would
5.5
be huge.
out of 7.
Huge.
And
he's saying,
he still
Andy?
has fate in his hands because he's playing Andy in the last round.
Wow. When the script writers got together for this event, they said, let's make it an exciting
They pulled
round
an
nine."
all-nighter.
Yeah, exactly. Knight b6, and I think for Justin, this came as a surprise. For sure, he was in his mode of, I'm going to get c4, I've got a nice ending. No nice ending. Black's pieces are very, very active.
Should we check the
Please.
top board, Andy against Brewington, how it developed
Okay.
since we last looked at it?
I have to go to events, Andy and Brewington. So this was, it's funny, I don't, Reti, knight f3, knight f6. But I always thought of d4, b5 as being the Polish, or the Polish
Oh,
defense.
it has a name, okay.
Yeah, and in my match with Spassky, he played b5 against me 3 times in that match. The inclusion of knight f3 suddenly becomes a Reti, and I don't think there's any Polish attached to b5. So b5, bishop b2, this is what happened. Bishop g5, c3, takes. By the way, they have now transposed into a very common line of play.
Have
And
they?
I think, I would have thought so.
There's no games at all in the database.
Really? This has been,
And after move 11, they've both spent a significant amount of time already.
I thought Jonathan Spielman, amongst others, had a number of games on the white side of this.
There was one game there with c3 after bishop c5 and 0 after knight b3.
Okay, so knight b3, novelty. It looks like a reasonable move. It kicked the bishop back. c3 didn't kick the bishop back. Okay, quick knee-jerk thoughts about this position?
I still like white. I think we're going to play knight d2, knight d4. We have to start with c3, though. I think the pawn on b2 is just hanging.
Well, is it, or is it? I mean, can you
Exactly.
reach into that? Okay, so I play a4. Let's do it in the most direct way. So if you take...
No.
That
I don't like.
You did. I didn't even get an explanation. No explanation is required. No.
Now here, I think I'll have to play b4.
Okay, b4. Knight d2. Let's have a look-see.
Maybe start with d5, just to not let you...
d5, not to let me do my business.
But you can play e4.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm so behind in development.
That's what I was thinking. Can I just sacrifice the pawn on b2 and just play
I
for...
think you can, yes, because black still needs castle and knight development to be okay. So
exactly.
They're too tempe behind.
Somehow I think the inclusion of a4 is also important in the sense I provoked... Yeah, because I think you didn't want to necessarily see the knight dropping in on b6. Then it's a little bit awkward to develop the knight on b8. At the moment, it's not a certainty, but I think Andy is going to be happy.
Let's take a look at Andy's tournament so far. We know he had an amazing start.
Truly.
Perfect score, 3 out of 3, and he was a sole leader. But then the other players started to slow him down. Justin Wang was the first one to take half point away from him. Then Nico Chasin, and yesterday Mishra.
Exactly. Now, I thought that the challenge for Andy actually occurred yesterday. He was black against Mishra. He made let's call it a comfortable draw, even if it was a double-edged draw. And yet he was very sanguine about the whole thing. It was like, okay, it's just, the tournament continues, not much has changed. And I was like, dude, you just played the #1 seed in the tournament and you made a draw with black. No. Everybody's playing well. Everybody's dangerous.
You know why he had that reaction?
No.
He's only 15.
He's too inexperienced to understand what a great
life experience.
What a great achievement it was. But he has been playing very, very well in this event, and let's hope he keeps it up as we've reached that time where we're going to check in with our good friends at Q Boutique and ask what exciting wares they have for us today. Well, here you go. Commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop and multiple smaller compartments for all of your work needs. It is available at qboutiquestl.com, or please come in person to the St. Louis Chess Club and check out our shop for all your chess shopping needs.
And as we go to break, Yasser, you interviewed Andy Woodward.
I did.
You did. Take a
marvelous.
listen and we'll be right back.
Andy, thank you for joining me for this interview. It's great to have you on the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Andy, I saw you a year ago, and I had to look down at my shoes because I thought I was standing in a hole. You've grown tall, my friend. What did your mom do? She just feeds you and you grow? It's a miracle.
Yeah.
You look great, man.
That has a lot to do with eating, I guess. I tried to eat a bit healthier, so.
Right.
Yeah.
You've improved greatly in the last, I think you've improved greatly. Tell me how you did it.
Yeah, I guess it came a lot from playing lots of strong tournaments.
Yes,
I
and
got
strong
quite
opponents.
a few strong invitations also, and strong opponents, I guess. It just, in general, I think it's much easier to improve by playing stronger opponents.
Absolutely.
Because not only do you get to learn, you get to, I guess, embrace the feeling of fighting against the best in the world.
Right.
So it's always kind of just good for psychological and for practical reasons.
When you think about the last year or so, how many, an average of number of hours in a single week that you might be playing chess or studying chess?
Considering playing as well, I would
Right.
probably say maybe 50 or so hours.
So
maybe
that's
a bit more, maybe sometimes less also.
Right, that's a fair dedication. Do you ever have a fear that maybe, just maybe, your rivals are working harder than you?
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
a fear that you could have.
I think it's just the reality sometimes. I sometimes tend to get like kind of lazy and want to play a lot online. And while I kind of know that all the other people my level of training and working hard. I mean, playing online can be used, I guess, to improve your chess. But I was playing lots of bullet recently, and I think it's not really that great for my improvement. So
It's good for your hand-mouse skills, but I'm not really sure that it's going to bring you some endgame improvement. Let's put it like that. For me, I look at Gukesh, world champion at 18, and I'm just like, I'm in awe. Like what just happened? The whole chess world is reconciling this idea that chess is getting younger and younger. An inspiration, or perhaps even a depressing. What do you think about Gukesh?
I consider him to be inspiration. I can tell that he puts a lot of work and dedication to chess study, and it shows in his results because...
Boy, does it ever.
Yeah. And also, he seems to be a really humble guy, so it seems like he's quite playable.
If you were to give advice to your younger self, yourself from 1 year ago, now you're got all this veteran experience behind you, what advice would you give your 1 year younger self?
Maybe to, I guess, take more risks, experiment a lot. Sometimes I'm just like, okay, a draw is fine. It's not the best result, but it's fine. But sometimes I feel like those places where I could have just like went all in, full energy, but I was just like fine for a draw just because of a couple of rating points. So.
Right. So you're settling too soon. We're going to finish up the interview with 5 very, very quick questions. Sorry about that. You're going to get 15 seconds to answer these questions. So you got to be fast, right? Your favorite opening as white?
Probably the Catalan.
Your favorite defense as black to 1 e4?
Maybe Roy Lopez.
Your favorite defense as black to 1 d4?
The Grunfeld defense.
Your favorite food?
Dumplings.
Your favorite commentator?
You.
Respect. Thank you so much. Andy.
Yeah, thank you.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for 2 thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinkfield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
The St. Louis Chess Club's WGM All-Girls Summer Camp is August 4th through 8th at Live for Life Academy. Taught by women grandmasters Sabina Foiser and Katerina Nemkova, this camp is the perfect opportunity for girls wanting to learn more about strategy, tactics, and in-game techniques to explore the game in a friendly and welcoming environment. To learn more about this fun and educational experience, please visit stlouischessklub.org.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a special guest in the studio, QBoutique store manager Jennifer Corot. Welcome to our show.
Thank you very much.
Wow. It's nice. I'm just looking at the jewelry and I'm just thinking, that reminds me.
Yeah, do you recognize it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is Yasser's mom made some beautiful jewelry that she donated for the Cairns Cup.
Exactly.
And we had some extras, and so they donated the rest of them, and we are selling them in QBoutique. I brought a few with me that you can see. They are available online and in store.
My mother loves design and combining different gems. So she would talk to you for hours.
I welcome that. She has obviously a very creative mind.
She does.
None of them are the same. They're all very different. It's incredible.
Tell us about QBoutique and what a customer experiences when they come into the shop.
Gotcha. We support the World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries. So all of our profits go to support our efforts there. You can find obviously souvenirs, so if you want to take a little piece of the museum home with you. We also have a lot of chess. We obviously have some jewelry and a lot of gift items. And we have a very wide range of books, chess books and a few fiction books, some other things. Candles, as you can see there.
I love visiting QBoutique store. Every time I'm in St. Louis, I always buy souvenirs for everybody. I love the chess sets.
Yeah.
You've got a very special sale going on exactly today. I mean, usually it's a 5% friends and family discount. That's not the case for today, Jennifer.
Well, we were celebrating International Chess Day. So we have a 50% off sale on our DGT Centaur board. And that is, it is a learning board, and it adapts to your level of chess play. And the board has sensors on it so that it can sense when you make a move. And then the lights light up to show you which of their pieces they want to move and exchange.
On the LEDs.
It's a beautiful board, and they are a very nice weighted chess piece.
Lovely. And you mentioned books.
Yeah, you know, we have been refreshing our chess books, and look at that. We got this beautiful book, and I'm very excited about it.
And the author looks familiar.
I know, vaguely familiar, but
he's handsome. I'm not sure who that is.
I know. I wish I could meet him. Dang it. So we are very excited to have this book in our store.
This book called King Walks, I did with my dear friend Bruce Harper, and it's really about the king voluntarily marching across the board, and for all the reasons and patterns, and some marvelous games, some epic failures. Not all marches end in glory, let me tell you something. We call that section crash and burn.
Oh, no.
Chapter. It was a fun book.
It looks absolutely fascinating. I can't wait to look at it.
Lovely.
And Jennifer, can people find merchandise for the national championships also at the Q Boutique store?
Yes, we actually have a range of the U.S. Chess Championship merchandise, and we have some new shirts in for 2025, and that's all available online. You can find us at qboutiquestl.com. We're also on social media at qboutiquestl.
Right, I see some juniors, some national championships. Yes, very colorful and beautiful. I do have them all.
You do?
I collect them, yes.
Oh my gosh, I have my louts. They come and visit me, and they take away all my all my swag. I need a replenishment all the time.
Oh, well, come in and see us.
Lovely, Jennifer. Yeah. Thank you so much for.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we return to the action, I'm picking up Andy Woodward versus Brewington, and I was curious. He did end up playing C2, C3, as you suggested.
He was afraid of losing that beat.
He certainly was. And he played it right away with knight to D2.
No A4 inclusion.
I'm not including A4.
No, I'm starting to think that Brewington might be thinking he can do some H5, H4.
Whoa, okay, trying to make a virtue of the queen.
Maybe start with 95. Let's start with 95.
95.
At first I was afraid of queen e4, but I remembered I have d5 with the tempo.
Okay.
So where do you
go?
go?
No queen e4, d5 with the tempo, as you just mentioned. So I guess I have to centralize.
D4?
Okay.
And now I'll play h5.
You really will go for it, huh? Okay.
Because if you play h4, then my knight has a good outpost on g4.
Makes sense. H4, you've earned a nice square. Can I ask you?
D4. Okay, queen f5.
Queen f5.
Yeah, you can play knight d6, but the time it takes you to put pressure in the center, there's h4 coming.
I'm warming up to the idea that h4, and I guess.
You played f4. Wow. You're gonna take g7, but I'll castle long.
No, e4 is hanging with check.
Oh, never mind.
I was going to go here, but it's one of those things that maybe your whole intention. I didn't know how. Okay, let's put it this way. I didn't know how challenging the attack was. Can I afford to let you come after me? Probably you can. I mean, it's a double-edged position, but h5 would be a bolt from the blue. That would be a nice surprise. And Christian, jump in.
Not immediately knight h5, Christian, if you can tell us.
I also like h5.
You like h5?
Yeah, h5
can we
is
start
fine.
with knight e5 and then h5?
Knight e5 is a very good move as well. It's one of those positions. It looks somewhat like a Sicilian.
Right.
But a very strange Sicilian. Exactly. A very strange Sicilian.
You don't get these.
But it seems like you do get d5s occasionally in the position. h5 is an option as well. I don't see any weaknesses for black in the position. I like the fact that bishop on e7 controls the very nice square c5 and d6. So you don't have any ideas on the dark squares around my king. I like that because that allows me to go h5 and not have to worry about my king's safety. Knight e5 is a very good move. It does seem like black has a slight edge. It's still very close to equality in this one, and perhaps white will find a way to pull the brakes. But black should be very happy with the outcome of the opening in this one. Let's see what's happening around the horn in the juniors. First of all, just to give you an update.
They followed your analysis.
Yes, the exchange sacrifice by Kirk, and right now is Justin who needs to find a way to pull the brakes once again, most likely via, well, you could go c4 and then sacrifice the exchange for the rook. But good luck, that one is going to be suffering.
Yeah.
So this is what I mean. knight to c3. Now you can go rook to c2 to defend. I will be taking your pawns. If you do give them to me, I will take them.
Of course.
I don't mind wasting any tempes because this one is actually quite a slow position. I'm just slowly improving my position and play on the dark squares. Rook to c2, rook to d8, taking away the d7 square, preparing for the move a6, and at some point he will have to sacrifice on c2.
I'm not liking this at all.
No, not at all, especially from a practical perspective. Sure,
Right.
maybe the engine is very close to equality, close to zeros. But you look at this position and you might even be thinking, hey, I'm an exchange up. There's no pawns, right? Perhaps you have some compensation, but maybe Justin thinks he's better with white, and that's going to make him take more risks than necessary in the position. So I'm seeing this one. I'm really liking the way Kirk is handling the pressure right now. And the other one,
How is Mishra doing?
Mishra, exactly. Well, first of all, let's take a look at the clock.
Whoa.
It was 1 hour and 35 minutes for white and 1 hour and 10 minutes or so for Mishra. Now it's 1 hour and 4 minutes for Mishra and 58 minutes for Grayson. So Grayson went into the deep tank after a6, queen takes b6, they take h3. And it does seem like he's going for the simplifications. He wants to get rid of this dark square bishop. He does not want to deal with any sort of knight c4, the weakening of long diagonal. No, none of that. Let's exchange the bishops first. This is the position we have. Taking on f4, by the way, seems to be quite important in the position. Otherwise, well, first of all, you don't want to take this. That's going to allow me to have the two bishops.
Terrible.
And if I do take on, did he just play it? No, he hasn't played it yet. If I do take on e5 next move, then I will be able to push my pawns.
F4,
e4,
E4,
f4, e5 as well, g4, f5. I'm going to be able, especially if you leave this pawn on g3, to make life much more difficult for the bishop on c8. So that's why the engine wants to take on f4, and now there's no more g4 to control this diagonal as well. The bishop on c8 still has a good life. So very balanced position. And I'm sure both of the players, especially Abhi, who really needs it, are going to try to create an imbalance in this one. And this game is so critical for our standings. Take a look at that. Abhi, the rating favorite going into the event right now, trailing behind the co-leaders, Andy and Kirk, by only half a point. Still 3 rounds to go, still not that much ground to catch up with, but he needs a victory in this one.
Exactly. Could you just give us an assessment of the current position after, for example, bishop f4, g4? Would you rather play white? Would you rather?
Well, I'm a Benoni player, so I would probably.
Oh, you would play Benoni?
Yes, I used to play a lot of Benoni.
Oh my goodness!
I
what
don't recommend
cured
it.
you? When were you cured?
When I started losing a lot of games, because everybody knows exactly what to do. Yes, no, the Benoni is tough, and also. I spent about a week at some point in the mountains, in the Romanian mountains, with the Romanian Olympic team, and we've analyzed the Benoni.
Really?
That was one of the main objects of our analysis. And we really found a lot of ways for white to get the advantage, and not that many for black to equalize or enjoy his position.
Right.
And yeah, that pretty much sealed the deal for me.
And this current position, you would feel is difficult for black, okay for black?
No, I think it's...
This isn't one of the ones that you feared, let's say.
No, not so much. We're already in the end game. I still have a clear plan as black, and that is to get this knight out of the way and then start pushing with b5, b4. If I manage to make life a bit more difficult for the knight on c3, and I probably will, then, you know, I'm going to be enjoying this position. It's going to be a battle because, look, white is going to try to push in the center.
Absolutely.
Black going to try to push on the queen side, and whoever gets first to their goals will be creating the imbalances that favors them.
All right. Christian, thank you. You weren't the Benoni gal, were you?
I love playing against Benoni. I have so many points. Most of my rating I've gained playing against Benoni.
Right,
yes.
exactly. Okay, let's turn to our top board.
Megan against Zoe.
Absolutely, and oops, I'm in the wrong. No, that's still on. No, there we are. I am in the right board. Okay, I just need to refresh. Okay.
Move F4 I didn't like by Megan.
Whoa. Why do we like the bishop so much? Because in a sense,
the bishops improve as
yeah,
the position opens. But it's inevitable that the position is going to open up, the pawns will get traded, and then the bishops start to control more and more squares. You didn't like the move f4.
Well, it opens up White's bishop a little bit. It also
exposes a little bit the king,
absolutely,
right?
and more position opens. Let's not forget, Black has 2 bishops.
Exactly. Knight to d2,
I'm
knight to...
thinking right now in the current position.
Okay. f4 takes.
Black can play a5, bishop a6.
Uh-oh. That's a little bit annoying.
Then even d5, bishop c5. This was my other option.
d5, bishop c5 check, reminding White, why did you expose your king?
I think this question mark will disappear. This is not a real one.
The other thing I like, just in general, is the idea that the b2 pawn, actually, there's a queen b6 check, so the desirable knight to d2, you have to at least analyze whether queen f6 check and queen takes b2. I do appreciate, of course, that the bishop on e7 is hanging.
But let's try it out. Knight d2.
Okay.
I'll give you bishop c5 check just because the bishop's hanging.
Okay.
And after king h1,
yep.
I'll go a5.
a5. And I don't have to ask you twice what's your idea. But there's a queen e8 check, right? So if you take my rook and take my bishop, I do have queen e8 check, but you can take, and now bishop a6.
I was wondering if I could have gone bishop a6.
Apologies. At which moment?
No, let's take on f1.
Okay.
And then play bishop a6. No, I can't do that.
Then I've got queen e6
So
check.
I have to go queen d7, let's say.
Okay. Just hanging in there. Okay, we've got this bishop a6 issue.
You want to have time to play knight f3, knight e5.
Right.
Queen h5 even. That would be winning, but...
That would be nice. Bishop a6 is annoying. I don't... well, okay. Let's just finagle for a moment. I'm dreaming, right? Hold on. Bishop a6.
Knight c5.
Bishop e2, and f1 is hanging.
Yeah, right.
Yikes. Apologies. So that's how... By the way, the d5 balloon hasn't disappeared.
Because if Albert hasn't changed, it still gives Black small edge, so then why is d5 a mistake?
Is it a missed opportunity? A moment ago, I showed a position where there was a bishop on d5. Could it have been as simple as develop?
Maybe a5 was better, but then it would show missed opportunity, right?
Right.
Question mark?
Question mark. I thought that was somehow a useful move. In any case, we do have knight d2 on the board. We may very well be seeing these ideas of a5 and bishop c5 check as you proposed. And also, for what it is worth, I don't know if it's worth that much, we can consider rook e6. I don't know if the bishop is better.
I like it. That's a good option.
Yeah, it's something to at least to be considered. Clock time's a factor in between
No,
these
they
two?
both have plenty of time.
All right. Cool. Christian, throwing it in your direction.
Staying with the junior girls, I just want to see exactly how this one will play out. This is a game between Brew and
yes,
with black pieces, really knowing exactly what to do out of the opening. But right now, she slowed down a little bit. This is what we have.
King didn't make it to h3.
No. She went the other way. She went backwards. She went to g1.
And
probably
I
the
see
much worse.
The balloon saying no.
The much worse move than compared to King h3.
Yeah.
What she should have done was d5. Just go for d5 first. She got attracted by this bishop b7 move, which makes a lot of sense. You're setting up the bishop on that beautiful long diagonal.
Right.
Problem is it has a counterpart. Bishop on g2, d5, and now this is what we have. Rook takes e6. The engine is saying that black is doing great in the position.
Because of
probably,
king on g1.
Yes, but the lines are not that easy to understand why. Take, and now apparently a5.
A5.
You want to include the rook into the attack, in fact. You want to go a4, open up the a file, exchange that, create a pass pawn, but also include the rook into the attack. From afar, though, how easy is this? Knight to e4, by the way, look at the bar dropping. To me, this is a very natural move.
Right.
But you're just simply not fast.
It's fast for black.
I'm the first one breaking open, and the fact that you're taking a pawn with a check doesn't really matter. It truly doesn't matter. Rook takes f6, rook takes f6. Now I take on b3. You have to worry about the b pawn. You have to worry about getting checkmated.
Wow.
And the rook on h1 is kind of trapped, right?
Right.
I mean, you cannot even go king to f2. Imagine a king was on h3.
Different
and
story.
now you can get the rook involved. Completely different story, right? So the king on g1, not that great. This is the position, but again, how easy is to find the move a5? I'm not sure it's that
I
easy.
mean, everything I know about chess is saying play rook e8.
Rook e8, exactly.
You
Rook
know.
a to e8 probably.
Exactly.
And now it's much closer to a balanced position. Queen
Gotcha.
to e2. Again, it's all about black's fight to keep that king on g1. Keep it under lock and key. White obviously wants to go something like h4. Get the rook involved
play.
into this position. So whoever gets first to their objectives, once again, is going to be the player with the advantage.
And the current position based on a5 is that's the advantage for...
Take on b3 first and then
a5.
a5. Take on b3 is quite natural.
Is a5 intuitive for you?
Not at all.
Not at
No.
all, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you do see that you want to get to White's first rank, so the idea of, you know, activating the rooks.
You have other moves as well. Knight to d5. Again, still to my eyes, even without the influence of the engine, it does feel like black has dynamic play in this one. It's all about the king, right? If the king would be on h3, it would be a completely different story once again.
Right.
But the fact that you need so many moves to just simply get this rook involved into play, it feels like I will be able to get to your king first as black. Precision required.
Thank you, Christian. And for those of you joining us late, let's take a look at how this young lady got to...
She had a wonderful start. She had 3.5 out of 4.
Yep.
And then it was the 5th round loss against Zoe Tang that stumped her a little bit. And then yesterday, also a very good position against Megan Paragua.
That was that one I think even stung more because in a sense in the 5th round game Zoe did outplay her comprehensively, but in the 6th round Ru Yang just had such an overwhelming advantage. It was amazing that Megan saved that game. Looking at Andy versus Brewington, the players have actually reached our position. I'm expecting Queen d4, and if Brewington
H5.
essays h5, that would be a remarkable find, because it's funny, the queen on f6 looks wrong, and then you're suddenly saying, no, it's brilliantly placed for the attack. It's like, what? Wait, really? Yes. Want to go h4, open up the h file, maybe swing my queen even to f5 and h3. So we'll keep an eye on this one.
Should we check with the seniors?
Please, let's do it.
Let's go with Larry Christiansen against Vladimir Akopian, playing for the first place.
And there you have it. It was this Sicilian, what do they call this? The c3. Good grief.
Alapin?
A Lapin. Thank you. Thinking a Lapin counter gambit, and I'm going, that's not it. Knight, and it does have that kind of feel of a French defense, and when the bishop, in a French defense, let's put it another way, when the light squared bishop is useful, your position's fine. When the light squared bishop is not useful,
That's how you know.
you're in deep trouble. That's how you know. And if Larry has to give it up by doing something like this, then Vladimir is perfectly okay. You don't want to play the move knight takes e6, but then again,
So do you think White has a small advantage here?
I don't. I just don't know
don't?
exactly. In fact,
just equal.
yeah, just please tell me how I'm supposed to get something. Like if I make a random move, I'm not saying this is a good move, make a random move. Do you really think that this light square bishop, pardon me, this opposite color bishop position is going to be anything?
No, unless White
No.
has tremendous attack on the king side.
Exactly.
It's nothing. And
If you're getting in bishop to f6, I'll give you high
I
marks.
think this is absolutely equal.
Okay, just while we're here, we're going to go around the horn. I'm going to go to the game of Alexander Goldin and Gregory Kaidanov, because Alexander Goldin comes into this round shared second. There are 3 players
including Larry Christiansen in a share for second, half a point behind Gregory. Early days in the tournament, he was doing very well. I think he led
So
at
just
the moment.
noticed that in this event, in this just category, we have 3 Alexanders. Very popular name for the seniors.
Absolutely. Whoa. My first impression there was, wait a minute, is this knight offsides or is it just me? Why don't you play e4 here? What was going on?
Without bishop e7?
Yeah, because the knight was
Yeah, I think
a
that's
little bit,
playable.
well, I know it's
More than
legal.
playable, right?
I just wondered if it was good because doesn't the knight look a little bit...
Let's go rook d1.
Rook d1.
A to d1, yes.
Okay, a to d1. So you know I can resist everything except temptation, right? So if I go to try
Checked.
to...
None of my pawns were hanging, so...
You're right. Well, the knight, it was a little
maybe
bit...
check on c4?
Check on c4. I was thinking about getting a puppy, and I was ready to name him Check. Where's Check?
Where's check? Where's check?
Check on c... You got to play g3
yeah, I gotta
at
play
some
g3,
time.
yes.
Okay. I appreciate
Because
that...
if you take, yeah, then g file opens up and g7 will become target.
Right.
4.
So there's no g5. That is a pity, of course.
Right, maybe rook e1?
Yeah, and I am...
Have kind of hanging pawn situation.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe e3. I can only take it once. But now I can bring my knight back to g2. Oh, you're taking there.
And it's one of those things. I just don't have any... I mean, rook rover? No. Bishop can come to d... That's a tempo, so it's only 1. I don't really want to take on h4. I was trying to exploit the knight. None of this happened, by the way, because there was no e4 in the game. Instead, what Gregory did is he chased the knight back into play,
Center, yeah.
which was confounding to my way of thinking.
But he's enjoying his pawns, maybe.
Aren't we going into the center? Or shouldn't we be in the center?
Does he want to maybe trade everything?
What, knight takes?
And then bishop f6?
And then bishop f6.
Unless I'm allowing rook d1 at the end, yeah.
Aren't I just...
I think the d file.
Your king is a little bit...
I'm like tempo behind. Bishop should already be on d7.
On e6,
right.
Yeah, exactly. So this is something that Gregory will try to avoid. And tell me statistically who's going to win the seniors, by the way?
Well, I can tell you pre-tournament that was going to be Vladimir Akopian and Larry Christiansen in second.
Who happened to be playing today, okay?
Yes.
Yes.
And they're still in first and second.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Okay.
So there were some changes in the beginning because Akopian had a kind of a slow start, but Larry Christiansen was leading. I think they just changed,
and that was where
couple
Gregory
times.
was doing well.
Right.
Yeah.
Up to round 2, but then I think he lost. Up
Whoops.
to round 3, it's Akopian. Then Goldin was doing really well. Larry was down to 9%.
And Igor was doing very well until those last 2 moves, a blunder against
To
Larry.
round 4, Akopian's at 62% of winning chances, Christiansen at 16. After round 5, I'm guessing Akopian's chances only increased.
And Shabalov is starting to say, hello, I still have life.
To round 6, Akopian's
Even
at
more
65.
so now Shabalov.
Yeah.
After his victory against Tim Taylor.
But still, Akopian.
The top 3 is all our picks. Akopian, Christiansen, and Shabalov.
Not bad.
Good picks,
Not
good
bad.
picks.
Good picks. Yeah, we'll have to ask ourselves at the end how we're doing here. I picked Akopian, Zoe.
Andy.
Andy.
Yeah.
You got the rating favorites, yeah, sir. You always pick Magnus, you know.
I didn't. Magnus wasn't playing.
Magnus is not allowed.
And I didn't choose Mishra.
That's true.
I didn't choose Mishra. But okay, e4, and I'm going to stay with the seniors just to take a look around the horn. Who else was in that tie?
Are we going to see, first of all, could we go
Yes.
to the juniors for just a second?
Oh.
Maybe we can go to Brewington
All right.
against Andy, just
Oh, the
because they've
repetition?
repeated once.
Uh-oh.
Or at least they're about to repeat once. I'm curious to see whether Andy is going to try to get out of that repetition.
Instead of h5, he went back to c6.
Okay, so we have left it at knight d2, knight e5, queen d4, knight back. That's a
Does Andy
peculiar
have something
move.
better than going back to d3?
Well, may I,
You may.
please?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about
Now
that.
h5.
Castle.
Now everybody, now h5, now castle. h5?
Okay, sure, h5.
Yeah.
But remember, you
I'll concede.
told me that the genius point of h5 was that you secured the g4 square for your knight,
I did, yeah.
right? So, but now that your knight is what
We're going to play h4.
is far away from the g4 square.
All right, let's go for it, Nazi.
Let's go, g5.
G5.
Oh dear.
Let's go for it.
Your
You
queen's
guys-
so far away.
You guys
Queen takes
are,
G.
you know what we said, cruising for bruising.
Queen g4.
Yasser does not believe in ghosts
No.
and fairy tales.
And fairy tales.
But again,
Rook D1
what's your
is-
queen doing on that side? You might be able to get a pawn
I
somehow.
don't
But
know,
what
but-
else?
but-
Okay, h4, let's go.
h4, let's go.
We have to.
Okay, I am going to, you're not castling long and you're not castling short, which means your king is going to stay in the center, and I'm going to take advantage of the H file tension.
That sounds great, Yasser.
Okay, that's the plan.
That's the plan. On paper. That
On
sounds great.
paper, just a second. The blueprint. I got a blueprint, and you guys got to fall for it too. Okay, rook h3. So I'm defending g3. I've got rook takes g3 as an idea, but I really have rook h1 in my pocket.
Did we do something wrong?
Yes, you challenged.
We did.
You challenged.
Oh, stop it.
You should have gone back a few moves. Shall we? It's an interesting, conceptually, the idea of attacking White's king. There's no defenders, right? And that makes sense. But
Okay, can we go back?
yeah, I went queen b6. You asked me, can I avoid a repetition? And,
Or should you avoid repetition?
or should I avoid
Yeah.
repetition? By the way, I don't like the endgame for White after queen f6. I think Black
Yeah.
has no problems
issues.
in that ending. I don't want to trade queen
The body
f7.
language of Andy right now is telling me that he's probably thinking about just repeating the position. He's looking away from the board. He's perhaps trying to understand what went wrong in the opening, that he did not get the opening advantage he wanted.
Or did something go wrong? I'm not sure it went wrong.
Well, he definitely does not have an advantage.
Right.
No
There's
way.
a point that I won't disagree with. So what's the repetition that you guys...
Queen d3, knight e5.
Duh.
That's where they came from, right? So
Yeah, that's the repetition. What's the repetition?
you got to watch the show. occasionally,
It's
Yasser.
really, really good.
It's a good show.
I'm told.
It's a good show.
I have been told. What does the engine say?
Let's assume this one will go for repetition.
Okay.
I think we have a very strong case for a repetition in this
Okay.
one. The engine's completely even.
All right.
Slight advantage for Black, but it doesn't really matter. Kirk, on the other hand,
Yes. He's enjoying.
well, immediately Justin Wang said, you know what, I don't like this knight on c8.
Right. Let me eliminate it.
That's fine. Take. Rook to c8, and perhaps this is the idea that he missed. And a very strong move, by the way, rook to c8. Rook to e8, obviously. You're trying to involve your rook into play.
Well, rook d8, rook d1 is
Rook
the
d8, rook
issue.
d1. This
Draw.
is what I want as white. This is what
Exactly.
Justin wants. Let's exchange the rooks.
And
Thank you very much. Let's
draw.
make a draw.
Yes. Right.
Let's keep the rooks on the board.
Right.
Rook
And
to c8.
a6.
a6 is a big threat because then I take on c4 as well. But also rook c7, rook e7, or rook c5, rook e5. I'm getting my rook involved into play. Rook
Yeah.
c5, rook h5.
That's the one
as
I
well.
really don't like. Rook
To look
h5.
at the h pawn. So I have a lot of targets on my plate right now. It's very difficult for you to get away from this side of the board with the king towards the center, because then you start looking at the f2 pawn. The f2 pawn does not have a defender. So it's a difficult position. Let's see
You
what he
played
did.
rook c1.
Rook c1, bishop e5, good move.
h3.
h3 and rook to c5.
Yeah.
We've talked about this.
Black
it's
for
going to be
choice.
suffering
Yeah.
for white for a very long time.
And king
Again,
f1 on the board.
opposite color bishops, there's a high tendency of equality. We know that. But you will have to defend for a long time.
Immediately a6, b5 looks good.
a6, b5, actually, a6, b5, and if you have to go for this bishop to b3 line.
A5.
A5 might, yes. A4, okay, I'm not losing yet, but bishop f4 seems to be a good move. The
B4
bishop
and
is...
You don't have a bishop as a clear.
That is a beautiful pass.
It's a great pawn. It's a
Protected
great
pass pawn.
You will have to worry about that for a long time.
I would.
The king will slowly get included into play as well.
It's a dream situation for
It's not a fun
Kirk.
position. Not a fun position right now for Justin Wang.
Let's take a snapshot of this young man who's tied for first. Kirk.
This is where they are in the
sorry.
standings. Kirk Ghazarian is currently sharing first, and if Andy repeats and makes a quick draw, Kirk
Could be in clear
So-
first with the victory.
if he wins. And Justin Wang is in clear 5th place at the moment. Looking
And Mishra, our top seed, he is in a double-edged position. Benoni, son of Sorrow,
kind of
against
surprising
Grayson.
He
And
did take on c3.
developments. Yes, he took on c3.
I think this is Mishra playing the tournament situation. Bishop c3 is, in my opinion, a very dubious call. You're giving up the dark square bishop for, I don't know, a good knight on c4? Well, I don't know. That
Shouldn't be enough.
I can't make an agreement
I like
with
a4, a5 idea.
that. I do too.
Okay, I think next move a5 looks good. Then I can play e3 bishop f1 and
Precisely.
what's going on with your knight?
Exactly. So even if I get a bishops of opposite color, in fact, sorry, I love a5. But I also love the idea of playing
b5, right?
the bishop f1 that you just mentioned. I mean, you're not playing knight e5.
I think I have to.
Okay,
You will
and then you
take,
take
right?
with the pawn. I guess
Yeah.
you can. I guess you can suffer the consequences of a path.
Yeah, you have a
pass
protected
pawn.
passer on d, yeah.
Yeah, because it's kind of like those Grunfeld endings. If you, okay, then I did it wrong. Then I will take it back and I will play your
Start
move
with a5, right?
instead of bishop. Oh, pardon me. Instead of e4 and bishop f1. And I think it's very easy to play white
Absolutely, yes.
here.
I mean, it's not like white's winning, but it actually, even engine says it's +1.
Right, but the happy moves are kind of obvious. You want to go e4, you want to expand, maybe you toss in a rook b1, and a bishop f1 could just, you know,
Win a pawn or just...
or worse.
Or worse. The worst things exist.
The worst things that can happen in life. You lost the pawn. No, I like Grayson's position. Tough moments for our top seed, Mishra, as he, in his interview with me, he explained that he really came here with one goal only: first and a ticket to the U.S. Championships. That's why he's here. He wants to get back and play against
the top players in the world.
Favis, of the world, and he wants back in. But he's given himself a real challenge as he's currently behind 2 players, and he needs to win with the black pieces.
And in the junior girls, some updates. Zoe Tang seems
Yep.
to have given up all her advantage.
Oh,
That's what I've been told.
all right.
Still like her
because
position.
when we left it, we thought that she was for choice. d5, knight d2, bishop c5 check. So far she's playing, she didn't go for the a5. And that might be the problem.
Also, maybe white can force more trades here. Bishop e3 actually works. Because on rook e6, I take the bishop.
Really? That's charming. At first blush, you would think to yourself, you know, why walk into the pin? But I guess...
They trade everything and
Okay, what
have
am
good
I
knight
missing?
versus bad bishop.
Help me. Take,
Takes.
queen e7. You walked into a pin, didn't you? I mean, I would find the move bishop e3 difficult to play because I would worry about the pins. Do you have a knight d4 or something that...
Yeah, 94 right now. But that's not what I wanted.
That wasn't... Because if I go c5 and bishop b5,
no, I don't want
that was
that.
what would that would worry me, that I've done something.
Maybe just
wrong.
rook e1 instead of bishop e3 then.
Okay, let's go back to the current position. Sorry, let me just refresh my board. Apologies for my.
I just rook e1.
This one, yes. Bring in the.
And to me, that looks like a very natural move. Right?
Exactly, and for me, this bishop on d7 just it should be on e4. Let's face it.
It would be
Face
fantastic
the-
on e4, yes.
Well, thank you. And that's why I suggested.
Yeah, it looks like anything can still happen in this game, but Megan has the best position she's had in a long time.
Okay, but keep in mind it was her c3, knight d4, e5, her unexpected way of play that has brought her to this.
I think Rachel Lee has a huge advantage in her game against Rochelle Wu.
Okay. That was.
She's sharing third at the moment.
That
she
was
also won
the
2 games in a row. This could be her third. Yeah, that was the close Sicilian.
Close Sicilian. Castle's long. Defending the pawn on b2. Queen a5. Going after the pawn on a2 now.
It's all about the pawns.
It's all about the pawns. It always has been. Pawns are the soul of chess. King b4, king b1. Again, I don't think that Rachel has in any way given up her ambitions of playing for f5.
Yeah, she was keeping her options open.
Which precipitated a capture. And now there are issues here because we have to be watchful of knight takes and bishop takes, and a2 is hanging. So
The other
Rachel
knight
said
comes to defense.
knight to c1. And again, she's got.
Rochelle can't castle short because her king side is completely open.
Right. Any castle short will be met by f5 and now she's gone long. Okay. Knight to b3, queen to b4. Are we up to date? I apologize. No,
A few
we're
more
not.
moves.
Queen
E5
c2.
was played in the last move. Oh, I like Rachel's bishop on g2. Very strong.
I see issues. And by the way, I see another issue. On a good day, knight to e4, bishop takes c5, and we'll be signing score sheets in no time. Is a3 ridiculous?
I like a3.
Everything. Wait a minute. The queen could even end up
Queen has to go to
trapped.
b6.
No, well, in that case, it's all gone wrong.
This position is bad.
It's a
It's one of those
disaster.
positions that usually gets destroyed very quickly. In the next few moves, if she doesn't resign, she's going to be quite lucky. She really needs to pull through to just enjoy a much worse or not losing endgame.
Right.
It can end in less than 5 moves, this one.
My goodness. Okay. Well, for Rochelle, it's really gone wrong here.
Like the engine is just giving a plus 275 advantage, but I feel it's more than that. I actually feel it's more than that.
How should black play? Should black take and
Bishop
have
takes
to-
b3.
The
Bishop
queen would be
takes-
trapped, right?
Yes.
Is it? I have queen f4, right?
Oh.
So bishop. Bishop.
But can't I
hate-
start, if you take on e5 maybe?
Yes.
Can I start with a3?
Yes.
Queen b6.
Knight takes c5.
Oh gosh, that's brutal.
Unpleasant.
I mean, something is, again, it collapses very quickly if you don't pay attention.
Well, wait.
You have this move.
I got by
You have
accident.
your own bishop. You have your own bishop.
Just
which
by
is quite
accident,
strong.
right?
Okay, so I do need to be paying attention. Let's go bishop takes c5.
Simple chess.
Everything with tempo is just wonderful.
Why?
Queen c7, knight b5. I don't know.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Take on c6, take on a7, and
By the way,
say goodbye.
very, very, very safe king.
Yeah.
Might as
Very,
well.
very, very, very
Might as well be precise.
terrible king.
Rachel
For our
Lee is also
standings.
close.
Hello, Rachel says, guys.
She's only half point behind the leaders.
I'm in striking distance of the
She can
podium.
join the leaders after today. If Zoe and Megan draw their game, Rachel will be joining them with 5 points.
Huge game for the standings, and Rachel
Right, and
is feeling it right now.
in her last few games, how's Rachel?
She won 2 games.
Oh, she's done well in the last few
So
years.
Zoe is
Zoe won 3.
Rachel
won 2.
is the next.
Yeah.
most wins.
Let's go to Jasmine's game against Yang, because I do see a question mark after Jasmine's last move.
Okay, just a second. Sorry, I'm looking for Jasmine. Yeah.
There she is.
By the way, that sounds like a wonderful title of a book. I'm looking for Jasmine.
Queen takes B3, I
we
think.
didn't see the
A5, of course.
Yang in is sitting there saying, "Look at your king. I want a rook on the open file." A5, A4, a very hidden but very beautiful moment, and with that, Yang would be saying, "You know what? You've got an issue, Jasmine, with your king." She developed her rook directly with rook to D1 and followed it up with knight to D5, knight E4. What got the question mark?
Knight E4, because black can take on B3. And after knight, if you play knight C5, so she could have defended the pawn. Played queen F3, for example.
Queen F3.
Or give check first, then queen F3.
Makes sense, and I kind of like the idea of just
pinning the knight.
Pinning the knight. She did not. So this was the
question
mark move. And now after queen takes B3, we still have issues with the king, and for the moment it's a pawn, right?
Yeah, you can take on C5, but then there is queen A3.
By the way, that had me stopping for a moment. Queen A3. Okay, attacking the knight makes sense. I guess I've got to come back, right?
Well, if you come back,
maybe knight.
That's what I was thinking. Knight E3, right?
Yeah.
Knight E3,
rook
knight
D1
is
is coming.
F6.
But again,
King H8.
I mean, for Jasmine, I think she's still dreaming of a life where she can go H4 and King H2 and bring this rook into play.
So should we see who's first? If I go F5.
F5?
Yeah. I know where you will
Knight
go.
G5?
Yes. You probably have to go Knight G5.
Okay, I was thinking about Knight F2, but I'll go Knight G5.
Knight F2 is, I guess it's an option as well.
Okay, but you're right. I'm eyeballing Queen H5, and again, King H3?
If you manage to get there. So if I go Knight C3 right now,
yeah.
The idea of obviously starting to give some checks with rook to D1, you probably shield that king very nicely on H3, right?
It's a hustle.
Definitely not something I want to allow.
Yeah. Maybe after knight D4 instead of F5, we just go rook B8, because I have a very
Queen takes B3 on the board. I love
direct
the move rook
threat.
B8 because that's really well.
And you don't get to run with the king because King G2, rook B2.
Exactly.
So not rook C8 because C2 is not protected by the queen, but rook to B8. I like that. Yeah, that's a good one.
Now I feel okay. I feel I'm suffering a little.
F2, right?
Yeah, but no. I mean, I feel Ru Yang is getting an attack for free. She hasn't made any investments, and yeah, the king position, the reflective king position, is favoring Ru Yang a lot. I'm going to see how
Rose is doing.
Yeah, because that was a very funny, unusual looking French. Bishop to D3, bishop D6, bishop to D7. Bishop, I would have bet good cash money that rook E2 was coming, but she didn't play it.
I think Iris wasted some time with bishop B1.
She certainly did, and Rose suddenly she's the
has
one
the
for
initiative.
choice.
Yeah. That bishop on C1 is not happy.
No.
White squares are mostly controlled by black.
I would be playing bishop E3 just because I see these coordinated attacks and I hate them, especially when they're directed against me.
Understandable. Can I play bishop C4?
Yes, unfortunately, you mentioned that some time wasted here, and you can kind of make these like incremental improving moves, you know, with your queen.
And you don't have a good move with your rook. If you go rook B2, I'll play A5. If you go rook C2, there is bishop B3.
Can I sacrifice my queen for 2 rooks?
It's not 2 rooks. It's going to be rook and a bishop.
It's not 2. That good answer. No, you can't. Sorry, you're right. It's not 2 rooks. It's just a rook and a bishop. And in that case, Rose will definitely be enjoying the proceedings. So bishop takes b5, and Iris has lost her momentum, and I think it's Rose having the advantage in
By the
this
way,
one.
in the juniors, we don't have repetition in Andy Brewington because Andy stepped away. He put the queen on a different square.
Let me, I was looking Mishra, but now?
He played queen e3 after knight c6.
Queen e3, castles, no h5.
No h5.
Knight d4, knight takes c6, queen takes c6.
I still think black has absolutely no issues.
True that. Why isn't black a little bit better?
It's strange, right? If you decline repetition,
you do it because you think you're better.
You're better, right? Here,
if I go king g1 and you play d5, I think, oh, wait a minute, e5 is hanging.
e5 is hanging.
So for me, the question was queen f3 or king g1. Let's take a look. King g1. Gift me the pawn.
You know what? Maybe I'll play f6. And then d5, bishop c5.
Shameless.
Shameless.
Queen d5.
I don't know if I should take and then go d5.
Good point. Okay, you're right. a4 then. Well, what am I doing? I feel like I'm playing for equality. He has played king g1.
I think that's the case. White's playing for equality.
But that move f6 followed immediately by d5. I like black. I feel like Andy overestimated his position. And let's just remind everybody about Andy's challenges as he seeks to become champion.
Well, today he's playing Brewington. Tomorrow he's facing Evan Park. And in last round, Kirk Ghazarian, who's currently sharing first with him.
Unless he has a terrible accident today, he'll really be looking at that round 8 and saying, you know, I want to give myself a good chance going into the final round. And who's going to win?
Pie charts. Well,
Juniors.
pre-tournament, no surprise, we had Mishra as favorite at 31% and Andy at 15%. Where is Kirk? Kirk is he was at 8% or so.
And
Andy,
we
know he had the perfect start, so he kept increasing his chances. Kirk jumped up in 3rd place as well, so it's Andy, Mishra, and Ghazarian. You can see in the top 3.
And Brewington had a setback that brought him down to 3%, but he'll start to rise. You'll see him, and Andy still massive pie.
After the perfect score, yeah.
Right. And then the draws.
Then the draws.
He
So
keeps
Mishra
getting
keeps going up a little
And
bit.
you see Kirk
Kirk is joining, yes.
coming from the sub 10% range.
Still up to round 5, Andy's a huge favorite.
And
That's round 6. It's Andy and Kirk at 43 and 35, and Mishra only at 13.7.
Wow. So statistically, the top 2 there are likely to be champions. And at the moment, we think that Brewington should be more than pleased with the outcome of the opening, and that he's enjoying. Christian, how is Mishra doing?
Well, maybe Andy overestimated his position. The same can be said for Abhimanyu as well, by taking on c3, or perhaps he feels it was a necessity.
Right,
to
the
just
tournament.
keep some imbalance in the position,
Right.
keep that knight versus the bishop, to maintain some chances to
Right.
win it. But right now, Grayson is playing a great positional game. a4, taking some space on that side, makes a lot of sense.
Stopping
You're also
b5.
looking at potentially creating another weakness, that pawn on b7,
Agreed.
which will be a locked pawn like that. a5 and f6. This is what we have right now. The question is the pawn on a5 a weakness?
I see it
tend
as
to
a
believe
strength.
that is not. Yes, especially because I'm not so much forced to keep this rook connected to this pawn, at least not for the moment. You take, I take on d6, and the pawn on d6 is much more valuable.
Right.
I take on d6, and then I start pushing my center. So this is the position. f6 was played. We do have a move, h4, taking away the sting from that move, g5. And it's not that easy to get g5 in. You still need a lot of moves, king g7, h6, and only after you're ready to go g5. In the meantime, I will be able to go e3, and this is my plan in the position, to go e3, followed by bishop to f1. Hey, I really am looking at that pawn on d6. I'm serious about capturing that pawn on d6. 2 bishops, lots of potential in the position, and the knight on c4 doesn't seem to be having a stable outpost. This is what knights need in general. Not having a stable outpost, I will be able to construct an idea of maybe e4 followed by bishop to f1, maybe e3 followed by bishop to f1. e4 is definitely a move, because also e4 keeps the control of the d2 square. So e3 takes away that, knight d2 is an option, but with e4 and the bishop on f4, knight d2 is no longer an option. If you have to retreat whenever I attack that knight to e5, then I'm going to use that knight for my own sake. I'm going to get the bishop out and try to go for f4.
Rook b1, rook b6, right? Once the knight's on e5.
Oh, yes. No, now we're talking.
Yeah.
Of course, black is probably going to respond with setting up a bishop on b5. But again, that bishop on f1 is going to control that as well. So it does seem like right now it is white, Grayson, to be preferred. And he's also building, once again, an edge on the clock, 47 minutes against 34 minutes. So Mishra
in trouble.
In trouble. And also, you have a worse position. You probably understand that. You took some decisions to create the imbalance. The pressure with every single decision is mounting right now, because he knows if he loses this one,
forget it.
He's out of contention.
Right.
You might still have some mathematical chances, but it's going to be extremely difficult if you lose this one. So tough situation for Mishra. A lot of pressure right now, and he needs to find a way to stay in this game and create some weaknesses in his opponent's camp, some imbalances in the position as well.
Thank you, Christian. If you don't mind, I'll just speak about this position that Grayson had a moment ago, where he played the move h4. This is where I have a weakness. The weakness that I have is in this exact position that Grayson has. He's thinking about the move g5, and he's saying, I would like to stop the threat. So
right, we couldn't play e3 because of g5.
Exactly. So he chooses the most direct approach, which is h4. But here is where I get stuck, and I just burn clock, thinking about the move g4. So I say to myself, the pawn on h4 has these strengths and weaknesses, these attributes. The pawn on g4, on the other hand, kind of limits the bishop, right? It gives me this square, but it also, who knows, in the king and pawn in game way down the line.
It's very interesting, yes.
Yeah, and I get the pawn on g4, gives me another. When I play h4, it doesn't come with a threat. I don't suggest that the move g5 might be a threat, but at least it gives me something. I know.
So if black plays f5, you'll meet it with g5.
Maybe.
Mostly.
Yeah, right? And I sit there and I go, I still want to play the whole e3, bishop f1, rook b1, drop a rook in on b6, cooking with gas. And so I'm saying I would have gotten caught up in a time trap of, I would want to understand why g4 is not as good as h4. He went with h4, rook b8, an indication that Mishra is about to play b5.
So we go e to b1?
Rook to e on e, whatever you can do, I can do better, right? Rook on e1 to b1 makes a lot of sense, because again, the d6 pawn, you still can't play b5.
And what is Mishra's plan? Because in 2 moves, e3, bishop f1, you have to drop the knight back to e5, and then I cement my rook on b6. Inside black is, the a8 rook is completely out of play too. Why did he move that rook?
Is it bishop b5 related? Let's just put some moves on the board.
Sure.
We can just decide.
That's what he wants? I think we can.
It's not
a lot
beautiful.
Of stuff, right?
Yeah, it's not beautiful.
Take and bishop f1.
Yep. It's not beautiful. It's not what I wanted.
Rook b8.
You play c4, right? I have to play rook b8. Even this ending.
Feels like I should have something here. Immediately.
Yeah.
See, I would have loved the pawn on g4 now, because I would play g5.
And I would have calculated that. So there you go. Mishra in difficult He's running out of road is essentially what is happening to Mishra at the moment.
So only 3 rounds left after
Exactly.
today. It's just 2 more games. If he loses today, he's out of contention for first.
Even if he draws, he's got to reckon that somebody, Andy or Kirk, might win. And, you know, and then suddenly he's a point behind with 2 rounds to go. It's starting to get really, really scary. Let me go to the game of Justin Wang for a moment versus Kirk, because when we left it, we thought, excuse me, we thought definite advantage for Kirk. How serious is it?
It's just unpleasant, I think, for white. It shouldn't be lost, but we have a worse pawn structure, slightly worse bishop, and more passive rook.
And the good news
is it's the opposite color bishops. So
and
it's
we'll
still
keep
savable.
saying the same thing, opposite color bishops. I think that this move, by the way, King E7, is a prelude to the idea that if Black
He wants
Kirk,
to free his rook, right?
yes, if he could put his king on C5, the problem is whenever that rook moves, I'm probably playing C5.
So I have to play B6
even at the cost of a pawn.
So I'll start with B6, then
Right.
King D6. Or even with the cost of a pawn, you will still play.
Yeah, because the bishops of opposite color, I'm thinking, is going to be a draw. Take off the rooks.
But
takes
not
off
if I'm
the
taking
C4.
on C5 with the pawn, because then you don't get to trade rooks.
No, I definitely.
So I'll play in
No.
the current position.
Okay.
They've made a couple of moves.
Bishop A4, King D6. Bishop
Yeah, just
B3.
B6 now for black.
Precisely. So,
And
for
then move the
example, rook H5, you might think comes with a tempo. King G2, King C5, and you're in business. This was the C5. I even forgot the fact that was that's a bonus.
Actually giving me a pawn.
Right. That's a bonus because I was just thinking that this bishop ending would be drawn without the C pawn. But you said what I'll do is play B6 first. I'll make a passing move, a bad passing move, by the way. You'll understand in a moment why this is a very bad passing move. And in this case, you were going to take with a pawn, not allowing the trade of rooks. I agree. And in this moment, if you play King G2, this is why the king is so nicely placed on C5.
It's the strongest piece in the position.
Absolutely. This is looking good. It's a long, long, long way. I'm sure the engine will still say that the position is
Equal, yeah.
equal-ish. But
Equal-ish.
we would much rather play black.
Of course.
Nazi, where are you guiding me?
Well, let's check in with the girls.
Okay.
In the game between Megan and Zoe, queens have been traded. And I think it's
I'm going to Megan and Zoe, our
it's
marquee
more
matchup.
equal now than it was before.
As these two ladies are fighting for the first place. They're tied coming into the round. Now, Zoe, of course, is bringing her experience, but also, you know, it's when I was a junior, that rating. I mean, I don't know why we worshipped at the altars of rating. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm playing an 1800, you know, like, I mean, you know, like panic. But I think this last move by Megan is a good move, right? She's taking control of the C5 square. Yes. Why should she be
you want to play
upset?
bishop C5, and I don't think white has any issues anymore.
Exactly. That's and you know.
I guess black shouldn't trade and go bishop F4 to keep the two bishops, but one of your bishops on D7 it's not better than my knight.
No, no, and you'll just have a marvelous outpost for the knight. I think it's a balanced position, don't get me wrong, but for Zoe, I thought she had something coming out of the opening.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the game of Jasmine and
Ruyang,
because we saw queen takes b3. We have seen knight c5.
She played queen b4, not queen a3.
Queen b4.
You know, the other line we wanted to put the rook on b8 and use the b file for the rook.
Right. That'll
be tougher to achieve.
Yes. That was why queen a3, a rather peculiar move, was actually superior, because as you said, the rook could swing to b8.
White could also play knight d3 now with the tempo.
Okay, that forces something. Check.
Well, if you give me check king g2, I'm happy with the king on g2. Finally, it's on a normal square.
True.
Maybe you should drop back queen b7 and still control the diagonal, right?
Yeah, just keeping the king,
It's so easy to blunder here with white. So easy.
Because in your mind, you're so eager to play a move like king f2 to bring your rook into play. You have to worry that you're, as you said, you're going to blunder.
Even though pieces are defended in white's position, they feel loose.
Yeah.
They do.
Isn't that strange?
Yeah, black's for choice here as well.
Okay, I'm going to check in with the gentlemen, seniors that is, and to see how Christian has played.
Well, how Chris played.
Christiansen.
Yes. This one is going to finish soon. So we might as well just go to this one. And I think we're going to see a shake of hands. This is completely draw. Opposite color bishops. You have maybe a target on d3. Maybe you will be able to get that. What I can do as black is also just put a bishop on a6, which protects both pawns if I really have to. And after that, put the pawn on g6, everything on the light squares. You're not going to be able to create anything.
Right.
In this one, I think they're speeding through the process. They both know this one is going to end into a draw, which opens up for Goldin, right? Goldin, if he wins this
Gregory,
one,
Kaidanov.
maybe he can catch up with Akopian. And he knows that. He's looking at that game. He knows that that one is going to finish in a draw. He has this position. What do we think of this one? The only big thing that pops into my eyes is these two pawns, which are a bit overextended, right? Sure, they could be an asset if you take more space, if you create some weaknesses, but they could also be a liability because they're overextended. So right now, maybe I can start with a4. I don't know if I want to allow you to go.
Gregory to move, right?
It's white to move. It's Goldin.
So, no,
oh, never mind. Yeah. h3 was the last move indeed. Yes.
Yeah.
So f3, h3. Okay, taking away the sting from this bishop to g4 idea.
But you were about to say white would like to play a4.
Maybe a4, yes, to just stop it right there in his tracks, and then rook to e1. But let's say you go a4 as black, right?
Okay, give him the benefit. Yep.
Let's go rook to e1. How is this one? Who gets to the pawns first?
Take knight d4.
A3 is hanging, yeah.
It is hanging at the end. So let's say if we go straight into that line, right?
Yeah.
You take.
No, I think we can't trade these pawns.
Right,
you should play bishop f5.
You're losing this one.
Yeah. No,
You're losing this one. In fact, are you running out of squares for that rook? So, for example, if you go f3, rook f4, you're running out of squares. You cannot take because you get checkmated. So you have to go rook to e8. But now I go. Wait, what do I do?
Bishop f7.
I can just simply take the pawn. You're not running out of squares, but I just simply take the pawn.
Yeah, so black has to play bishop f5, right?
Don't have a way to defend. I don't think you want to weaken the 7th rank like this.
No.
I'm going to go rook e7, rook d5. Your pawns are weak. On the other hand, everything is safe for me. Yeah. The king is safe. The bishop is nicely protected by the pawn on b3. They protect each other. So, great position for white. Some chances.
Some chances
Golden. Right now. Absolutely. These two pawns are going to be the critical asset of this position.
Yes, so let's go back to juniors because there's some updates in the game between Nico Chasin and Evan Park. I don't think we've checked that game yet.
Kirk is still enjoying. Pardon me, Nico.
Because look at his
white
pawns.
against Evan. Wow.
I think he's close to winning now.
Well, as a ooh,
nice.
Look at this. As
Very
a Catalan player, you just
2 exclamation points.
You just love this diagonal. And
he didn't even think about it for too long. The piece sacrifice he just did.
Oh well, I mean, that pawn on b7 is just a step away from coronation.
It's stronger than any piece. It's probably equivalent to a rook.
You know, I see the double exclam now on that monitor. You know, for me, what was confounding, I was just learning chess. And I was so proud of myself. I got the material table right. Queen versus 9 equals 9, and I got a rook
equals 5.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And 2 pawns equals 2, except when the 2 pawns are 2 squares away from promotion, they equal to a rook.
Yeah.
And I went, wait a minute. who made this material?
Chess would be easy if it wasn't for those exceptions.
Yeah.
If the pawns are on the 6th rank.
And you can be a bishop and a pawn ahead, but it's a stone cold draw when it's the wrong color. Who made up these material tables? But I agree with you. That piece sacrifice by Nico is charming. Knight takes d4. There's a pawn on b7, and it lives. This knight is about to go to c6, preventing the capture of this pawn. And I think Evan is busted.
Absolutely.
It's just that simple. Nico looks like he's winning cleanly in this one. Andy Woodward and Brewington, guess what? f7, f6. And Andy took a completely different approach. No a4s. No e4s, no challenging in the center.
So it's still white who's equalizing, right?
Yes, exactly. But he has it in his mind that he's going to put as much pressure on d5 as possible, including by playing queen f3 and knight e3.
But you know, at some point, if you go queen f3 now...
Okay, I'll do it. I'll fall for it.
I think I'll go f5.
And I'll do it.
E4.
I'll do it.
You happy with your queen's position?
No. I might be losing. I might be trapped, in fact. But what could I do? I mean, the stage... I'm playing the cards that are dealt.
Very wise.
So let's say queen e6.
And he's played this. Queen e6, right? Yeah.
Queen e6. So now I'm looking at all kinds of horrifying queen traps for myself.
I do feel like f4 will be coming as soon as you move that queen away.
Good grief. Do I close my eyes and play a move like g4? And
so g5 was a threat, right?
Yes. So
Can I still play?
Yeah, g5.
Can I still play g5?
If he goes and then queen c7 maybe.
Well, rook d7.
You lose a piece, yeah.
What?
Here I can go f4 too, right? You have knight f5.
No, rook d7 is good. Rook d7 I like.
Yeah,
this is all the queen all the way.
This is all gone
like
wrong.
Bishop d6.
This has all gone wrong for Andy. F5, yes, F5.
Do you think Andy wishes he's taken the
potential? Oh yeah. He has. He's remorseful. My queen f4 was absurdly provocative.
Queen h5, g6.
Yeah, historians will call me
brave,
courageous.
Courageous. Okay. Maybe just bishop f6.
Yeah. Okay. I'll seize the defense.
Should I go b4? Also play on the queen side.
Okay. Just the timing actually is just lucky me that I do have time to play rook d1.
So let's take on c3.
I feel like I'm saving my Batus. I was worried.
It's so close though.
Exactly. I was definitely worried that
you might be surviving here, yeah. Right.
Maybe. But you're right. I'm definitely liking Brewington's position. But from Andy's point of view,
yesterday,
no,
right,
no
advantage for Andy whatsoever.
Exactly.
Brewington said here yesterday during the interview, he's like, I have 2 blacks in the next 2 rounds against Andy and Mishra. Let them come at me, and I'll just sit and wait for my opportunity.
It kind of feels like that was exactly what's happened for Brewington in this game.
Imagine Brewington taking down Andy and then Mishra tomorrow with black pieces.
He will have earned it. I mean, if he does that and he's in first, well, you tip your hat and say, yeah, you belong in the U.S. Championship overall, because that's when that's an event that will build character.
Oh yeah.
This is a pre-result game right now.
Exactly.
Obviously, like black. Well, I'm not so sure because that pawn on d5 is a weakness also, right? You're going to overextend in your search for activity on the king side.
after f5.
That's going to open up the possibility for some ideas for me as well.
But I like these ideas of e4.
So let's say go
and
knight
f4.
e3.
This was where I was getting myself in a little bit of trouble.
But I'm not sure. I think you got a little bit.
I went queen f4, which was...
Queen h5 was an improvement, but...
Thank you.
After g6, queen h6, you know, I'm not going to waste my move on bishop f6. I'm going to go b4 right away. So you don't have time to do double the rooks.
Exactly. I don't like that queen there on h6.
Yeah.
I feel I should keep it on f4. f4 is probably the better.
And then but I was afraid... What you guys did to me when I put my queen on f4 was a little bit nasty.
I feel you gave up too easily. Yes, sir.
I gave up too easily. Those that never admit defeat are seldom ever defeated.
Okay, so did you prove me how you're winning after g4, g5,
no,
c7 was?
But this looked just gross.
Even bishop d6 here looks good.
Absolutely. This just looked gross.
d6, queen b7?
Queen b7.
Queen h6, I don't know.
Take a pawn? Your queen h6?
I didn't want to allow queen trade. Queen h6.
He's not trading queens. He's not playing queen takes d5.
Right.
By the way, f5 is on the board.
Yeah,
Brewington says...
We might be seeing these ideas play out.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, you're giving me the chance to seize space in the center and to create threats as well. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm loving Black's position.
For Andy, by the way, I think he's cruised. His current score speaks of, you know, undefeated and just good positions. I'm not saying this is the worst positions he's had in the tournament.
No.
Mishra actually did have a considerable advantage.
And even Nico had a better.
Yeah, but it's rare to see Andy on the back foot in this tournament. And the move f5 has put the challenge.
They just both smiled at each other.
What was that?
It must have been something in the playing hole that they both found enjoyable.
Okay.
Well, they're also friends. They just looked at each other and smiled.
Yeah. Somebody in the tournament hall, you know, spilled their drink and it's like, oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to keep an eye on this one. I wanted to go to the game of Mishra because Grayson and Mishra are kind of following our analysis, but Grayson has been playing a darn good game so far.
Grayson hasn't won a single game yet. He has 4 draws and he's at -2.
But he has been playing really well this game.
He can play a role of spoiler for Mishra.
Absolutely. So the last, the question that we have to ask, Grayson, yes, Grayson has done everything to set up for rook b1 so that he could play the very powerful bishop takes c4 threat.
To go knight a5, only move.
Which is kind of stepping in the wrong direction, right? I mean, you wanted to go knight e5. The problem with knight e5 is rather obviously the direct c4. So knight e5, pardon me,
a5.
Knight a5, rook b2, and then what are we doing?
You're still threatening c4, right?
You can't drop back with the rook.
I think I have to play c4 myself.
Oh dear.
What else can I do?
Yeah, there's not much else.
Okay.
It looks ugly, but
it truly does. At least in this
else.
case, you are giving yourself a square.
We can play rook b4 here to not let me play knight b3.
You know, you're doing a really good job at beating yourself up. This is great.
Both sides,
Thank you. That's a really good move. Thank you. I would have played it if I had seen it. Honestly, I would have. Really.
It's not great.
It's not. This is
position is not great.
Suffering.
For Abhimanyu.
Absolutely. So the current position we're expecting after King f7, Grayson to play very straightforward rook a1 b1.
It's all forcing moves.
Yeah.
Next 3 moves that we calculated.
Knight a5, and this is probably, you know, if you think about this setup, this exact moment, you know, where would you like your pieces as black? And this is not where you want them to be. You want your knight in centralized on e5 or d3. Your rooks on the b file are actually more of a tactical target than they are active. And white?
No, Mishra got all his pieces stuck
on bad
b
squares.
Yeah.
Simply on bad squares. Let's just check in on our seniors. We thought that the game between Larry Christiansen and Vladimir Akopian was on the verge of being agreed drawn, and we weren't wrong. Did they already make a repetition? Not yet.
No, I think Larry will improve his position to the max, and then
make a draw.
Then make a draw.
Because the problem is, once your king gets to e5, this is the zenith of what you can achieve, and black is simply waiting. Yes, I agree, you can play g4 and create a pass pawn, but so what? The king is perfectly blockade.
Yeah, no improvements.
And we expect a draw in this one. While we're in the seniors, let me check in on the game between Alexander Fishbein, Alexander Shabalov. Okay. Too many Alexes, as you said. A Sicilian. This looks awfully familiar. Wasn't there the Mishra game versus Andy Woodward? And we were looking at the knight takes d3, c takes d3.
Right, rook c1, but king was on b1.
King was on
castle,
b1.
Yeah.
This case,
this is a Sicilian middle game. Still playing for 3 results.
I just love this. I just love this moment.
Should we go to this Larry Christiansen game?
We were
go
just
back.
there.
Yeah, but I feel like we're probably going to see a
handshake
soon.
Oh yeah,
unless somebody actually wants something out of this position.
There's nothing.
Yeah, that's what we're discussing. I think Larry's going to improve.
Let's just see the
position
repetition.
for a bit.
King to d4, king e5, king g6. That's it.
I don't think we're going to see any repetition.
Is that?
But you cannot do anything.
Florida
I know that, but they'll play.
It's over. There's nothing to play for. Just put the king on g6.
Yeah.
King e6.
And bishop b5, bishop a6, for as long as it's required.
But do you see how players are thinking?
Yeah. Remarkable.
They're faking it. They truly are faking it. Come on, play bishop a6.
Hollywood Actors Guild. Do they have membership in the Actors Guild? No, this is dead. Sorry, I wanted to go because I thought it was actually kind of a funny moment. If I gave you this position as black,
is the Shabalov game.
Alexander Fishbein, Alexander Shabalov. If I gave you this position as black and said after h2, h3, give me your ideas. Are you aspiring for d5? Are you aspiring for e5? Would you like to play h5, h4, rook h5?
I'm worried about h5, then f5, and...
You're worried that if you play h5, that white will counter. So you're thinking about strikes in the center. You're thinking about strikes on the king side, and you might even, who knows, be really warped and be thinking about h6. Would you play a rook
Where
up
did
and
that
over?
move come from?
Where, like,
See,
from
Alex
the
is
mind?
a very creative player.
I know.
I don't know what he wants with rook a6.
Exactly. I mean, a rover to attack the king.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Rook a6. What on earth is the rook doing on a6? That's hilarious.
Should we take a short break?
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this game. As we go to break, Yasser sat down with the juniors and asked them what is special about this tournament compared to other events. Take a look and we'll be right back.
So what is?
When you think about the U.S. Junior Championship, what sets this tournament apart from other competitions that you play?
It's really fun getting to test my skills against people my age from around the country. I have played some international tournaments where I got to play some older and younger people from around the world, and I feel like they play a bit differently. This competition's always very competitive, and it's always a great tournament to just, I guess, see if I've improved or not.
Well, for starters, it's a round robin, so that's already something.
Yeah.
I've definitely played my share of round robins, but most of them have been for the idea of playing like a GM norm round robin to get my norms. But here, actually, I'm below like the average rating, so that's a nice.
You're an underdog.
I'm an underdog, yeah.
Right.
Normally, even in the round robins, I'm like, average or slightly above average.
Right.
But here
For the field.
Yeah, but here I'm like, I think seed 6 out of 10, so I'm a slight underdog.
Okay.
So that's definitely a nice, refreshing thing to be not playing down all the time and getting to play, really strong opposition.
The one thing that sets it apart is that the stakes are much higher. It's not more about, let's say, an individual tournament. It's about the opportunity to play the U.S. Championship, which is one of the strongest events I've actually ever played. Where you have Fabi, you have Wesley, you have Levon, you have like all these amazing players.
I think it's the fact that there's such a great prize fund as well as a spot in the U.S. Championship, which attracts all the top juniors in the world, in the U.S.
Right.
I mean, everyone wants to be here, so it's just an honor to be here, and everyone is stoked to be here that's playing.
Well, so I think this is definitely probably like the strongest national invitational type thing I've ever been invited to.
Right.
Never thought I'd make it here, like I've never been high enough. And winning Denker was pretty surprising because I hadn't played chess that often since then.
Right.
And then if anything, I probably would have had to win it the year before, it would have been a better chance. But really happy to be here and trying to make the most of it.
Well, I've played all over the world, but what separates the U.S. Junior Championship from so many other tournaments are the conditions. The conditions are excellent in the U.S. Junior Championship. They have water and food for all of the players.
Right.
And they have excellent high-end anti-cheating measures that ensures the fairest play possible in the tournament.
Right.
And also the prize money is excellent, better than any other tournament in the world.
Well, this is my first time here, so I'm excited to see what does make it different. I know it's one of the most prestigious tournaments here in the U.S. and it has some of the best players here. I'm just hoping I can hold my own.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. So have you played round robins before?
No, I've never played in a round robin. Normally they're all of these like
open.
I've only played in open, like these round robins, these closed tournaments. They charge like $850 entry fees. So I don't want to pay to play in them.
Not only that, you're going to get paid to play here. Much better.
Oh yeah, that is a lot better for a college student like me.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Well, for one thing, the consistent strength of the field is not something I usually encounter anywhere else. Since I have played some round robins, but it's a more of a varying level, and of course, Swiss's it's a total.
You can play a very low-rated player, and then in the last round play just one grandmaster, for example.
Yeah.
But here, it's very, every game is tough.
Yeah, I mean, also from my experience so far, it seems like the level of organization is definitely a lot higher. It's just, it seems like you have things taken care of.
I think the tournaments usually like more intense and also often it's stronger players because most of the tournaments I play is having like a good amount of lower rated players I play, so there's stronger players, but then it's also, I feel like, there's probably more pressure for the other players as well, and I feel like it's also, I get very lucky in the tournament pretty often, so I'm also seeing more blunders from higher rated players more often in this tournament, so that's basically been my experience so far in US Junior. I hope
it's a high pressure event.
Hope to do better, yeah.
I think there's definitely a degree of prestige and honor to be participating in this type of event. I mean, just for starters, like there's an interview before the tournament, right? That doesn't normally happen in a lot of open tournaments. And I mean, the field is so strong this year, and it's just such an opportunity to be playing some of the strongest players that are juniors, some of the strongest juniors throughout the country. And I mean, I've played many of them before, so like it's a great opportunity to be playing them again.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for two thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
The St. Louis Chess Club's WGM All-Girls Summer Camp is August 4th through 8th at Live for Life Academy. Taught by women grandmasters Sabina Foyser and Katerina Nemkova, this camp is the perfect opportunity for girls wanting to learn more about strategy, tactics, and in-game techniques to explore the game in a friendly and welcoming environment. To learn more about this fun and educational experience, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 7, and we do have one result. Let's take a look at the handshake between Larry Christiansen and Vladimir Akopian.
In the battle for first place, Larry with the white pieces needed a win to take down our tournament leader, Vladimir Akopian. Nope, didn't happen, and a draw has just been agreed. So for Vladimir, okay, black pieces.
Not a bad result
Stops
at all.
arrival. Very decent result for Vladimir as he tries to become the first back-to-back champion in the seniors bracket.
Yes, he's trying indeed. Should we check how Andy and Brewington are doing in our arcane matchup? They followed our line.
Okay, I'm still on the game between Grayson and Mishra, but Andy versus Brew. Okay.
Played knight c2, which is an improvement from what were we playing?
It has to be, yeah, it has to be, because essentially the queen is in some severe dangers of being trapped. Bishop to d6 as well as g5. So Andy said, you know what? Give my queen an avenue of escape, and maybe, by the way, the knight will go to d4, where
but is he not worried about black playing f4? So let's go bishop d6.
I would be terrified.
I think he wants to go knight d4.
Queen?
You don't think he wants to start with knight d4?
Well, the thing about that tempo is not going away, right?
Yeah.
The tempo here.
Okay, bishop c5.
Right. Well, Weren't you telling me you were going to play
I
F4?
will play F4. Don't worry, it's coming.
It's coming. Okay.
I didn't want to lose the pawn on D5. So.
With good reasons.
94. Okay, where do I put my queen?
That's right. If you go to
I don't have E5. Knight C6, right?
Correct.
So queen F6.
Queen F. But now you've taken the sting.
The sting of from
F
what?
F4. I can trade queen. So now I have the time to poke a little bit over here on the queen side. So my point is, I'm not going to take on B5, go crazy. No.
And if I went crazy and played G5 before F4?
That's too much, I think.
Wow. Okay. What? Oh, you mean A4, G4? A4, G5,
Sure.
AB.
Take.
Careful. Careful.
Take on B5?
Take on B5, yeah, because F4 would have run into rook A6.
That's too much.
The nice
if you take
thing
on
is,
B5 after F4, I'm pretty happy.
Yes.
Or it might even start with E3, not sure.
yeah, the nice thing is that we can do this in studio.
Yeah, of course. We'll just take it back.
We take it back.
No consequences.
But I would be looking at F4 very, very seriously and saying, I don't want to face the ramifications of that. I'm not saying I'm happy as white. I'm kind of unhappy, actually.
No en passant?
En passant, take, munch.
F4?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the position closed. I'm not saying I'm happy. I still like what you've done, actually, even it looks a little reckless, but it's actually been okay.
G5.
G5. Queen C7
Brewington
instantly.
lashes out.
Look at this.
An
We've got
immediate
a
response by
We've
Andy.
got a fight.
Okay, in this position, what about immediate F4? No, knight D4, queen F6. This looks even better than what I was trying to do.
Why? Knight D4, queen F6?
Yeah.
Let's see. G4.
Because white queen feels out of play.
True that. But a moment ago, we had some position where...
G4, okay.
That's the dream, yeah. To
Yeah.
get that knight on F5.
Well, it will kind of...
It's not that easy to
defend a lot of weaknesses in
You have to be
white's camp.
careful with bishop D6 and F3, right?
Okay, bishop to D6. Let me remind you.
Let's play F3.
Whoa. Wow. Reckless.
Nazi is not backing down.
Not one bit. Okay, let's grab pawns and close our eyes. Check.
Yasser is going to take all the pawns.
Check.
All right.
He's not backing down.
F4. Look,
He's
who's not backing down? Brewington's not backing down.
Brew is not.
He's gone all in. G5, F4. Let's go.
King H8 in this position.
Good decision.
Well, I think an easy improvement perhaps would have been after knight D4 to just go queen F7. But okay, let's continue with that line.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Let me just refresh because we do have the move F4. We were looking at
Knight D4.
Knight to D4.
And queen F6 is what we looked at. Christian suggests queen F7.
Just to defend that pawn on
But
D5.
then we can play bishop D6. That's the problem.
Yes.
With G4.
Exactly. And
it's still
that
coming,
knight
yeah.
will be knight will be a dream.
Yeah, I think if we're committed to G5 and F4, we just have to go all out.
All out. Wow.
All in.
Well, knight D4 is on the board, so they are following this whole variation.
Okay, so key moment. Queen F7.
Queen F6.
I don't like. I prefer your queen F6, which again I find reckless and daring and courageous.
By the way, after G4,
Yes.
F3 is -2. I just checked with the engine.
F3.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to keep the king side closed. Are we saying that it's not a great threat? Sure looks like a great threat to me.
Brewington has 16 minutes left for the next 14 moves.
Is king h1 ridiculous?
King h1 is very playable. It's actually the best move.
No kidding. It's sort of like do your worst, go for it on the king side and just do your worst. In king h1, okay, why do I find myself attracted to the move king h1? Because I see queen f2 coming with a splat. If it didn't come with a check, I take your bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So by sidestepping the impacts of queen f2.
Yeah, I think black should still play bishop d6 here.
Okay, and again, I'm pawn hunting.
Maybe something like queen e5 with the idea of rook f6, rook h6.
Knight c6.
Queen e5.
That I blundered. But maybe I'm okay with it. Maybe it was a sacrifice, not a blunder.
Let's see, knight c6.
I don't know.
Queen f5. There's f3, queen h3. But
you're close. You're close.
But
close,
d5 is check.
Yes.
It was not.
It was not planned.
To just give up in exchange. Yeah.
As.
It's awkward. My queen doesn't have a good square. Without.
And that's why I said
something.
it's a three-result game, because black can overextend as well. Like, I understand you have dynamic as black. You ready to checkmate me, but you overextend. You leave a lot of pawns behind.
A lot of weak squares.
A lot of weak squares as well. And that knight on d4, it's a beautiful knight.
Did Andy play king h1?
No.
He hasn't played queen f6.
Oh, okay.
Brewington is still thinking right now. He's
we have
his
this
options.
Sorry, Christian, you were saying queen f7.
I was thinking about queen f7, but that g4 really scared me. You see, you scared me. You managed to do...
That's a first.
It is kind of a first. You managed to
mean...
Let's see. Okay, big moment right now. We expect queen to f6 from Brewington.
He's hesitating.
So the difference between queen f7, g4, f3 is that the knight comes to f5 with this nasty gain of tempo compared to having the queen on f6.
Right.
Okay, so just trying to understand the differences there of why g4 is good in one position but bad in another. Queen f7, g4 is good, so we can play knight f5. Queen f6, g4 is bad because we don't have the tempo to play knight. And why?
Brewington is really hesitating. He's been thinking on this move for the last 3-4 minutes.
Are the clock times a factor in this?
A little bit.
Certainly are, yes.
Andy has 28 minutes, plenty of time, but Brewington 13 minutes for next 14 moves.
We could be seeing the U.S. Junior Championship in the balance in this one because it's a fight for first place. Andy is sharing it with Kirk coming into the round, but with a victory, I mean, Andy would get rid of a close rival and catapult himself above Mishra.
Meanwhile, if Brewington wins this,
yes,
standings for everybody.
It's a brave new world.
And here is Brewington's road ahead. So today he has Andy. Tomorrow he's playing Mishra,
Ooh, big
also with the
matchup.
black pieces.
Absolutely.
In the last round, he has white against Evan Park.
Well, if he can, and by the way, when we left it, Nico was winning his game against Evan Park. That is still the case. Knight d4, big moment here for Brewington, and he's you've played f5,
f4,
g5, f4, e4. Now you hesitate?
Is he calculating something like queen h3? But that's just losing.
That's a bishop. No. Queen h3, queen e7. There's no f3.
There's a queen g5 with a check. So
G5.
Hopefully that's not what he's calculating.
No.
Maybe he's considering queen d6, because even in the end game he can maintain the attack.
Can he? I would have thought that he would be significantly worse
I'll
in
take
this
with
case.
the rook.
You'll take with the rook. Fair.
Yeah, the a4 is a 9.
But I'm just seriously. I'm looking at this beautiful minor piece. In fact, I think it's so good. I would.
You would sack it, right?
Yes, I would be inclined to give up the exchange for it. But that's one thing, and then the other.
Queen f6 on the board.
Yeah, almost a cheer. And another thing is this ending a2, a4 may be a tickle. We don't have this. We have queen f6. And this is where g4 question mark.
But this is where the moment Woodward needs to stop and
H1.
think. He needs to stop and think right now.
Well,
because if he forces matters with g4, f3 comes like a thunder in the position.
Another reason why I would find myself attracted to king h1. Let me just play a bad move. And it's not even.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to play e3.
Yeah, and there is a kind of reason why king h1 I find attractive, because I would be the first to grab the g5. Sorry.
So in that case, why wouldn't you take on f4 first and then go king h1?
Good question. I think the answer is I was afraid of bishop d6 and queen
Bishop
takes
d6 first.
and
Yeah,
queen
that's-
takes f4.
That should be just losing. So when you start with king h1,
Right.
what if I play e3?
King h1. What if I play e3? My queen is still on this diagonal.
Bishop
so
d6 is coming.
I get it. And we do have,
Nico
and Evan
has won his game against Evan.
And Evan is devastated by this loss. Huge victory for Nico, who really needed this one to stay
True that.
in the fight for the podium.
Exactly, true that. I'm finding the move e3 really rather challenging.
Because you don't want to move the f2 pawn.
I don't.
It weakens the g3.
But the problem is if I take on I
Maybe
don't like
play
this pawn on
oh.
f2 either.
It's very scary.
No.
Maybe you play rook f1.
Rook f1. Okay, that was one of the, you know what, one of the lines I was considering was something like this, right? Just let me say, which is completely absurd and ridiculous. But imagining that I get to play h3 and king g2, you know, I'm hiding behind the pawns.
My
I don't
bishop
get,
becomes bad. And you
yeah, I don't get the fortress. But a big moment here for Brewing. If I'm going to play rook f1, should I play rook f1?
But I'm not coming into e3. Thing is, then I can switch over to f3 ideas and queen h3. So
how challenging are those for Andy?
for white.
Yes, for white. Rook f1. So the idea is, please do me a solid favor and let me trade
Definitely
rooks.
not doing that.
No, you're not doing that. But you're saying yes.
I also thought of a new idea. So the way I wanted to get the rook on h6, but
Yes.
couldn't manage. After rook f1, I'll play rook d6 first.
Okay.
And then I'll move my queen and go rook h6.
So you.
I don't care about the queen side.
I understand. I'm just trying to get rook a7. So you want to go queen h6, queen h3, rook h6. I'll go a4. How are you dealing with the queen side? You're not.
I'm not dealing with the queen side, but although let's play b4. Why not? It's a nice move.
It's a yeah. For those of you joining us late, we are immersed. Riveted, actually, by this game between Andy Woodward and Brewington Hardaway. A fight for the first place. Andy is sharing first with Kirk, and Brewington is a half a point behind. And it's one of those thrilling encounters where Brewington's kind of throwing all in. His chips against Andy's king, and Andy is trying to withstand the assault. Clock times is a factor in this
Brew
one?
has less on the clock, 12 minutes to go with next 14 moves. So still, this is a 3-result game.
And Andy has to find some really savvy defensive moves. The top move that we've come up with is King H1, which is one of those, you know, what did Nimzovich call these moves? The
I don't know.
well, in anticipation, you go like H3.
Filler moves?
No. I forgot. It'll come to me.
Prophylactic moves.
Prophylactic.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Prophylactic with King H1 and Rook F1. And Brewington, he's looking at an opportunity of playing Bishop D6 captures, goes Queen F2 check, and a great gnashing of the teeth.
Oh, yeah.
But we have a special guest in studio.
We do. We have Nico Chasin, who just defeated Evan Park. Welcome back to the studio, and congrats on your win.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've been here.
I was about to say, you've been a stranger.
Yeah,
It's taken you so long, Nico.
Well, you know, I mean, I was trying to be ambitious. You know, when I played Abhi, you might have remembered that game where I just declined to draw.
Yes.
And I did the same thing against Andy. I mean, I obviously saw I could have done a repetition as well, and I almost lost because of that. And then Brewington, I guess we won't talk about that.
Right.
But finally, we got a decent game in, so that was nice.
Tell us about the game, and tell us when you think because it's a kind of a reverse Benoni. It is a reverse Benoni.
Yeah.
And you're white, so you've got an extra tempo.
Yeah, so I've played Evan already twice this year, both with the white pieces. And really, it was kind of funny. Before the tournament, he goes to me, please don't play c4, because I played c4 both times against him. But he's beaten me both times, so I don't know why he didn't want me to play it.
Right.
But I jokingly at the beginning of the game like pretended to go, and then I was like, so that was kind of funny. He's really, really strong, but I was happy to finally get some revenge. I mean, I kind of had looked at it. I mostly looked at bishop d6 instead of h6, which I guess is the main move. But h6 is also a move.
Right here, bishop to d6.
Yeah, after d3.
Yeah. Sorry. D3.
Yeah, and I looked at a line where I was going to go knight a3 anyways. I was going to take on d4 first. Oh, I guess it doesn't. It transposes maybe, but yeah, take on d4, cd4, knight a3, yeah, castle, knight c2, e5, and b4.
Okay.
Was what I had looked at.
Sure.
And I mean, it's slightly better if they take on b4. You're supposed to go rook e8 and ignore it. So I thought maybe he wouldn't know this and I would get a game.
Right.
But instead he went h6, which is also a very good move. And I was like, let me just copy what I was going to do anyways. But I knew b3 was the right move. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I don't remember why, but I guess it's so I can go bishop a3 here, and after takes, now a5, you can't go back to a6, and so I have the b5 square in some positions.
Any trades of the knight, any trades brings your knight to b5, just as you were saying.
But here, I didn't really want to let his knight get to c5 for free, so I thought bishop b2 might be better.
You're provoking e5.
Yeah, and the point was that whenever they move the queen, I have knight d4 ideas.
Sorry?
I guess no, after e5, a3. In some positions after queen b6, instead I have maybe b4, and then I can take on d4 in some position. I thought that was my idea.
So you've got some pins.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
So I was considering this.
So he went back with the bishop.
Yeah.
And we'll speed up just a little bit because we've got some really interesting games going on as well.
Yeah.
Tell me when you think things are really going in your favor.
Well, I saw this knight d4 idea from afar. Once I went c6, I thought I was winning.
Oh, even. So he had erred to allow you c6.
I thought that was weird. I think he missed c6.
Because now you're ready to munch on e5, and follow a munch on, it's collapsing.
And after queen c7, I have a very funny move.
Please.
b6, which is, I don't know, it's just kind of funny. I'm just giving away all my pawns, but there's discoveries everywhere. I thought this was kind of funny. And queen d6, I have bishop a3. And then you can't defend e5. So this was kind of funny.
And again, the black center is collapsing.
Yes.
What happened in the game just seemed like a kind of a model. Everything beautiful for you and everything bad for him.
Exactly. I mean, I spent a lot of time because I was like, I cannot, bear to mess up, something here. I would be very distraught. So I was like, I'm gonna spend, all my time just making sure every less, variation.
Those are two of the most powerful pass pawns I've seen.
Down a rook, but the pawns, kind of.
Pawns Nico, congratulations. Very, very nice. What do you think about the tournament playing in the junior championship? Tell us about the tension and the stresses.
Yeah, I mean, so before, I didn't really think I was going to, get a play. It turns out a lot of people were inactive. And then another person who I really wanted to play named Robert, he had work once he got the invite. So it was, I wasn't expecting it, but then once I got the invite, of course I was very excited.
Right.
It's been up and down this event. I started off pretty strong.
Right.
But then I just was getting too ambitious, and the rest day I think kind of messed me up. I got out of my rhythm of I didn't really know what to do that day. I was like, am I supposed to sleep in? What am I supposed to do?
Right.
It's kind of reminds me of the Dubov Rapid versus Blitz clip. It's what do you do? What's the right medium?
Right.
And I guess I didn't do that as well as I could have, but now I'm starting to get my ground back, so that's nice.
Thank you, Nico, very much for joining us.
Good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And we're going to go back to the game of Andy because we are more than anxious to see what has transpired.
Rook f1 immediately.
He did.
Without king h1.
Intriguing. That shows some, I want to say, clarity of thought, calm. You're facing an assault. You can see f3, queen h3, your mates, and you're going, no, I'll just chill. I'll play rook f1. Christian, jump in on this one.
This one is a big moment because right now you have two very distinct ways of continuing.
For Brewington.
For Brewington, yes.
Okay.
One of them is the simple bishop to d6. Why I call it simple? Because it sort of leads to the end game. Bishop d6, and now without the rook on d1, you don't have that pressure on d5. That was really unpleasant. Has he played bishop to d6?
Yes,
he did.
Just did.
He did play bishop to d6.
And what was the second?
The other move was much more difficult to find. Rook to d6. But the idea behind it is, let's say you go g4.
Right.
Now I go bishop d8. This is the idea.
Wow.
Bishop to d8.
Queen b7.
Knight f5. You're very happy. Rook f7. The queen gets trapped.
Wow.
Very tough. Very, very tough to see. Very tough to see. This whole bishop
Wow.
d8, bishop to b6 is not easy stuff. So bishop to d6 makes a lot of sense from a practical perspective, because now at least you know
Queen
you're going
c6
into this
instantly.
endgame. Yes, we're going into this endgame. Queen to c6 is on the board. I'm expecting bishop to e5 very quickly by Brewington. Yes, and he plays it.
Right. And the difference, as you were about to point out, is that because white pulled his rook from d1 to f1, you're
It's
now
a much
threatening-
better endgame.
Yeah,
Yes.
and you're now threatening to take on e5 and seize the c file with
now
advantage.
You can go king f7. Also, I have a feeling that if you try to go g4, some h5 might be coming in the position.
And the
h5 followed by g4, maybe rook to h8. I'm doubling up. And I'm very close with my king to defend whenever necessary.
Exactly.
The pawn on d5. So it's a much better version.
Wow.
For black, for Brewington. Much easier to play at least.
Exactly.
Still somewhat close to equality after queen takes f6, rook takes f6. Maybe you can even start with a4 or rook fd1 first and then a4. You want to simplify the position on that side as much as possible and find some way to create a weakness, right? Because black knows exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Push the pawns, get more space, right?
Exactly.
White needs to play on the other side, on the queen side, and try to create some weaknesses there.
We do have the queen of trade, the
and
queen
took on
trade as
f6.
you
Yes, rook takes
as
f6.
expected.
And Brewington gets to play a few moves fast, which is also important because, again, he's down to his last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Very important, 11 moves to go into the time control, and the position has simplified.
Only because you mentioned it just now. I was playing rook d1 automatically, but there is a4, right? You could play b4.
Yes, there is, but b4 is quite unpleasant.
Yes, agreed.
b4 is quite unpleasant, it
That,
seems
yeah,
like.
that's the issue.
Even imagine, let's say you don't play. Okay, I'm going to make some funny moves. Imagine this endgame.
Yeah.
It's sort of unpleasant after
Oh,
I
for
take
sure.
over the
Oh,
c
no,
file,
no.
right?
I'd be loath to play this as
This is not easy. Look at the
No,
bar.
no.
Equal pawns, but I'm the one invading first.
Oh, for sure.
With rook to c2, it's unpleasant.
No, I wouldn't want this at all for Brewington.
Yes, sir. Last time we
Thank
looked
you,
at it,
Christian.
Mishra was down in exchange. Now he's up in exchange.
Oh. No, he was never down. He was just a bad position. He didn't.
Okay, well,
but guess what?
Guess what?
We have change.
Now he has a good position.
Yes. Okay, so we are talking about the one between Grayson and Mishra. When we left it, we had just seen this move, rook b1, and we thought that white was definitely for choice.
I think he got
Why
his.
did we put our bishop onto d1?
I don't know.
I thought we were
B3
going,
looks good.
yeah, f3, king f2, and okay,
He
he
got his
won.
rook stuck on before.
Oh, he
forgot about it.
He forgot a5.
Almost for sure, yes.
For sure. So he sacrificed in exchange for 2 pawns. White has 2 pawns, but
It's only black who can. Well, depends how far the c-pawn goes, right?
Should be a draw.
Yes.
Should be a draw.
Should be a draw.
Well,
right?
I think the only way to keep that c4 pawn on board and not lose it is to try to defend it with a king.
Sorry, you want to play king f1 or
Yeah,
did you
I
want
think
to
king
play?
f1. Well, the thing is, if I manage to activate my rook, so let's say you go bishop e2, I go rook b2.
And then rook, king b1. You're going to go bishop to a6. Well,
let's keep going.
Tell me what you want.
Yes,
rook,
sure.
Okay, rook b2, king f1.
Rook c2.
Rook c2, c4.
c4. And now I have a couple of options. One of them being bishop g4, but you probably play f3.
I'm going to play f3.
Yes. The other one is bishop a4, bishop b3. How do you combat
Bishop A4, and I've got bishop to D1. You got rook A2, right?
C4. Rook takes C4.
Rook C4. Okay, so king.
Bishop B3.
And now bishop to D1. So long as I can keep connection with the pawn.
After rook B2?
Okay, well, it's 2 pawns for an exchange. I don't think white takes any risk, right? You just put your bishop on E3 and one day...
But rook B2 check, aren't we losing one of them?
Oh,
I
no.
think you are, yes.
I lose one. Oh, no.
That's the thing. You will probably lose the C4 pawn. But even after you lose that,
if I
don't
lose
think...
the C4 pawn, then...
I think it's still okay.
I was trying to play for an advantage, but I don't think I can. Oh, boy. Apologies. And for those of you who are joining us late, the top seed, Mishra, needs a win against Grayson. But Grayson has been playing an incredible game up to a certain moment where he had outplayed Mishra and got himself in a position where he had an advantage. Now we think Mishra is going to draw this game because of the material imbalance, 2 pawns versus an exchange, 2 pawns and a bishop versus a rook. By the way, I was playing for C4. Now I realize I don't have to play for that at all. I can just park my bishop here. I could play like F3 and bishop to...
You're not worried about bishop H3 and the second rank?
I can prepare it. The idea is, you know, I've got this beautiful fortress in the middle of the board with...
You never have to worry about C3 pawn as long as you have the bishop.
Yeah, the bishop is anchored on the D4 square.
Might be easier.
Yeah. And
in the girls section,
yes,
Lori Q, I think, is close to winning her first game.
Oh, congratulations. Well, that's early. Apologies, that commentator's curse. Lori has had a bad event.
Extra queen almost, so I think you can...
What?
You won't jinx her.
No, queen versus rook and bishop. Queen
but she also has 2 pawns.
That's too many.
Too many.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you just maneuver here for a while.
Yes.
And then find the breakthrough.
I would probably, in my mind's eye, go make an immediate aggression against the pawn on A6. Queen C5, Queen B6. Look to capture that pawn. That's better than being 2 pawns up.
Being up 3 pawns.
Yeah, that works. And there you go. And we do think that Lori is cruising. What's happening in our fight for first?
In Rachel's game first, if you don't
Rachel?
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's playing Rochelle.
When we left it, Rachel was completely winning. In fact, it looked so darn good. I didn't even know how Rochelle was going to...
She might have just missed something in the current position. So we'll get there.
I'm just, apologies, I'm just getting caught up because it looked, what?
So she decided, she calculated this long tactic, bishop b7, king b7. Check. But here, she should have taken on f4 first and gone queen d7. That's winning endgame.
That's nice. Then
instead, she played this move queen f3.
Okay.
Now if I go, let's say, king b8.
Okay.
When you take on f4.
Which was her intention.
I have rook e1 check.
Which is an issue.
Not your intention.
And
king
I have
e2, c2, doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'll take on f1.
f1.
And then I take on c5. And this is not as winning at all.
No. No, Rochelle. We saw when she had her knight on b3 and her bishop on e3, she just played move like a3 and queen f2, munching on c5, and it looked like Rochelle was just absolutely toast. But you were saying the correct was rook takes. This queen ending is no problemo because we're going to keep our pawn on. Actually, we just take everything with check.
Yeah, if you go king a6, let's show the mate.
This is beautiful. Check.
Or winning the queen.
Check.
Look at these pawns.
I know.
Beautiful.
We say zigzagging our way up the board. Nice. That would a missed win. Oh.
Rochelle might be back in this one right now.
Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, she's still worse, that's for sure. But she's not losing.
She can still do rook e1. No? What?
queen.
After queen f4,
queen
king
a8
1,
check.
You can
What
play
am I missing?
Queen d7.
Knight e6.
Yes.
King d7, rook d1, knight e6.
You covered with the knight.
And this is what you were saying about the rook e1 check. Doesn't matter. My king is going a2, c2. You're taking on f1.
No, it does matter.
If
you go to a2, queen a5, I think it's winning.
Before king was on b8, I was pinned. Now if you go to a2, you get mated.
Oh, sorry.
Well, not mated, but you lose.
You
the
lose the
rook.
rook. Yeah.
Exactly.
So you have to come out to c2. We take on f1. And then I'm not even sure. Do we take on c5 and give up f7?
Yeah.
Or play f5? Yeah, I don't know.
No, but I suddenly black is not in any
back
danger.
in the game.
Yeah, bully.
Not in danger? No, I mean, you're still worse, right?
What? What?
After queen f7, you should still be
Down a pawn.
It
she
is a
didn't
pawn.
do it. She took on f4.
That's
she didn't
bad.
play rook e1.
That is bad. That is bad because the pawns are
Rook
so
endgame
much
is
stronger
worse, of
right now.
course.
They're so much stronger right now.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. So it's, wait a minute. So we're going to have a race. It's 3 versus 1 on the king side. It's 4 versus 1.
Oh, it might still be fine for black. But queen endgame seemed easier to draw.
Okay, but
Are you playing for more?
Look, Rochelle has been swinging for the fences since she got to St. Louis. So yeah, I'm playing for more.
Did you see the eval bar?
No, I didn't. What
On the
happened?
monitor.
It just kind of like bounced around, did it?
White is better here, yeah.
White is better.
Yeah, just king c2 or king c1, b4.
Okay, I think a lot of people would be reaching for the b pawn, but okay. Pass pawns. Push him, baby.
But my king is kind of close. Yeah, b4. But
b4,
it is
g5. Let's go.
not easy.
Where are you?
F2.
F2. Let's go.
I forgot about the third one. I guess king d3.
King d3. Your king is really close to these guys, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I have to slow down. I mean, my enthusiasm to playing king to d4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. King to e6. Still looking to play check.
It's a race. It's
yeah.
A race. Yeah.
To
b5
raise.
and who knows.
Yeah. Lots of luck.
Yeah.
Lots of luck.
Maybe for 3 results.
Crazy, crazy. What a turnaround. And for Rachel, she played a beautiful opening, great attacking position, and she let her slip. Also, Megan, Zoe. For a long while, we've been considering that this position is a drawn position.
I think it still is.
Zoe has the 2 bishops, so she's... But her pawn structure is terrible. She can't. Yeah. She can't legitimately have serious aspirations here. I think this is going to be a draw. Over to you, Christian.
Well, I was just trying to still look at the juniors and what's happening in this one. This is the position with Abhi. Again, it does seem like somehow you're going to be forced to give up that pawn. So let's say I go bishop to g4. Do we have enough is the question. Or maybe I start with rook to c2. Let's start with rook to c2.
d4.
You go bishop d4, right?
Yeah.
Bishop to g4. I'm starting to pretend that I have something alongside this side of the board. Maybe f5 as well.
Bishop to d3.
Bishop d3. Let's say I go rook d2. Yeah, there's nothing.
Fine.
Nothing.
I shouldn't be.
There is nothing. I'm trying to go to this e4 pawn, but I don't think this should be enough. But how do you defend? Okay, let's say you don't have access to
bishop c4. Just the worst move I can make.
And if I go
king
here,
f3.
you just go king f3.
Yeah.
Not enough.
With the bishop on d4, it's such a powerful defender.
He seems to have enough. Let's see this one. Let's keep an eye out. Oh, a lot of changes.
This
is the game between Andy and Brewington. Rook fd1 was played as we enter this endgame. Rook to d2, king f7, a4, take on d4, take on a4, and now just a simple rook to a2. I feel some simplifications are coming our way in this one.
This feels more balanced.
Let's say you go here,
take on d5.
Let's say we take rook a5. Is this enough? This is bad. So I should not exchange a pair of rooks.
Take on d5, take on a4?
And now you take on a4, yes.
And now I want to take on f4 and play rook f5.
It is somewhat close.
Yes.
It is somewhat close. Like, you are very close to getting checkmated.
I agree.
On this side.
I think I just did it in time.
You have
though.
only 2 moves
Take
at
on
this
f4?
point. You have to take on f4, yes.
And rook f5 check.
E3 looked good.
Rook f5, yeah.
E3 looked good.
You have to calculate all of these things from afar. It's not
Close
easy.
to checkmate.
Does seem like I have this check.
That was a
What if I
close-
hide the king on h8?
King G2.
King g2, yeah.
Wow, what
Yeah.
a move.
A lot to calculate still.
Agreed.
These endgames with 4 rooks are very, very complex, right? Because there's so many moving variables and so fast, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the king on h8 doesn't look very safe either, right?
It's easy to wobble, and
This one is going to be interesting. And how are we doing on time? Move 34,
Please.
4 minutes only for Brewington.
Move
That's to calculate.
34, 6 moves to go.
7 for Brewington, 6 for Andy, who
Andy.
has 16 minutes on his clock.
Okay.
So, big moments are about to be
So
seen in this one.
this is most likely to end in a draw. Then
It's
how is
agreed.
Kirk doing in his game
when-
against Justin?
It was the bishops of opposite color. He was enjoying the torture. Did he get much? Remember, he was putting his king on c5, and he managed. So
He's made some progress.
and then he immediately moved his king away. That's kind of funny. So he managed to bring his king to c5, very good, and then put it on a5, which is a bit of a confusion. Okay.
I think that was reaching move 40, so he just
Fair.
wanted to get the time.
He's just doing, well, he's done everything he could. He's still got all of the pluses in the position.
They could repeat now, but I don't think he should, right?
What, this? No. I mean,
How do you make progress?
That's a different question. But he's kept all of the advantages, and again, it's the pawn structure. If the pawn structure, White's pawn structure is terrible, if White had a pawn, the F2 pawn was on G2, I think that this would be dead. But because everything is doubled and splintered, Kirk is going to play for a long while.
Well, he has 7 minutes left
Yep.
after the second time control, so.
Andy and Brewington, they're following. We're expecting rook takes d5, rook takes b2, rook takes a4, and rook takes e2 has
Crazy
been
variations there.
has
Crazy
been
variations.
A lot of
our
simplifications,
line.
yeah. Should we stay here? Because Brewington only has 4 minutes.
I just want to check in on Grayson for just a moment, because that looks like it's going to be a fortress. He has just played. Grayson has just played the good move, bishop to d4. G5.
Okay.
Whoa,
Mishra
whoa,
wants
whoa,
to
whoa,
win.
whoa, whoa,
Money
whoa,
really
whoa,
wants to win
whoa.
this one, yes.
Because Mishra is inviting takes,
And
e5.
Yes.
I mean, trust me, everybody who loves the 2 bishops appreciates 2 bishops and 2 connected pawns, right?
Definitely, but
Yeah,
my rook is so active, I don't believe White
that
can.
you don't think Mishra is taking
Any
excessive
risks?
risks?
I don't think so.
I don't think you want to allow e6. That's one of the things
Okay.
that I would really be surprised if it works for White.
But okay, I am pushing.
You are pushing.
Actually, you are, yeah. Huh? I'm getting a little worried.
I think with good reasons.
Yeah, my king is awkwardly placed, actually.
So let's go h4.
H4 takes,
Check.
check. It doesn't matter. We just go back for the moment, yeah? And I go bishop to d, and I start thinking, dun. You got to get the Jaws music, behind the moves. The bishop is patrolling h2. That
is,
kind
yeah.
of puts the kibosh on the future of this.
But
H3?
after c4, how are you moving forward?
I don't know. I'm
Rook
going to
D2?
need. I'm going to need an assist.
Rook d5. Okay, let's make a draw. You convinced me, yes. I like a draw.
But I have not much of an assist on that move. Yeah, rook takes d5. So we know that Mishra is not gambling his tournament after the move g5, but it does take some risk.
King f3, by the way. No, you don't want to play g4 and allow me king. Tell me what you're going to do after king f3, because I'm just a little bit curious.
Maybe take on h4?
Take on h4.
Rook c1.
Rook c1. Okay, so then I have to come back and yeah. Okay, fair. I was hoping to get in a, you know, a king f4, something a little bit highfalutin. Nope, not going to happen. Where would you like to go, Nazi?
Maybe back to Andy and Brewington. Ooh,
the players have followed our variation. You had mentioned e3.
Yeah, e3 is interesting.
Kind of intriguing. The whole problem is that taking allows immediately Andy to go check and capture this pawn on f4. So that was why we were playing e3, hoping to
and
trap.
Brewington still has to make 4 moves in next 3 minutes.
Right.
I think
Andy
that's
looks
the key.
remarkably calm.
I mean, I think he was worried earlier in this rook endgame. He feels safer.
And again, we were looking at e3, check.
Check.
King g7, g8, doesn't matter. Check.
Andy's shaking his head, so maybe he's not
and
that happy.
Now, a remarkably chill move, you know.
It's very hard to play king g2. So I don't get why we're doing it.
Well, it's like we want to take the pawn on e3 but not get mated, and we do have a result.
I believe Alex Fishbein has defeated Shabalov.
Really? That was the rook a6 move by Shabalov, which we could not have guessed. And it didn't work.
And that pretty much kills Shabalov's chances at potentially winning and getting a national title. He came into the studio a couple of days ago with high hopes. Yesterday with high hopes. But he knew that everything relies on him scoring good result in the next round, which he didn't.
So we just left it at rook a6, and it went south. Oh, there was a repetition on offer there with knight f6.
I'm sure we will see this with Alex in the studio, perhaps.
Right? I'm just going to go very fast to see exactly. Ooh.
The dark squares were very weak.
Oh, we've got knight h6 as an issue.
Yeah.
Missed it. Sorry.
Brewington did play e3, the move we're analyzing.
That was the trickiest and trappiest way we could do it, right?
Two moves right now. Rook f5 and rook a1. Rook b4 also probably.
Rook b4.
Rook b4, rook f5, rook a1.
Rook f5.
I think he'll give the check on f5. That's most natural.
That's supposed to be.
For those of you who are joining us late, it's been a Donnybrook between Andy Woodward and Brewington Hardaway, as Brewington, half a point behind, seized his chances earlier, got an initiative, got an attack, but Andy defended it very, very well and has guided it to a 4-rook ending, which we think is going to be a draw. Brewington's just throwing his last tricks in the position for e3. And for Andy, a draw, and he's played the right move, rook f5 check, will really be helpful in his ambitions, because at the moment, Andy's tied for first with Kirk. And for Brewington, Brewington just played a very strange move, king g6. We were hiding the king in
h6, right? And allow rook a6 checkmate.
Right, that was the crazy part. Like, why did he do that? He played king g6, so he's actually dropped the pawn.
He went back to f7, yeah.
I guess we're just going to see a repetition, probably.
You think Andy's going to play rook f5 and
rook f5? I think we're
make a repetition.
Yes.
Because
really, but they're about to make move 40, so at least he'll think about it for a while.
Could Andy get ambitious and play rook b4?
Don't know.
No way.
Looks risky.
I mean, you take on b4 and you go rook takes f2. That should be.
Yeah, exactly.
3 versus 3 is not.
Agreed.
You're not
Apologies.
going to win this one.
I mean, it doesn't take much to get my optimistic self flowing. And
But
we're
while
going to
they're
pause
thinking-
our attention.
We do have a guest in the studio, Alex Fishbein, who just defeated
How are you
Shabalov.
doing?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you again.
I won't ask how you're doing because your smile speaks
Well, I'll say
1,000
this.
words.
Well, a lot of people don't know this probably, but my score against Shabalov prior to this game was 8 wins for Shabalov, 0 wins for me, and 2 draws.
Wow, so he nearly
And-
adopted you.
Yeah, well, that's true, almost. Yeah, it just prevented
the adoption.
And a lot of those games that I lost to him were like games in the U.S. Championships. I lost 3 times in the U.S. Championships. So I would say this win has to count as probably the happiest win, happiest I've ever been after a win.
Wow.
Just because it's against him.
Yeah, I mean,
You know, for whatever reason,
he's been a black,
have not been able to play against him. In a lot of those
Right.
positions I was winning, including, for example, in the 2021 senior.
Right.
I was completely winning there and I lost, right?
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, I don't
it's
know,
been
I
a
don't know
curse.
if the game, I don't think, it breaks the curse. So
It breaks the curse.
So yeah.
Take us through it, more or less, after he's
Well, first of
taken
all,
the
let's go
D3.
back up a little bit
sure.
here. So, number one,
Yep.
so this line, I was a little surprised he played this line because it's a little bit of a sideline, Queen B6. I mean,
yep.
But I've played it myself with black, so I know some subtleties, although it turned out that I really didn't. So, yeah, this development of Queen F3 and Rook E1. Yeah, that was actually a blunder, believe it or not. That was actually just a blunder because I thought that he had to take. I didn't see it. It was actually just a simple mistake. I didn't see that he could play Queen B6 check, and after Bishop E3, the knight's not attacked anymore. You just go back to TA.
Just go.
And I'm basically stuck with, like,
Why did you play Knight B5?
Yeah, like why did I play Knight B5, right?
Oh, because you wanted to bring your
But
knight
no,
to
but
D4.
but what's the point of that?
I don't know, but it looks
there is no
so
point.
beautiful.
It might look, yeah, I mean, probably, I don't know if Alex thought that I just was, I mean, it was basically just a blunder. So I didn't understand why he took in D3 immediately. I mean, I thought that he would just castle. I didn't really understand because E5, I don't think E5 is any good.
Was he afraid that your bishop was going to run away?
Well, then E5 would win a pawn in C2.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know. Like, if I play E5 myself, I thought he just takes and goes Knight D7. I didn't see anything for me. Maybe there is something. Maybe he was afraid of some combination like Bishop H7 and Rook F3.
Whoa.
Queen H5 and Rook F3.
Whoa.
I don't know. I didn't really see that, so I'm just looking at it now.
He is.
Or Rook F4 maybe.
You can almost.
No, Rook F3.
Yeah, you could almost expect that an aggressive player like Shabalov would see ghosts for himself. Like he doesn't like being on the back foot.
I wouldn't know. I've never beaten him, so I wouldn't know. What he sees is a mystery to me.
Exactly.
Because it's always more than what I see. So
we're going to speed things along because we've got some big results coming. Tell me.
I thought I was a little bit better. I don't know.
Way,
yeah.
No, seriously. Rook A6.
We were stumped by Rook A6. Do you know what the
A6.
idea was?
No, I understand the idea. He wants to. There's several ideas actually. So
Excellent.
number one, in some variations after Rook C7, Bishop C6 can get my rook trapped.
Okay.
Number two is, and I have nothing like no sacrifices, Rook takes C6 or not. Yeah,
Right.
that's one idea. Another idea is to prevent in some situations Queen F2 and Bishop B6, which was my plan.
Okay.
Right.
Which
that's
you ended
like
up doing
That's
anyway.
a basic plan.
Right.
Well, I tried it, but I couldn't put my bishop there. Right.
Right.
That's like a basic idea because his pawn is weak. So I didn't expect a Rook A6. I thought he would trade rooks with Rook C8.
Right.
Kind of questions why am I playing Rook C2? Why didn't I just immediately play H3 or whatever? But that's what I thought would happen. I thought I still was at least not worse at this point.
You kind of liked your position as you came in?
I kind of thought. This is interesting. He played Knight H5, which I didn't see. And
you went back.
I don't know. If he went back to F6, if he'd gone back to F6,
there would have been a draw.
Given my previous score against this guy,
with both
I hate to say it, but even though I had more time on the clock, I don't know.
But Bishop B5 is, again, you were explaining that his score against you is so good,
Yeah.
he's just expecting you to collapse.
But I'm not going to collapse.
But you did not. In fact.
Yeah, that I thought was just a mistake by him because after Knight C5, I don't think he has a way of.
Now,
like if he trades off that bishop on F8, then that's his guardian angel.
Exactly.
Apologies, Alex, but I'm going to go fast.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, here it's probably already winning. Rook d5.
And this is where he missed
Knight g4,
a massive tactic.
But it's probably winning here, right?
Exactly. You've got...
But queen c3, yeah. And if queen b8, then knight h6, queen h6, bishop g5. And
queen b8, knight
what I
h6.
saw was just knight h6, king f8, queen h8.
And bishop g5.
King e7, bishop g5.
Alex...
f6, queen takes h7. That's what I saw.
Ooh,
Congrats on your big win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
and
it puts me in the running. It's
yes.
not over by any means.
Yes.
Anything can happen.
Absolutely.
Bad result or good result could happen in the next 2 rounds, but at least it keeps me alive.
And to get rid of a bad opponent, that's
it's hard to believe, but
congratulations.
Maybe
and we're going to
all
go
this time,
exactly.
But thank you.
Pause for a sec. We're going to jump to the game of
Andy and Brewington.
Andy and Brewington, and we do have a repetition.
They repeated twice.
Looks like.
I think Brewington's thinking if he can do more.
But he. Yeah.
Yeah, I think King G6, and this is about to be a draw Andy's going to claim.
Yeah.
Brewington doesn't look too happy.
No, he knows. He feels there was something there. Yeah. There was never much, but he had a slight advantage at one point.
He did. He had the initiative.
I have to say,
but I don't think
Andy
he could
did
be
defend
upset.
quite well.
Yeah.
I think Andy defended actually incredibly well.
He defended very well. Yes.
And that whole rook f1 concept and just.
And he maintained the pressure on the clock as well,
right.
which helped him.
And Brewington's e5, f5, e4, g5. Let's go. I mean, that was fun. And f4. And he's got a little smirk on his face, like, okay.
Both of them do. They are good friends.
All right.
And
hey, better than good friends, Bughouse partners. I mean, that's a sacred bond right there, you know.
We used to be Bughouse partners, yes. You betrayed me since.
No, I didn't.
Laurie Q has won her first game against Chloe Go.
Congratulations, Laurie.
Absolutely, that's
no, I mean, you come to these national championships and they're so strong. Getting a first win is this both sense of relief
any wins
and exhilaration, right? Yeah. It's like, okay, good.
And now she's actually sharing 9th and 10th place.
Yes.
She's not in the last position right now. So this was quite a crucial victory for her.
Right. I'm going to pick up the Mishra game. Oh, pardon me. You'd like to go to Justin and again.
I see that the engine says he has an advantage, but position hasn't changed that much. If we can see Justin's game against Kirk, yes.
It's all about getting.
So I guess he can play
pawn, right?
Rook H5 first.
Okay.
Forcing you to go King G2 and then King B4.
That's right.
Right. And but then.
How do you defend C4?
Well.
Now A2 is hanging, right? King A3 and I win. That pawn on A2.
King A3.
That pawn is important, Yasser. If you lose that one, it's over.
And the passer on A file.
I'm not saying what you're saying it isn't true. I was just. It takes a long time, though, right? Still, do I have time to tickle?
Go for it. Go for it.
I think you might have to try that.
I will take on A2.
And you just.
Yeah.
The thing
that is an A
G6 is not even hanging.
You cannot take on G6.
Is not even
it's
hanging.
a big problem. Yes.
So it's not like it's much of a race.
Justin should have kept the rook back on D2, where he was protecting the queenside pawns. Rook D7 is a little too ambitious.
Okay.
It's actually leaving his pawns on the queenside
So
unprotected.
once again, rook here, king here,
King B4.
King B4.
Can you do bishop D3 and then bishop B1, as ugly as that looks?
Yes.
To not lose a pawn? But
that's ugly.
No, that's very ugly.
Maybe I should come back.
Has a chance.
Maybe I should come back.
Maybe you should do that. Because if I take on C4, you have bishop D3, right?
Right.
That might be your only move.
Okay. But I feel like
A5?
Yeah, I feel like, wait a minute.
If you check me King A3, I'm still winning that one.
You're going after the A2 pawn. Yeah, no, this is suddenly Justin is really on the back foot suddenly.
If Kirk wins this, he'll be the sole leader in the junior section.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would.
This is crazy. So rook to D7. just a second. In this moment.
But Justin is doing again what he did against Abhi. He started playing fast once again.
Fast.
He has 50 minutes on his clock against 27. Look, don't lose patience. This is not going to be an easy defense, no matter what you do.
Right.
Don't lose patience. Try to play the best moves. And right now, he's not doing that. He's required to do that. He's not doing it right now.
Right. And for those of you joining us late, Kirk comes in today's round tied for first with Andy Woodward. Andy Woodward has made a draw, giving a window of opportunity for Kirk, should he climb through it, with a victory, to take first place by half a point. Justin, it's still drawing. I still think a draw is a more likely outcome. But Kirk has been making progress slowly, incrementally, but certainly. And at this moment, Kirk is probably feeling like, look,
he has a real chance.
Should be winning this game. If my opponent keeps slipping, you know, the trend is your friend, right? And the trend is definitely in Kirk's favor.
Yeah, he needs to play rook h5, king b4. And it's on Justin to find the best defense.
Exactly. And what we have been looking at, I thought, pardon me, rook h5, bishop.
Ooh, he's going f5? That
whoa,
I didn't
whoa,
consider.
Whoa. This might be another serious slip.
f5 and now bishop b7 perhaps, right? Can we go to b7 now? First of all, I really don't like this f5 because it takes away this rook h5, which was really nice in a lot of situations, just to force you to get the king to g2.
Right.
Get your king on a more passive square.
I'm
Not a big fan
so
of this f5.
reluctant to
But
put
look
my
at Justin's
pawns.
reaction. He was shaking his head. Like both of them are acting like f5 is very strong, and Justin missed something.
But I would be so reluctant to put the pawn on f5. If I was in Kirk's shoes, I would have played rook
I think he has a
h5 with
different
alacrity.
idea.
What's his idea?
You guys are both asking me the tough questions.
Well, you said there's an idea.
Hey, you set yourself up for the I
didn't see it. I did not see it.
And the answer is Allen Iverson.
What's
What?
the idea?
Oh, sorry, wrong conversation.
f4. He wants to play f4.
So I
and
go bishop
completely
b7.
shut down the king side.
I go bishop b7.
Bishop b7.
So the thing is, if you take on h7 after f4,
Bishop b7, f4.
if you take on h7, maybe he wants bishop b4. I don't know. Something might be here.
Say what?
I don't see it.
I mean, I
don't see it.
You just gave
We
me
can
a
come
pawn?
back.
It's a good idea. I took
Maybe
a pawn.
king b4 instead, then, instead of bishop b4. I guess we'll find out in the next couple of moves.
We
'cause
certainly
he
will.
played that confidently. And Justin was not happy to see f5, so
And
we're
bishop-
not seeing what they're seeing. But we have a special guest in the studio. Lori Q just won her first game. Welcome to the studio.
Hi.
Congrats on your win. How did your game go today?
I think it went pretty smoothly. I mean, I know that based on my prep, I know that in the opening, she had to do something in the center to prevent me from getting that f3 e4 setup.
Take us through that critical moment. Basically, it's a Queen's Gambit accepted, endgame kind of, middle game. And you're saying once you got this, f3, e4, then you're blunting her bishop. Now you feel like you got a clear advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. And tell us more. How did it go? Lori, a5, you like this move?
Mm-hmm.
You just...
I know that it works in a lot of lines and it also restricts her pieces a lot.
And you're kind of freezing her pawn. Okay. So you keep building up your position. And...
Just improving slowly, making progress.
And now you're targeting seriously the weak pawn. Ooh.
I like your bishops.
No, it's really working.
Ooh, look at that, bishop d5. And she sacrificed her queen. Did you expect this?
Yeah, because if she, if she takes the rook, then I think I'm still winning, but there's more holding chances because if she moves her queen, then because if she plays queen d7, then I can play knight c5, and then she loses her bishop, and that's even worse.
Yeah. So her best chance.
She had to sacrifice her queen.
Exactly. So her best chance was to give up the queen, But this is, yeah, you got your knight to b4 as well. Everything went wonderful. And this point?
It's a nice technique, winning with the queen and the pawn.
Yeah,
very
exactly.
nice.
Your first U.S. Girls Championship.
Yeah.
How do you like it? How do you like playing all of these stars?
I mean, I like the playing part, but I mean, I'm not doing so well right now.
Clear.
But I'm not that upset, honestly, because it's my first time like playing people who are actually like good.
All the time. Every round is a tough round, right?
And you're by far the youngest player. And I think you're doing great. Tomorrow you're playing Rochelle, and in the last round, Rose. Have you played with either of them before?
No, I haven't played with anyone in this tournament before, except Chloe. I played with Chloe, I think, yeah, last year. It was North American Juniors, I think. It was under 21. And I was black, and I lost really badly.
Oh.
You got your revenge.
Yeah.
Lori, where's hometown?
San Francisco. Near, in the San Francisco area. I'm not living in San Francisco, but
Right.
it's really close.
Right. So you
the Bay
hang
Area.
out at the mechanics, you go play some of the tournaments held there?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, good luck in the next 2 rounds. Hope you do finish well.
Right. And we'll sure to see you in more U.S. Girls Junior Championships in the future, too.
Hopefully.
Okay. Thank you. And we are going to go back to the
Which game are we going to? Kirk?
Kirk's game, because you said he played F5
For a
with a
reason.
reason, and inquiring minds wanted to know what was the reason. And the reason was, after F5, the bishop was booted to B7, which, by the way, is not a bad square. Played H5. And
Okay. I did have an idea. I just
You did?
couldn't make it work.
What is the idea?
Okay, bishop b4.
Okay, and you're threatening a check.
I'm giving you g6. I
Thank
give you
you.
rook e1, check.
Correct.
King g2, and I don't know if I should start with bishop c5 or rook e2, but I want to take your f2 and a2 pawns.
Correct.
That's his idea, but he's giving up a lot on the king side, so...
Right. So you're going to munch some pawns, but I'm going to munch some pawns as well, right?
But 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Why do you have to take that? Can you, after bishop c5, keep going. After bishop c5, keep going. Can you go a4?
Yes.
And save the a pawn.
Okay, rook f2.
Yes. And now I go king h1.
King what?
King h1, then I take a4 and take a4.
Okay, maybe I should go up. King g3.
King a1?
King h1 was a bit too up.
That was highfalutin.
It's probably still fine.
Maybe rook
but too much.
c2. So I will take one of the pawns at least.
Okay.
But it's still a race, right? You can take h5 and start pushing your h pawns.
Why isn't
Yes, I will.
this just a bishops of opposite color draw? I mean, this looks pretty... But Kirk allowed this with his move f5 when he could have played rook h5, kept his pawns all nicely intact.
He is going for that.
Wow.
He seems to be going for that plan with the move rook to e6 included, so that there's no rook to g6. I'm not giving you my
Okay,
pawns
so
yet.
he wants to go bishop before next move. Maybe
Okay, so I'll tickle.
extra tempo.
I'll tickle.
Rook c6.
Or
I'll do more
d6.
tickling.
Rook d6.
And fine. Oh, your bishop is on c5, so you can go rook
Yeah.
d2 right away.
Correct.
I thought I was being very clever by taking with the bishop, but now I realize I may have to play king e2.
Well, this is my hope. Now I go king b4.
This is your hope?
This is my hope. Yes. I managed to untangle my
Rook
Rook
e6.
e6.
Oh,
Yes, don't go
apologies. So, rook e6 is on the
We're
board.
struggling here with white, where we shouldn't
Why?
be.
I don't think we should be struggling, no. Bishop to d5?
Rook d6.
Okay, pause.
So I want to go king b4 and go after your a2 pawn again. Because
Clear.
now your rook is completely cut off from your queen side, right?
Bishop.
I think we're tricking ourselves.
I am too. I think it must be.
Maybe just come back
the
rook
fatigue.
d7, right? To be able to defend everything on the second rank.
How about rook c7?
So I'm threatening.
If I go bishop b4?
Bishop b4. Why do you have to torture me?
This will be the same position as before. So maybe instead, no, I don't know how
this
to improve.
Will be
yeah, similar to what we were looking at.
And we were looking at, I don't know, a4.
Maybe include g5 for black to not immediately lose all those pawns. Make you work for it a little bit.
Make me work hard for the pawn grubbings.
We still be a draw, yeah.
think it's still a draw, but for sure Kirk is enjoying the proceedings. Christian,
it is a draw. It is a draw.
It is
definitely is a draw. But
what is the most clear-cut line for white? Because we kind of got ourselves caught in some matrix.
There is no clear-cut line for white.
Oh, good.
No clear-cut line for white. There are two very good moves, it seems like. Rook to d7, maybe just to go back, return home on d2, just because right now this king is tight defense of the pawn on a6. So no more king before king a3, at least not before you kick the bishop off this diagonal, which is not going to be easy and it's going to come with some consequences. You're going to leave your post with the rook. So rook d7 is one of them. Bishop to d5 is another one. Somewhat unnatural. And I think you tried bishop to c8, was that it?
Yeah, bishop c8, I got myself...
bishop to c8 already is bad.
Tied up.
So this is something that he should definitely not play.
Yeah.
Rook to c6, bishop b7, and now rook to d6. Yes. King, so this is the idea. Check this out. This is quite smart. King b4 now.
Take on a6.
a6.
And king c3, this is his idea. Get the king so that rook to d2 is coming. So you sacrifice the a6 pawn, but you're getting a lot of initiative on this side. And the king is starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable. You might get checkmated.
Right.
So you need to be paying very, very close attention to this. That's his idea. That's what I think he has calculated. But rook d7 is a very powerful move right now. Keep connection. Do not allow the rook on the second rank and defend from d2. That's the plan. This is the best plan right now. And you're lacking this idea of rook to h5 now. You've pushed too much with your pawns. In fact, you've pushed on the light squares. You're lacking those ideas with rook to h5. Put more pressure on h3. Also, why didn't you go king b4 when you had the chance? Why didn't you free up that king?
Bishop c8. Justin
That's a bad move.
Justin is wobbling.
Justin is...
Playing fast
he's playing
again.
too fast. Again, he's making the same mistakes. Playing
He's
too
45
fast.
minutes on the clock.
Allowing his opponent to actually do what he wants to do in the position. And that is to get the rook to the second rank. Rook to c6 right now. I think you have a different
Grayson's
move.
game?
Yeah, you have a
Sorry, I thought you were showing it on your board. I apologize. I thought you had showing it on your board.
Yeah, rook 6, and Kirk is feeling good. He just got up confidently. He has some chances.
Now he has chances. He's back to having chances right now.
Because he improved his king.
Yeah, and his bishop
and rook. Meanwhile, white's rook, I don't know if it's good on g7. Maybe it was better defending all the pawns.
It was probably.
And the bishop on c8 is completely out of it. It was so beautiful on d5.
Yep.
So again, it still should be maybe a draw, but practically speaking, now Kirk has good chances.
Absolutely.
Should we check how the ladies are doing?
Sure. I was just saying, I was just looking at Mishra too, and Mishra, I don't know if he's made progress or not, but his idea is that he wants to bring his bishop around and pressure the
It's
e4
like a fortress,
pawn.
right? Bishop d3, and how do you break through?
That's one thing, but why am I playing for a fortress when maybe I should
be
maybe I should be playing for advantage, e4, e5, and again.
Mishra, look at his posture sitting there. It's just like, I'm not winning this. He knows he's not winning it.
Well, it's 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook, and 2 pawns and a bishop for an exchange, and I've also got the 2 bishops.
Very nice.
So
bishops.
you're playing with fire. You know, the moment I start seeing e5, I'm thinking, you know, Grayson can get ambitious here. This could easily go wrong, like badly wrong for Mishra if he pushes. Clock's a factor?
Yeah, Grayson has 40 minutes, a lot of time, but Mishra down to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Not that he needs too much time in this position, but
still,
yeah.
Sorry, you wanted me to go to the ladies?
Let's check. I think Jasmine and Wang are very close to making a draw. There's almost no pawns left in the position.
Also, Rachel and Rochelle. Also, Jasmine. There you are. Yang. It's looks
nothing left, right?
Like a rook ending.
All the pawns are getting traded. Let's play h6.
Big escape, by the way, by Jasmine. Out of that opening, she was worse, but also her opponent, Yang, was playing so fast. She knew the position much better, but Jasmine was able to save it.
One little trick, maybe black goes a3.
It's not such a bad trick. I've essayed worse. Essayed worse. Well, I would be.
Let's show the trick.
Yes, please. Give me the pawn.
Yes.
I live for these pawns, but I lose the ending because the pawn is too fast.
What's the square here? Can you build the square for us, Yasser?
Yes. From the promotion square to the pawn. So we say this is the square, and white's king, we say, is outside of the square. If the white king could magically move itself to c3, you'd be inside the square. So for example, king to b3, the pawn goes ahead and promotes. We're outside of the square. If you allow us to get inside the square, then you can see that the king is in time to stop the pawn from promoting. So that's the concept of the square, and a3 is a fine sheepo.
I really enjoyed learning that when I was 5 years old. And
5?
Yeah. I have.
Yeah. I must have been 18. 5? You learned that at 5.
That was the first thing I learned about the endgame. Before opposition, before anything.
I was still learning the material tables. And as I've already explained, I was having trouble with that because of the 2 pawns and the exceptions to every rule, you know.
You know, now we have 3-year-olds already who are rated playing chess.
Stop it.
So,
3-year-olds.
Yes, yes. There is already, in India, there is a 3-year-old player who's rated already. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so we think that this one is a draw. What about Rochelle? That was a queen ending when we left it.
It's a rook ending.
Oh, pardon me. It was supposed to be, and it was a double-edged rook ending, wasn't it? What the heck?
I think
she didn't play b4? How could you not play b4? How could you not play b4 there?
That's the game of Zoe Tang right now. We have
Rachel Lee and Zoe Tang, and
Rachel and Rochelle, yeah.
Pardon me.
Not Zoe Tang.
Why didn't we? This is really weird. We're looking at Rachel Lee and Rochelle Wu, and Rachel Lee made an incredible decision just to give up her passed pawn. And
to activate her king. She was worried about black's pawns too much.
I think so.
Yeah, I think here she's not risking, right? She has an active rook and the king.
True.
Yes, she's not up a pawn, but maybe she's happy with the draw. Because those pawns were scary, like we're saying, right?
I guess she was
quality
worried
over quantity. Right?
Yeah, I guess she was worried about the race and the possibility of the 2 connected passed pawns. So this game looks like it's going to end in a draw as well.
Right now I'm looking at the girls section with the bird's eye view, and every game looks balanced.
Iris versus
Rose.
Rose.
Wasn't Rose much better when we last checked?
Much better. We left it with Rose had just traded the light squared bishops when we left it, and we thought she was doing quite well because Iris had lost some tempi.
With the bishop b1.
Yes. Queen c4, rook b2. Okay. Looks like advantage.
Black.
Black. f4, a5.
Maybe.
Pause. She took on a pause.
Maybe it was never that big of an advantage. Just like white's bishop on c1 is really bad. And the pawns all on the dark squares are targeted, but Iris is defending passively and well. not losing any of her pawns, holding on to them with dear life, and looks like she made some progress actually. Got her pieces to better squares.
She did. And I mean, it wasn't like she had any ambition. She just improved the value of her pieces tremendously by doubling her rooks and playing bishop to b2. I think the worst is behind her at this point, and I think
yeah, this should be very balanced.
Yeah.
And let's check in with Megan and Zoe.
Right.
I do think
that's been our two bishops versus bishop and knight for the longest time. We think that Zoe has been playing for the win, if you will put it like that, but I don't think Megan has anything to worry about. She's got a really fine knight in the center of the board.
And Zoe's pawns are definitely weaker.
By the way, this
bishop
looks a little bit offsides as well.
Yeah, I think it's a draw, but I don't think it's Zoe who is trying for something. Do you?
No, I don't think so
the knight
either.
in d4 is just beautiful,
And again, this is a fight for the first place. Pardon me.
right?
First
These two are
prize.
sharing first at the moment, and everything to play for. Wow! And the trouble is when you have two bishops, usually the advantage is that it's an open position. Your bishops are just beautiful on the diagonals, and if needed, you can trade one and end up with a better bishop. Well, here, if she ever does bishop f6, she's going to end up in the probably lost endgame,
Right.
because all her pawns are on white squares.
I'm thinking that at a certain moment, Zoe may just play a bishop takes d4 and play a bishop
Oh, yeah.
Of
She can,
opposite
yeah.
color. You've got the game of Kirk and Justin. Up
Good
on your
news
screen.
and bad news for Justin. Actually, good news right now because he just made his next move, which is rook d7. That was the good news. If he would have continued, this is the way we ended up here. Bishop to b7, rook to d6, king to e2, and he did not go for this pawn sacrifice with king b4, king c3. He missed the opportunity. He went for rook e6, followed by h4. He wants to block things on this side. Now, the bad news that I wanted to say was that if you do continue with bishop c8, you make the same idea. This is much worse. With the pawn on h4 is much worse. I'm going to go rook to c6, bishop b7, rook to d6, king to e2, and now again this
No.
idea of king to b4 comes with more threats in the position because the king doesn't have this escape square via g3.
Gotcha.
So that was the bad news, but good news right now for him is that he did find the move rook to d7 the second time where he had the opportunity to go rook d7. He will bring his rook back. Seems like right now, once again, he's closer and closer to finding that equality, but game goes on, you know. There will be opportunities. Kirk is running a little bit out of time though, 17 minutes against 44 minutes. Justin also needs to slow down, find the best moves. This is critical right now. This is the main important thing that you can do for your opposition. Find the best moves. Forget about the clock. Just find the best moves because the position is not easy.
Should we check with the seniors? I think Joel Benjamin is close to winning in his game.
He is
Whoa.
against Tom Taylor.
If you don't mind, apologies, but a big moment just occurred in the game between Grayson
And
and
Mishra?
Mishra, because I've been kind of espousing for Grayson the idea of playing e5. Mishra's put his bishop on b3, and in this position, remember, Grayson was keeping this fortress, going. He's just played the move c4, an indication
He's
that
going to play c5 or e5, right?
precisely. He's about ready to play c5.
Yeah, I think
And-
Mishra should just take a draw here. Just take on c4 instead. Make
what?
a draw.
Take on c4.
Take on c4, make a draw. Well,
Whoa.
you can. 'Cause if
Okay,
those
I didn't
pawns
even see that. So the
start
idea
marching.
was that you're sacrificing a bishop.
So you take on b2.
But if I take your rook, now
Yeah, this should be an easy draw.
Easy draw. Agree. C4, because I was thinking that Grayson was just.
If you go rook
like,
a2, I think it's only
Rook
white
a2
who can win.
c5.
You
Dangerous.
know,
Dangerous. You're playing with fire.
I totally agree with that. And so I did not see the move bishop c4. So when I was leading you to this moment, I was thinking in my mind's eye, wait a minute, Grayson as a great
Take on
opportunity.
c4, deploy the parachute, and make a draw.
But with bishop takes c4, Mishra could probably claim a draw.
Yeah, this one will be
easily
easy.
enough.
Easy, yes.
Clock time's a factor.
10 minutes for Mishra, and Grayson has 37 minutes.
Whoa.
Way too
Okay,
much
significant difference of the clock there.
Not much Mishra can play for,
No.
right? He cannot play for the clock. The position doesn't really help him either.
Mishra is happy that Andy drew. Hopefully he's happy that Kirk drew, but you wanted
Kirk
to...
is still playing.
Kirk
will draw.
Might draw.
Yeah.
We'll see if Justin manages to escape that. It's still not easy. It truly is still not easy.
And you are telling me,
Yeah,
let's
Joel
go to
Benjamin.
Joel Benjamin. Larry Christiansen has made a draw. Alexander Shabalov lost to Alex Fishbein. By the way, we didn't see that Alexander Goldin also drew with Gregory Kaidanov. Goldin came into today's round a half a point behind. It's Timothy Taylor versus Joel Benjamin, and it looks like
Mark has 2 extra pawns.
that's a
in the
lot.
same color bishop endgame.
And he's just played a really nice move, rook to e5.
Can take on c4.
Questioning the bishop. No bishop takes c4. That's an easily winning
If
king
you-
pawning game.
Play any other move, let's say bishop somewhere d1.
Okay.
Just rook e3 check.
Okay.
Be careful, c3 is coming too.
Oh no! Immediately, because that's a tempo, or
No, here I would probably play rook h3.
yeah.
You can't go rook f4 because of rook d3. Can't defend the pawn.
That's nice. And
Yeah,
you
it's
speared the
completely
bishop. Completely winning the 2 extra pawns for Joel Benjamin. That he's drawn all of his games up into this moment.
Really?
Yeah. He hasn't
50%.
no losses, no wins. He's drawn all of his games, but a win because of the packed nature of the 2 rounds left. He's not giving himself a lot of runway, but he could reach the podium. With,
If he continues to win in the next 2 rounds, absolutely.
yeah, well, he'll bring himself into contention at least. Yeah.
We should jump back to Rachel Lee's game because
Okay.
I think Rochelle made a mistake and now Rachel is winning. Unless my computer is glitching. Is a7 pawn just left hanging?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Well, what are these girls
What
doing?
is king g7?
They don't respect the pawns. How
I mean,
could you not
that the
respect-
pawn. Come on, take the pawn.
I mean, I live for these moments. And she's taken the
Not
pawn.
just b4,
What
b5.
exactly is she doing?
She's
b5.
She's
Push the pawn.
pushing, baby.
How do you even stop this?
What is she doing? What is Rochelle doing?
I have no idea.
This is unbelievable. I mean, from nothing to something for no reason. No reason whatsoever. King g7, king h6, just to activate the king. Like, what are you even doing with that king on h6? You're not supporting g5 because I take on f5. So you're not helping your cause of pushing the pawns any further.
She can give rook e4 check after b5 and then push
Okay.
g5, but it's so slow.
She
Start with
b5. Yep.
Check on e4.
Yep.
King f3 and
Yep.
maybe g5, but
Okay, let's
b6,
go.
why it's
B6?
so much faster?
Yes.
I have to go rook e8 right away to not lose.
Something like that. Or take.
You're not
yeah.
taking on g4?
I wasn't sure. I didn't know if you thought.
You can take and go king g3 even, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. You can. King f2 is fine as well. Again, this is completely losing. You don't even have rook e6. Is
You have to go rook e8 immediately and put the rook on b8.
Oh.
And then guess what? There's another pawn also.
Dun. And these pawns,
Oh, you
by
went a
the
little
way,
too far, but...
Yeah. Oops. That was a slip. That was a mouse slip. And these pawns aren't even going anywhere.
Just c4, c5.
Yeah. You've got...
Two moves.
Easy.
What is Rochelle even thinking, or what is she hoping right now? Why did she
had
give a pawn with a check?
Yeah.
Maybe she thought she was already lost. Sometimes that happens. You assume it's lost and you make the bad moves.
Was she afraid of king g5?
Maybe. She could have played rook f1 check and just give checks. How does white improve? And if you go far away, then you got the f-pawn.
And...
Mishra and Grayson are repeating. They went into the opposite color bishop endgame, and now they draw. Yeah, he cashed in on c4 immediately.
Of course, yes. Not the result that he wanted, Mishra, but he did fight for more.
He did.
But Grayson was very careful.
Grayson played a very good game.
He played a good game, perhaps let go of some advantage in the middle game.
Mishra took a lot of risks.
He did.
And they're claiming
a three-time repetition. Grant Owen of the Charlotte Chess Center.
And it's a draw.
Gave his approval.
That means Grayson, well, right now Mishra remains half a point behind the leaders. And potentially
With
1
Kirk.
point depending on what Kirk's result is going to be. Speaking of Kirk, how is he doing?
I'll pick up that game. By the way, it's been a lot of to and fro. It looks like the same position that they started with, but there are differences, and it seems like he's given up the attack on the pawn on a6. So it means that Kirk can still.
He brought the rook back.
Yeah, he brought his rook back to d3. He brought his bishop back to d5. And Black's king is kind of swimming around, you know.
It seems like the position they had a long time ago, but Black made some progress on the king side. Well, I don't know if it's good progress. The pawn on h4 and pawn on f5, because it cut off Black's rook from attacking h3, right?
I thought it was a mistake to play the move f5, and that kind of induced h5, h4. But I did like that one line where Kirk could have sacrificed a pawn, brought his king to c3.
Right.
And that already was looking a little suspicious for Justin. As it's turned out, I don't think this is enough for Kirk, really, at this moment. I think a draw is the most likely outcome in this one.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay, where would you like us to go? As round 7 is winding down. Here.
Well, in the junior girls, there's still 4 games going on, and
4 games?
Yes.
What? Really? Oh my goodness.
Long games today for them. Yeah, Rachel is close to winning.
Rachel Lee, what a back and forth game. This, well, more like Rachel was completely winning, had a wonderful attack. She pushed an ending that actually had nothing. And Rochelle had fought her way back to equality.
Yeah.
And then just at this very end, Rochelle gave up a crucial pawn for nothing. And now we think Rachel Lee is just winning thanks to her pass B pawn. And remember having a pass G pawn against Garry Kasparov, like everything was on the queen side, and I had a pawn on G5, and G5, G6, G7. And it's sort of like D5, D6, D7. And I won against Garry.
If we back up a couple moves, I understand why she gave up a7. It's not good, but so after rook a6, if she played rook e7, after king g5, White's still winning.
Okay.
So she had to play instead rook f1 check, and just give checks from behind.
Because the king is just too strong here, so check.
And if king goes to e5 and d5 and goes that way, then you're happy to push d-pawn. Otherwise, you're just giving checks and it's a draw.
Right. Yes.
And this way, white king is cut off from the king side, and your pawns, you have more than enough composition.
And if white's king goes the other way?
King g1. And if you go to h6, still f4.
There we go.
And now white's risking, right?
Right, right. I mean, the desirable.
So that was the way to make a draw. Just checks from behind.
Is it still that simple, though, Nasi? I mean, I agree. This is by far
King f6.
The best way for Rochelle to have played
I'm not
this.
sure which was better.
Yeah,
maybe e6 was better, so I don't blunder it with a check.
Okay, so e6, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And still the same?
Do I play king d5 here? Kind of going both ways, e4 or towards your pawns, depending.
You could be in like this no man's land, right?
Yeah.
You're not sure. On the one hand, do I play to defend the f-pawn or
maybe
escort?
king e4 here.
Okay, and b5?
On rook b1, you go b4, huh?
That was the intention. Rook b1, b4 is a harassing surprise because this is fast.
She had to try this still.
Yeah, without question, because what she got instead is no play, and Rachel has a very easy path to coronation.
Definitely. Jasmine and Ruyang, let's check in with them.
That was a
rook and pawn endgame,
Yeah,
but
it
I
should
thought
be
it
a
was
draw.
was going to be a agreed draw a long time ago, and they
These
keep fighting.
players play until the very last move.
There's no pawn on a3, by the way. Like, how did she not play for that cheapo?
It's still a draw. H5.
Take a pawn.
Well,
Munch, and then
yeah.
come
What is
come
rook H?
scurrying back as fast as
Very
you can.
simple. Rook A4 and bring the king over to F5.
Absolutely.
And it will be agreed to a draw.
Okay, and the other game that is going on, Iris?
We have Iris against Rose. Not much has changed. Iris keeps improving her position.
She does.
And I don't know if Rose can still try to trick her.
And I think Jasmine and Ru Yangyan are going to make a draw soon.
Very quickly, yeah. Kind of a quiet day in the junior girls. We're going to have 4 draws, I think.
That's
and only
rare.
one.
Usually you have like 3 wins. I think
minimum.
they've been averaging 3 wins around.
I feel we should get to the bottom of that end game
Which one?
between Justin Wang and Kirk.
Absolutely.
I feel that's a crucial one, right? This one is too easy. This is still the one that's so difficult.
Joel
This one is
Benjamin
over?
did defeat Team Taylor. His first win.
His first win.
And right now he is moving to 4 out of 7.
+1.
1 point behind the leaders, but within striking distance.
Right.
And Alex Fishbein, he said the same. Look, at least right now I'm in contention.
Yes, yes.
Joel definitely needed this one. This is the crucial one.
Kirk
for
looks
the standings.
nervous, wouldn't you say?
I would.
He wants to win.
And Justin just found a very good move. So king to a4 was Kirk's last move, and rook to b1 was very important.
So the idea is if I play king to a3, rook to b3, check, and I have to keep a defense over the bishop. So can I prep it with a5?
And I guess right now I will start threatening checkmates on c6. Be careful.
Exactly.
Be careful.
And now
I think this is losing now.
Now this is the
Bishop
problem.
c6, there's no way to defend against that.
The best
wow.
move in the position
just
is
walked into
a5, a6. take the move back. So that's
walking into a nice mate. No, rook to b1 is a nice move and an important one at that. Only rook to b1. There was another move possible, f4, which nobody finds.
f4. Are you
Yes.
serious?
f4, yes.
F4.
The only other move that was keeping more or less just in good standings in this one.
Because of the desirable king a3 now.
Rook d3.
Rook d3 check.
And now king takes a2, I go c5, and in fact you're the one that's losing.
Discover check. And
Oh, you can go to b2, rook b3, right?
Yes.
you're right. Nice.
We keep finding ways to lose this with black.
And it's taking ingenuity and craftsmanship.
But we'll let the players continue this game. We do have a
Exactly.
guest in the studio, Grayson, Rorrer. Welcome. How was your game today? Tell us about it.
Well, of course, it's always a challenge playing against the top seed, and I'm sure Mishra is. I know Mishra wanted to beat me since he's trying to vie for the title, but and I haven't had the best results so far. But I think I was definitely pressing in the middle game. I don't know.
Did you expect this opening?
No, Fianchetto Benoni was not. I think he's never played it before, so in that sense it was a surprise. But I also figured. I figured he might consider it since I'm fairly predictable in playing G3 and allowing it, and in that case he might want to try and manufacture a sharp game. So it was something I considered, and I knew up until I believe A6, which was a surprise for me.
So we got the position. I thought that he was playing the tournament.
Yeah. Well, instead of A6, what I remembered was queen. There's a line queen takes B3, 8x B3, knight B6. I believe this is the theory, let's say, and I think it goes bishop F4.
Okay.
Take on C3, b takes, which looks very dangerous, but I think black needs to.
Right.
B takes, knight takes D5, bishop takes D6. Take on C3, take on C5, and.
Can you take on E2?
Yeah, you can't because there's king F1.
Bishop D7?
And H3, yeah, this is an important resource. Then you go knight F6 takes, bishop B5, knight D4.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a very important point. So white
So continue
gets 2
bishop
pieces
d7.
for the rook there.
H3?
H3, yeah.
Knight f6.
So that there's no knight h2 resource. And
Right.
yeah, here you take on e2, bishop e5, knight d4.
Perfect.
Yeah, and
Now you
that's
get
good
the
for
two,
white.
two minor pieces.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
rook
So
and pawn.
it's definitely dangerous for black, but I didn't remember more, honestly. I know that there's some way to equalize there, but a6, I wasn't very sure about. I thought I have to go into this kind of endgame.
I was stunned by his. I thought
Yeah,
it was a very
pretty
risky.
surprising.
I know. Like you said, Grayson, he came to beat you, but he's taking some big strategic risk with this move.
Yeah, and I mean, if he had gotten, let's say, b5, bishop d7, b4, I can play a4, a5, and yeah, it's probably an important sequence. Otherwise, white can be positionally worse.
Right.
But now here, it feels like I was kind of in control of the position.
I made a confession on the show that it's exactly in this position where I tend to use a lot of my time unnecessarily, and I would juggle the differences between g3, g4, and h3, h4, and I would be trying to figure out which is a superior move. You had no such challenge. You
no,
went
I
h4.
didn't consider g4.
Well, you were trying to stop g5, but you were also, well, the idea is...
No, it makes sense. I just didn't
Sorry to
consider it.
interrupt. This game ended in a draw. Yang and Jasmine drew their game.
Yeah, that was the rook ending. The reason why I might have preferred g4 is in some distant land future, king h2, king g3. In a distant land future, g4, g5. You know, if I needed to break things open up on the king side.
Yeah,
you
it
played
makes
h4,
sense.
but I still thought at this moment that you were significantly better.
because his pieces are pinned with the b file, he basically can't move for the time being.
Exactly.
So, but I still need to have something, since if he gets the king to c7, let's say, you can start to untangle, and black does have this path pawn. But
why did you feel it necessary to play bishop to d1?
I just missed knight b3. It's
Missed a5 idea.
yeah, no.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you were going to play nicely f3, king
Yeah,
f2,
that makes a
and
lot of
just
sense.
slowly build up an advantage. After he had hit you with a5, your heart kind of sank a little bit here.
Well,
right?
no, I mean, I saw it. I kind of straight after playing bishop d1. You know, I see because I noticed that he was a little excited. And it's like, oh, he has knight b3 and a5.
Oh dear. But then you
It's an
just
equal
put your
endgame, I
bishop
think,
on
but-
d4, and it was a nice
Yeah, I think
fortress.
it's pretty equal. It's
Yeah. It's tough. U.S. Championship, very, very prestigious event. Every round is a fight. And how are you enjoying the contests?
well, enjoying is one word, but it's yeah. I mean, it's been a significant challenge, but I think I had this bad stretch at the start where I lost 2 games in a row. These are strong players. It can always happen. And
Exactly.
Obviously, I'm one of the lowest rated players here, so in a lot of ways, obviously it's very hard in the moment, but it's a very good opportunity to learn from these games. And I think I've recovered very well. Obviously, it doesn't show in the results, but I've had a lot more chances. You know, I probably could have scored 2 points more at this moment. So you know, it's I'm just trying to make the most of it, and I hope I can. Well, I'd like to finish on an even score, but at least one win would be nice for us.
Yeah.
And we really like your opening prep. In most of the games, you're surprising your opponents and you know really deep. So is that what you focus on in your prep?
It's definitely a significant focus, sure. I mean, it's evident in the games, but I just try to find offbeat areas and look to get my opponents on unfamiliar territory. And of course, I think that's what you should try to aim for in the opening for the most part. Of course, you can just play main lines, but that's not how you win the game.
Right. Grayson, for me, for what it's worth, I thought you played a really, really darn good game today, and you made the top seed work hard. So thank you very much for coming on the show. We hope to interview you some more.
Good luck in the next rounds.
Absolutely. As we are looking at the girls' championship, I want to go back to Megan, because, I mean, what is going on in with these ladies?
Are you looking at Megan?
Yeah, because it's been a long. Well, sorry, I'm not getting Joel. Joel is one. No, here it is. So now I'm in the way. Zoe. It's going to be a draw.
It's going to be a draw for sure.
But we are going to interrupt our coverage of...
We have another special guest in the studio, Joel Benjamin, after his very good win today. Welcome to the show.
Well, every win is a good win.
Every win.
All's well that ends well.
Nice to see you, Joel, on the show.
I know. I was wondering if I'd ever get to be here.
Yeah.
Because I had some very nice wins that didn't turn out to be wins, so I didn't get on.
Yeah, exactly. What happened today? You did.
Oh, I was dominating most of the way, but there was one moment that...
Please.
That
tell us.
Which moment? He had a chance to play e5. Well, this position, I was very happy when he played e4 because this middle game without queens is my favorite kind of position of anything.
Right. And so you went for this.
Well, I was
gleefully.
Well, I kind of regretted not playing knight g4 just because. And now I had to really calculate how am I going to get my knight off of h6, and maybe it wasn't necessary. But eventually I kind of worked out that I had time. I mean, I thought he was going to put his knight on d2, and then I was going to play rook d8 and castle's kingside, because then I have ideas to play f5 and knight coming into e4 with tactics.
Right. Tell me when you felt like you were getting
b6
something.
I thought was a good move.
Yeah.
h4 shocked me. I never considered that move.
h4?
Just to bring the knight back to h3. I think I thought he had to play something like e5.
Right. His last chance.
He never played that. No, but he gets back in the game. I don't think... I'm not sure that bishop a... Yeah, I would castle and then... Or maybe bishop a6. I don't know if it matters.
Bishop a6, c4.
And then castles. The knight is coming to f5. It's not so easy to... If he takes knight f5, it's not so easy to defend that.
Yep. Certainly initiative for you, no question about it.
But h4...
But h4 kind of accelerated his demise, right? Because now he's giving you g4 square as well.
Well, but I'm not so sure about that. I just started miscalculating. It's the lack of sleep is catching up with me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, like I just missed... You know what? I flat out missed b3. I missed b3.
What?
I just missed b3. I don't think b5 is a good move. I'm not sure that bishop a6 is a good move because a lot of times the bishop is coming to g4.
But it's nice to provoke him to play c4, isn't it? I mean, your bishop
Well, that's why I did it. Yeah,
it's bishop on g7.
Yeah, but then I probably... Bishop a6 and c4. Well, castles probably makes a lot of sense.
Right. But here you definitely don't like your move b5.
In hindsight, it did not like, because then my knight is hanging when his bishop comes to e3.
Why aren't you just bringing this guy back into the game? Or maybe just kicking him away?
Well, it's because I didn't want to block the bishop, but the thing is that I keep waiting. I give him a chance to play e5, so it's probably better to play f6, force his knight to h3.
Right.
I could do that.
Yeah.
I'm sure the position is much better for black.
Right. It definitely feels...
But strangely, it's not that easy to get in there. It feels like it should be more.
Yeah. We're going to speed things up here a little bit.
But I think he missed a big opportunity around here.
Tell me when.
A couple moves here.
Bishop d2. Why didn't he play
e5? Right?
e5.
Yes, e5 was big.
I was very afraid of e5.
No, bishop d2 first.
Bishop d2.
Yes, bishop d2.
Knight a2.
I was shocked when he played bishop a5.
And e5 is begging to be played, you're saying?
This is very unclear because my knight is getting trapped. I can play b4 and knight c3, but I have pawns hanging, so I wasn't sure that this was good for me anymore.
Right. But once you saw bishop a5, all was well with the world.
Yeah, bishop a5. I mean, I can also play knight c3 check. I don't understand bishop a5
And then, yes.
But I tried to win a piece. I didn't quite win a piece, but I ended up winning another pawn, and then I managed to nurse it to time control. not in the best fashion, but it was two pawns. I held on to the two pawns.
Yeah. Joe, you won the game. How are the stresses of the senior championship? I mean, feeling rusty? What's going on upstairs?
Very rusty, and also just very tired during my games. And I had great opportunities to win against Dlugy and Goldin.
Right.
Like against Dlugy, I saw rook takes f3, but I didn't see rook takes h3. At the end, when I thought rook takes, nothing happens after king g1.
Oh, the tactic.
But I didn't see the second move, rook takes h3. Oh, it was beautiful.
No.
Bishop c1, I hit him with such a great cheap shot in that game.
That was a...
Like the old days.
I know.
The old days where I have, like 20, 1 minute to make also moves and Max is blitzing me and then
Bishop c1.
Yeah, brought back memories.
Yeah.
And Goldin was also a beautiful win, but much more complicated, very hard to see over the board.
Very competitive. Obviously, Vladimir's leading. But it's crowded at the top.
I play him tomorrow,
and you get a chance.
This is now the third game that I've won in the last 3 years. That's how hard it is to win a game in this tournament. I mean, I haven't lost many games,
right?
But it's just so hard to get those wins.
I know. When you were playing Larry, I said this was a fight of 6 U.S. champions. Do you guys have 6 U.S. championships between you? I thought
yes,
it was,
I believe so.
3 for each?
3 each, yeah.
3 each.
Yeah.
Now that was a game, I think white is better in the final position, but I was just totally exhausted. No sleep, no hot water in the shower.
Oh no.
And then about 2 hours into the game, it's like, you know what, I forgot to eat lunch today. No wonder I'm so tired. So I just said, okay, I can't see anything. The moment I open the door, a crack for Larry, he always
crawls through it. Yeah,
absolutely. Discretion, better part of valor.
Joel, thank you for joining us. Good luck in the remaining.
I'm just happy that I made it here at least once.
Good to see you.
Hope to see you again in the studio.
Let's take a look at the seniors results because we do have
4 games have
finished.
Right. We have Joel Benjamin defeating Tim Taylor, Alex Fishbein won against Alex Shabalov, and then the other games were drawn between Goldin and Kaidanov and Christiansen and Akopian.
And in the junior girls?
I think we only had 2 results so far.
Yeah, all the girls are fighting.
Jasmine and Wang did draw, and Lori defeated Chloe Go. The rest of the players still fighting. We should jump into Rachel Lee's game. I think she's about to win against Rochelle.
And what a gift that was from Rochelle. I mean, look, Rachel Lee had the dominating position out of the opening.
Right.
We thought that game might be over in 5 moves.
Right.
3 hours ago.
Seriously, truly, it was that bad. I mean, it was really, really, really bad.
But Rochelle defended very valiantly. Okay, Rachel Lee made some mistakes along the way, and then they got into this more or less equal endgame.
Yeah, major piece ending that.
And Rochelle just, I don't know what happened with this King G7, King H6, just allowing the capture of the A7 pawn. It's very difficult to explain.
Not difficult to explain this position.
No.
These pawns are making a girl. King to d6, and this rook can come back.
By themselves. They don't even need the help of the king or the rook.
Exactly. You just, the rook will
Black
stop
pawn needs to be on G3 for this not to be lost.
Yeah, for it to be competitive. But
you go H2, I go rook to A1.
Yep.
And unless you play G2, which you don't.
Yeah, we will play c7 and we will make a queen. And by the way, because the pawn is so far away, even rook h1. So Rachel on the verge of victory should.
It's the only game we have where it's not equal.
He's really thinking.
Where it's not equal.
Yeah.
What is she thinking about right now?
Try king f4.
Every single legal move with a king
is winning.
Exactly. So maybe she's thinking king f4, king g3, which is, because as you said, Christian, the pawns win by themselves. You don't need the assistance of the rook or the king. So actually, king f4, the more I look at it, I like that.
No, I like going forward, king d6.
Any move is winning.
It's a stylistic choice.
As a person of culture, king f4 and king g3 will win the pawn.
I'm with Christian here. I would go king d6.
And just hide the king.
Yeah.
Forward. Let's stay with this one just because I feel that we're going to see resignation in just a few moves.
Yeah, king d6. And you know what, Christian?
Yes.
Bob's your uncle.
You're done. You're done. You're done.
I'm going to go with Tom. comes my uncle. Nobody knows what we're talking about, though, so that's the
No,
value
you know
in
what's
this
funny
conversation.
is that we said that, and then I had a lesson, and my student said the same thing. He made him. I was like, "Bob's your uncle." I was just like, "Wow."
Wow.
I think your student is probably watching the show.
Could be.
Let's hope so. King D6.
Nobody else says that. Like
You,
I've heard
that. It, yeah.
you guys were right. I mean,
King D6.
Rochelle says, going forward, the last great act of defiance, H2.
Rook to A1.
Oh, darn it. I didn't see that move. I guess I have to resign to A1.
Interesting would be if you already had the rook on G5 and you play rook G1. It's still winning, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Completely winning, yes.
If black rook was on G5. It would still be winning because I queen.
And
if you
then
take,
check.
there is check.
Rook A1. Catching the
Let's
pawn in his tracks.
keep up
C7
with
is
the
coming.
players
And
and
that's resignation. Rochelle Wu resigns. Rachel Lee moves closer to the leaders.
Rachel's been having a heck of a roller coaster ride,
If
isn't she?
Megan and
Abhi?
Zoe draw, Rachel is sharing first with them.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that she was beating Megan, and it was just like
She had one loss
crazy.
against Zoe Tang. Other than that, she's been just winning last 4 games. If we don't count that loss,
Fantastic.
she won all of them.
Our congratulations to Rachel, as I'm going to go back to the game of Zoe and
Megan
for just a moment. Again, it's been 2 bishops versus bishop and knight, and for the longest time we've been saying draw, 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 draw.
Still a draw.
And we're still saying draw, 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 draw. Although D4 is ridiculous. That's really asking too much of the position, isn't it? No, I
But
think
you know,
this is
in the game of Iris
really
against
drawn.
Rose, I think Iris now has a small advantage.
Really? Okay.
Tiny.
Well, there is a
She
backward
has
pawn on
more
E6.
active pieces, and exactly.
And this bishop, remember how passive this bishop was? It's actually dreaming of a better life.
And it might actually get there.
Absolutely.
If you take on B5 right now,
All right.
and I take
it
back, E7's hanging. E6. Bishop D6 is a tempo.
Yep.
I think black's already in trouble.
Big time. And this bishop, by the way, is a little bit stuck, right? I mean,
White's for choice. She might not be winning, but she's the one pressing now.
okay, so let's say I go queen C8, looking to try to bail out with some trades.
Bishop D6 though.
Bishop to D6,
Can't
rook
go
to
rook
C2.
Aren't you losing
I probably am.
something?
Probably. You can take,
Yeah, I can take on B8 and then win the D7 pawn.
take,
Takes with the rook.
take, and as you
And
said, check.
Oh, actually,
Although-
rook C2 might be better on the next move.
Yes,
Instead of taking your pawn.
yes, leave this
Yeah,
guy.
rook C2 just ends the game.
Right. Foop,
Yeah.
and foop. Got it.
Ooh, she played rook C6, which got a question mark. Because she's pinning her own rook.
Yeah,
Maybe simply just rook C1.
rook C1.
One into double on C file. Maybe not right away.
Well, it's funny
Why
because
not rook C1?
it
Yeah,
just
rook
feels.
I like rook C1.
But it almost feels like, what is black doing for a next move? Like if I just play bishop C5. I don't know if A5. I mean, I'm kind of trapping this bishop, right? Bishop D6, I take. That costs you a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think rook C1 might be useful, because if you do exchange on C6, then the A pawn at least is running. It's a pass pawn by itself.
Ah, that's a good point. Any trades and that.
And
is
then
a
put the bishop on
passer.
C5 and then just push the pawn.
That's a good point. You can get an A pawn. Rook C1.
She played it. It's on the board.
That, according to my monitor thing,
Strong
I
move.
saw a little blue balloon.
Mhm.
We like the blue.
We don't like yellow
exclamation,
or red.
I think we like all of them.
The Swiss.
We like all of them.
Swiss miss.
No, it's just yellow is the question mark.
Yeah.
Red is the missed opportunity. Blue means good move.
Right.
Actually, The 2 exclamation is a different color.
Yeah, it's like
I can't remember what it is. Green
fireworks.
or something.
Yeah, whole board lights up. It's
No, Developer just completely showed up. It's +2.
wow.
It's that big of an advantage.
Well, I mean, Rose, to be fair, she kind of dilly-dallied around a little bit and just allowed Iris to make improvements, including the move f4, solved the queen side, brought her bishop out, and once Iris doubled the rooks on the e file, the worst was behind her, and she keeps making
improvements. Absolutely. And is there any updates in Kirk's game?
Let's have a look.
Against Justin?
Certainly there are.
Oh, he has an extra pawn.
Ooh,
Of course,
what?
it
Where?
still looks like a draw, but he has a pawn.
Okay. There is a pawn to the good, but now the problem is the rook on f4 is tied to the defense of the pawn on f5. And in fact, you will probably lose that pawn on f5. Rook to f1, very passive position.
Sorry, I'm just catching up.
Rook to d1, rook to d5 is next move.
Are we playing bishop to c5?
Then I'll give you a check, rook to d3, followed
And
by
then
rook f3.
Followed by rook f3.
Which forces
the trade of...
The trade of rooks, yes. Well, it doesn't force the trade of rooks, but it's not like if you avoid it, you're going to gain any advantage.
And worse thing worse, this is not the right. So I can give up the bishop for this guy and make a draw. Okay.
No, it seems like Justin will be defending this one, and that puts us in what position? Maybe we can take a look at the standings once again before
Well,
this
there will
game
be
is
a
over.
tie.
There'll be no
Kirk,
changes, right?
Yeah, Kirk will have drawn alongside Andy. They will keep their lead.
Mishra also drew, so
And
nothing
Mishra
changes
draw,
there.
nothing changed.
So top 4 remain the same.
Exactly.
Here's the results so far. We have 1 win by Nico Chasin against Evan Park. The rest of the games were drawn, and we expect Justin to draw as well.
Which means we've got our championship rounds coming up, rounds 8 and 9. And the
Likelihood of playoffs
it exists.
exists. Oh, yeah.
It exists.
Quieter rounds in both the juniors and junior girls as well.
And
I think we're going to
Justin
see
has
one
not missed a beat. He played rook to d3 check with alacrity. Wow. He said, "Look, I want to trade rooks.
I want to go home."
Go home." And rook
6 minutes for Kirk.
If at any point he can afford to hurry, it would be this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right now he can afford playing rook d3, rook f3 without thinking too much.
Exactly. So definitely a draw expected in this one. In the senior championships, I believe we have
done.
1 game
Oh, so there's
left.
still 1 going on.
I think it's Igor Novikov versus Max Dlugy. Let me see, sorry. Apologies, that was the Joel game, and I'm just picking up on, where is Max? There they are.
It
Igor.
looks even, although white's pawn structure is all messy.
That is a messed up pawn structure, isn't it? At first blush.
Maybe black is a little bit better.
I thought that Max was playing for advantage.
Yeah, he didn't repeat 3 times, so it's definitely Max who's playing for more. And he take on e5. Okay, we'll lose f7.
Lose f7, yeah.
Maybe it's not so bad though. Let's go rook e5. I'll take with the rook. Bishop f7. Are you ready for this?
Yep.
g5.
G5. I thought you were going to play h4 or something spectacular, but G5.
Close enough.
G5.
You ready for this? Rook d7. No, I'm joking.
Now that is spectacular.
Definitely not
that
ready for that one.
spectacular.
Joking.
No. F7 is hanging.
Queen
Yeah.
d4.
So
Queen d4
I
on the
have,
move, right?
I have to maintain.
Can I go h4 now?
Indeed.
That's my plan. So it's a little bit scary, right?
Yes.
Can't
Queen
take.
d6, let's say.
Queen d6 does. Rook e2 check does nothing? It should do something, right?
It definitely does something.
Queen d6.
Rook check on e2.
That's a check.
King g1. Queen a7 might be
Yeah, I don't
winning.
like
Yeah,
this.
queen
I
a7
don't
on
like
first
this.
rank is weak.
It's too much.
Yeah. I thought that it was time to come back, but maybe I'm
Bishop
wrong.
d5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the idea is to
Rook d5 might. No, it's not winning.
Yeah.
It's close, but
yeah.
no. I don't have bishop b4 at the end. It should be winning here, right?
You think there's some cheapos, right?
What if I just take your pawn on g3?
Ah, well, there I was hoping to
King g2?
hide. Yeah.
Well.
Again, one of those I shelter behind your attacker moments.
But your king is still quite open.
Right, but I was more afraid of
Rook
some
e1 or something?
crazy,
Rook e4, something like that.
Yeah,
We might not
exactly.
be seeing some mates here.
Rook e4. Let's just take a look at this for just the briefest of
But I
moments.
think your bishop's perfectly placed. King h1,
And I check.
king h2.
Otherwise, yeah.
And now when you take, I should have at least perpetual, right?
I
Queen
know.
d7. I actually might be mating you.
You might.
Yeah, rook d6. Yeah.
Rook d6, I probably have to drop back. Sadly, with the bishop, I don't think I can afford king h5, but bishop g6, I'm pretty sure I still keep a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting that oh, by the way, he did not play rook takes e5. He just went bishop e6.
Sorry, in junior girls, Rose just sacrificed her piece. Her bishop is gone. Let's go
Did
back
she?
to Iris against Rose.
All right. And
I think she got impatient.
Sacrificed a bishop
After
on
rook c1.
f4.
She couldn't find any moves and just sacrificed it for some counterplay, hoping she can get to Iris's king.
Well, the king is.
But let's start
wide
trading
open.
now. Rook c6, we're up a piece.
Right.
Take maybe queen b8. Similar ideas. I just want to trade queens as well. Also, rook b2 is coming. If.
It's a boom.
But I think this game is about to end.
And draw, a hard-fought draw. Kirk was the one with the advantage actually throughout. He essayed a brilliant exchange sacrifice, and as a result of that, he got a better opposite color middle game, rook end game with the opposite color bishops that he was pressing. And at a certain moment, we thought he had actually achieved a great deal, but Justin defended well.
And all he has to do, Justin, is get the king in the corner right now and sacrifice the bishop on g6 for the lonely b pawn, and after that, it's just going to be a technical draw. Keep the king in the corner, that's it, game is over.
Right. And just to...
So it's definitely a draw, but I think they'll still play until the bishop sacrifice.
Exactly.
It does seem like Justin is trying to make sure if he sacrifices the bishop, it's just simply going to be a draw, which is quite easy to understand.
Speaking about is that we're just waiting. At a certain moment, you will force, that is to say, Kirk will win the light squared bishop for the pawn. Then Black will win the h3 pawn for nothing, and then it's still a draw because White's king is stuck in the center. And I was being very cooperative too. I was accelerating the 50 move rule to like,
yes.
Like move 10 or something.
He's going the other way, king e4.
I don't think he even wants to give up it. Oh,
yeah, I think Kirk just gave up the pawn to quickly make a draw. They're going to find a 3-move repetition.
Yes.
3. Well, Kirk really tried.
He did.
Now they're on move 80. For 80 moves, he tried.
Yes. Now the players are trying to find a 3-move repetition as expeditiously as possible.
They have done it.
I think it's Meatloaf Night at the... No, I don't know what the menu is.
I think they repeated 5 times already.
Somebody has to claim.
Stop the clock.
At a certain moment, the arbiter says, guys.
Enough, guys.
Somebody has to count. And Grant Owen comes over.
The move.
Says, I agree.
It is a draw.
And there you have it.
Grant seems to have counted at least 5 repetitions.
Yeah. A hard-fought game. And in the junior competition, only Nico?
Only one decisive game
Only
today.
Nico, right.
Yeah, let's jump to Iris against Rose. Rose is really losing, and I don't see how she can survive this.
And that's a disastrous second half for Rose. She started off so well, 2.5 out of 3, and after that it was all downhill for a young Rose, who was my pick to win the championship. Unfortunately.
Is an excellent pick, and really Rose was coming in full of vim, vigor, and confidence. Which game was it that derailed her?
Against Zoe.
It all started with Zoe because she
winning.
missed that one. She was winning. All she had to do was open her opponent's king with
By
h6.
Right.
Yeah.
She did not do that.
H2, H3. That's a very calm move. Taking control of the G file. Why is that important? Why is G4 important?
Just so Black Queen never makes it to G4.
Well,
if E5, Queen G4 was her idea, maybe.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
The problem I'm having is
She
really...
can hide her king on H2 now as well.
The problem I'm having, I really want to play Queen D8, but I'm hanging the pawn on B7
and losing the rook
with a tempo. And
by the way, both players under 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm in cheapo mode. I'm going to play rook here.
I'll take on C6 and just drop the queen back
to D3. Yeah.
Yes.
And now we kind of understand one benefit of the move G4 is E5 really comes with no power, no punch.
I thought you were
that didn't work.
I thought you were going to take on D4 instead of rook F7.
Excellent.
But
Thank you.
bishop B2, right? And you have to worry about your king now.
Well, that open diagonal, you can keep your D4 pawn. I should beware of Nazi. When Nazi's offering me pawns, and
it's definitely a trap.
Yes, the bishop on that long diagonal, that was terrifying. How dare you? What can I do to...
2 minutes for Rose.
Okay, I've got to get my cheapo cap on. Queen F7.
She's played it just
with
now.
the idea of rook F1 and Queen F3. Okay, good timing.
Let's take on C6.
Okay, I'm assuming
So if you go rook F1, I just have rook C7, if nothing else.
Rook C7 is good enough. So I take.
Queen.
Yes.
B3.
No. You know,
Queen
takes C6, rook.
No,
I don't know.
Queen
I mean,
C3, and I'm still probably fine, but
yes,
why allow this?
Yes, exactly. I liked your Queen B3 and we do have rook C6 on the board. And it's just terrible. I can't take the D4 pawn because, again, bishop B2, and the players are catching up with our analysis. We are expecting...
She could also do Queen B2 with the offer of rook F2 trades coming next.
Queen B2 has something to be said for it because this bishop on A3 really should be parked on E5. When it's on E5, it protects the king beautifully, and it eyeballs H8. I like your Queen B2. By the way, Queen D3 also isn't so bad. A lot of
Not
easy
winning
ideas suddenly are popping into the position for
3
Iris.
minutes for Iris. She's completely winning, but we know in time trouble, things happen. We start to see ghosts.
Yeah.
We start to blunder. If you get nervous, especially.
Yeah.
Some players, especially these young players, until they're down to 5 seconds, they're not nervous. They're so used to playing blitz and bullet. For me, I see 5 minutes, I'm panicking.
Exactly. And as Jill says, you know, these players are playing for 5 hours and longer, and suddenly their energy levels can just crash.
It's also hard to go from having a lot of time on the clock to suddenly you have to make moves within 30 seconds.
And panic.
And panic.
And panic.
Yeah.
Don't forget that part. Very important.
It's a big part of it.
Yes. Yes.
She's taking her time here.
Iris
Where to move the queen.
is considering her options. Queen B3, Queen B2. Very good.
The thing is, you don't need that pawn on C6.
And you don't.
You
the
really
one
don't.
thing.
You just put the bishop on C5 and you start moving the pawn.
Queen B4, she's chosen.
Another
Oh,
one.
she wants Queen E7.
Queen E7.
I spotted that the moment
She released her queen.
And she's willing to give up the d4 pawn as well.
Oh,
so for
yes.
As long
example,
as she keeps the a pawn, yeah.
Yes. If you go something like queen
H5.
g7, for example.
H5. Queen e7.
Now
Queen
I
e7.
take
rook d4.
Rook d4, and now
Just
I
rook
go
a2.
behind rook
Yes.
d2, and that's
I think your rook's not even making back, because look, my bishop's cutting off all the squares.
Right. He's not getting to f8, and it's not getting to b4.
Okay, you have to play rook d3 and b3, and
Right.
you're right on time, but of course it's still lost.
And I think we've all had those wonderful, wonderful games where
Just bishop c5.
bishop d6, bishop b8.
yes,
I would like
that
to
was the
crack
wonderful, wonderful games where you're playing a rook down for the rest of the game. And by the way, the bishop still works.
Yes, stopping pawns.
You know,
I thought bishop c5, rook b2 was a little better.
also of course, it is. It is.
I like queen b4. I like the
Rose.
idea of just exchanging the queens as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Simple chess.
And in fact, the only way to avoid a queen trade is what? Queen
Queen
g8?
G7.
Is that it? Or queen g7? But
I was thinking to meet queen e7 with rook f8, but that's no joy because
yeah,
I
queen
can just take a
e7,
pawn in this case.
queen takes e6.
And there's nothing to discuss. No, Rose.
Most of the game, she was better, and she was trying to outplay Iris. Just turnaround happened so quickly.
Right.
And Iris has, let's see how many points. She has 3 out of 6, so she'll go on +1.
For Rose, it's starting to become quite evident that she's a confidence-based player. Whenever she has good confidence, whenever her results are,
Right.
are positive, then she plays very well.
Right.
Well, as soon as it turned sour for her, she started erring with her decisions.
Well, I've always said that chess is actually a very confidence-laden game, and when you're playing successfully, I want to put it like that, your confidence soars, and it just seems like you're just going from success to success. Turn that around, you lose a couple of games, suddenly lose confidence, and then it's terrible.
14 seconds for Rose. She made a move. Should we switch to Megan and Zoe? Because I noticed Megan played an inaccurate move, and now Zoe has some chances.
No, really, because we thought that was such an even game.
What was the mistake? So she played h4, which got a question mark.
Let me go to that game. So again, Megan and Zoe are fighting for the first place. They both came into today's round, but wait a minute, how did Zoe manage to achieve this? So we
Can I
saw
start
them
pushing my king?
To d5 before, yeah.
She could have recaptured with the knight, but okay.
Let's notice the clock, though. Megan has 6 minutes against Zoe's 2 minutes. So
King
still not
d5
easy.
after h4. Just keep going towards the center.
Absolutely.
Now the engine really likes bishop e7 first, provoking knight c5, and then going king
And she
d5.
plays it.
She found the best move.
So she's ready to meet knight c5 check, not by capturing, but by playing king to d5.
So perhaps what she had in mind was that if you start with king d5, bishop g5, and maybe that's why she played h4.
Makes sense. I like the move bishop e7 that Zoe played.
It's a great move.
Yeah.
It's a great move.
And
What if I play bishop c7? Because I want to put the knight on f4.
I'll let you.
If you
king
take the
d5.
pawn on b4, I'll be very happy.
No, king d5. King d5. Now I'm ready to take it.
Knight f4, king e4.
Sorry, what would you like to do?
I was thinking knight f4, but king goes to e4. I don't know. Like, my g3 pawn is safe, so I'm not worried about it. But it's hard to make good moves.
But wait a minute.
And you have to be careful, yes.
I don't
d3,
want
bishop
to play
takes
bishop
b4.
a5. That's just too ugly.
That is too ugly.
Also, bishop takes h4, potentially, at that point.
So those of you who are joining us late, this is the fight for the first place, as both Megan and Zoe come into today's round tied for first, and any win by either player gives them a clear lead going into the championship rounds, round 8 coming up tomorrow. How did you, I mean, Megan, a moment ago, and I'm not kidding, White had a bishop on d4 and a knight on c5.
Very good
And
setup.
a complete blockade. There was nothing Zoe could do. The next thing I'm seeing is a black pawn on d4, no blockade, and I'm seeing king d5 to e4. This has really gotten sour.
Yeah, even if it's still a draw, White has to find only moves probably to save this.
And it's becoming problematic. Could I do something ugly? Could I go knight c5 check? And now I'm just going to be begging for a draw. I'm going to keep my knight on c5. I'm offering you the trade. I don't want to see the move a6, a5, which is why I put my bishop on.
So if I make a waiting move, let's say I play h6.
Excellent move. a5. I'm just keeping. I guess you could play king to c4.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah, I can go.
I can't play a5. Am I running out of moves?
So you have to play king c2, king d2, right?
Okay. I'll mark time with those two moves. So
I do like my king on c4, so maybe bishop f1.
Ay.
Well, my
But
e6
A6
pawn is
pawn.
hanging, yeah, so that's something for you.
So I'm still marking time. So if you do drop there,
Yeah, I
I've
don't
got
want to give you the pawn.
Okay, I have an idea. Can we go back?
Yep.
No. Just a couple of moves back.
Sorry, knight to c5 check.
Yes.
King to d5, bishop to c7.
All right, let's put that pawn on h5.
h5,
Not on
excellent.
h6. I'll explain myself in just a second.
You could decide. Tell me what you think.
Now I go f4.
f4.
And when bishop takes, he wants a5.
And if you take with the pawn, I take on h4.
Bishop. I don't want to
Follow
see
the
it.
bishop, yeah.
I don't want to see a passed h pawn running down the board. But this one, I'm not that convinced about.
Megan has played bishop g5, no knight c5.
Okay. Things are getting, and clock times if you don't mind.
2 minutes
Nancy?
for both of these players.
2 minutes.
I think now simply bishop f8, stepping back, and White's bishop's on the wrong diagonal.
Yes, she wants to repeat after bishop to d6, you go bishop f4, and let's make a draw. Let's make a repetition, but bishop to f8 seems to be keeping the game going. And again, with two bishops, and Zoe seems like she wanted to win this for a long time. She wanted to press this for a long time. She believes in the bishops.
Right. She's been the one.
Actually, yesterday she won with the two bishops, right?
Yes.
Against,
who did she beat?
Against Ruyang, she also won two bishops.
Yeah, that was a nice.
She has a knack for the
I'm
two
going to
bishops.
keep that in mind when I play her in the US Champs. Don't give her two bishops.
Don't allow her to get the two bishops.
Right.
Exchange a bishop as soon as possible. That's how you choose your openings nowadays.
She might repeat once or twice to gain time and then go bishop f8.
And maybe she believes that the bishop on f4 is worse placed than the bishop on g5. So she wants to go bishop f4, bishop f8.
Right.
Megan is showing her cards right now. She says, if you want to repeat, let's repeat. I'm okay with the draw.
I would have played bishop e7, bishop g5.
Oh, bishop e7.
Bishop
She's going to repeat
f8.
once and then go bishop f8.
Yeah.
That's one repetition right there.
So I would play bishop f8 here, preserving the two bishops, and maybe in the future, I don't want to see the bishop on f4 defending the pawn on g3. Like probably a dream position for Zoe would be something like this, where this pawn is a weakness.
We might be seeing the repetition, guys, because right now bishop f4, if she goes bishop e7,
that would be
bishop g5 would be a 3-4 repetition, and you can pretty much sign the score sheets. Let's see. Final moment. Bishop f8 to keep the game going, or bishop e7 and accept the draw.
She has no risk whatsoever.
I would definitely be playing bishop f8.
Like, unless you blunder all your pawns are a bishop, you don't lose this.
Exactly.
Bishop f8.
She's done this before. She's repeated the position before in previous games and then shied away from the repetition. Now she only has 1 minute and 45 seconds to make that crucial decision, which could potentially change the whole outcome of these national championships.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if they draw, there's a three-way tie for first. If Zoe continues to play and wins, she'll be sole leader.
Right.
She's thinking about it. Hey, this is the final moment. If I go bishop f8, I maintain the pressure with much less time on the clock. Bishop e7, I allow my opponent to make a repetition.
But again, I would see no reason whatsoever not to keep the game going, because from Zoe's point of view, she's the one with the passed pawn on
and
d4.
with the two bishops.
With the two bishops, and also the more active
king. Yes,
you're not risking. You are not risking.
Wow, she's down to 50 seconds.
And she goes for it.
Absolutely.
She's a fighter.
Well played.
By the way, there was the Soviet school of chess where you did make the repetition. The idea was to depress your opponent, to give them that feeling that they were just about to make a draw. They would get out of the playing hall with a draw, and then you go, no.
See, I'm very aware of that, so whenever my opponent repeats twice, I convince myself, no, they don't want to draw. They don't want to draw.
Right.
Just so I'm not disappointed.
When they refuse. By the way, I see you got Rose's game. She was down a piece. I'm assuming Iris is still.
Yeah, she still has an extra piece and she's winning. Well,
so bishop f8, and again, from Zoe's.
Megan is shocked, first of all.
Yeah, from Zoe's perspective, she's eyeballing an opportunity to play king to d5 and king e4.
Yeah, it's coming. King c2.
King c2.
I mean, Megan doesn't have many moves to choose from. It's a bit easier to play with white. You just shuffle, right, and wait to see what your opponent can do.
Well,
so
for Zoe,
king d5. Ooh, now on knight c5, she immediately has a5, because the bishop is on f4 still. It's not on c7.
Right.
So white doesn't have knight c5 anymore.
No. So, and she's done king d. So, wait a minute. This might be really bad news. If you play bishop c7 now, the king is just marching.
Too late.
Marching.
She's played bishop d2, allowing just king e4, king f3.
Yeah.
Even bishop d6 now looks very good.
Exactly, which is why I liked that bishop on f8. But king e4, how do you
like
not
them
play
apples?
that? Yeah, very much. Tasty. Yeah. King e. Wow. Okay, and Zoe's clock is. I'm looking.
Under
it's
a
very
minute.
hard for me to
Under
see.
a minute.
Under a minute. I'm looking at the monitor there.
But kind of easy moves. She's just double checking everything.
Yes, king e4 is an absolutely most natural move. In the position, attacking the knight on d3, forcing it to move, and then breaking the blockade. Bishop to d6, surprise move for me.
She's looking to repeat, maybe gain some more time right now.
Is there an answer to bishop f4 other than bishop to f8?
Pawn endgame? No.
No, I think she just wants to gain some more time. She wants to go bishop e7, followed by bishop f8.
Or do you want to take? Maybe she does want to take.
And take on b4. Yeah, it's same card bishops. They should be winning.
Is it?
I don't know. With the pawn on g3, you might be right.
It's completely winning.
But that's a great blockade.
Okay, so let's go bishop c7. How do you win?
Why is this completely winning?
I guess you get the bishop on e5 actually.
Exactly. I'll just
bishop e7, bishop f6.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Bishop g7, bishop e5.
It's easy as ABCs. Yes, clear. Yeah. So I could have played bishop f4. You would have played. Oops, excuse me. I could have played bishop f4. You would have played bishop g7.
It's actually
I would have played
fastest
bishop
way.
e1. You would have played bishop here. You would play bishop here. I would play bishop here. Is there still any kick to this?
Let's play h5 just to make sure.
h5,
Right,
king
just to make
bishop
sure.
f2.
Right.
King c5. Bishop e1, and if I just make a waiting move, bishop. It should be white's move here.
Let's go king d5, bishop f2.
Yeah.
Bishop d6, or you probably don't take on d4, right?
Okay.
Yeah, let's go bishop d6. Bishop c7.
And you triangulate.
I'm not sure how to call this. I'm just wasting a tempo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bishop
you're
E1,
losing
king's
a
a
tempo, purposefully losing a tempo, so that after bishop, now you say I'm in Zugzwang.
Yes.
That's it.
Wow. A crucial game for those of you joining us late in the fight for first place between Megan and Zoe. Megan, we think, had just a wonderful, wonderful blockade, bishop and knight versus two bishops. Zoe kept playing, and then Megan lifted the blockade, and suddenly Zoe, in this 5th hour of play, I want to say, is now in the driver's seat.
So let's go back to the game's position and see where we stand right now.
With the victory, she will be in clear first.
Did defeat Rose. The
Yes.
game is over.
And we're expecting Zoe Tang to be clear first after, not bishop f4. We saw
knight
knight
f4.
f4.
Now king e4 is coming.
King, you can't stop the king. Going
No
to
more blockade. This is not looking great right now.
G3 pawn just falls.
The moment, again,
Actually,
Megan, had knight on c5, bishop on d4. What a blockade. It was perfect. Now it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, actually, so what move do you make after king e4?
You don't have moves.
Quick.
Knight h5, king f3. Let's say you play bishop e1 to defend the pawn.
Quick.
King e2. This is just
domination
promoting
of the
bishop d2, d3 check.
king c3.
Bishop. Oh, I don't want to give you both pieces, but it might be winning. It might still
Bishop
be winning.
e5,
Your knight's
bishop e5.
so out of.
No, this
Wait,
could
what?
really
She
win.
took on f4? I'm sorry, what?
Are you
No.
This is no longer winning.
No, she did. Oh, she did. What?
What? Are you kidding me?
What?
Knight
King e4 was
f4?
just winning on the spot.
This is an absolute stinker of a move.
Oh my
Bishop
God.
takes f4.
What just happened?
She just went into a bishops of opposite. Zoe must have thought that somehow she was zugzwanging her opponent with d3.
There is no
Zugzwang. There is no zugzwang.
There is never any zugzwang.
I will never,
Never go
ever
in the
play
opposite
bishop
color.
takes f4. Zoe just had a
She saw a ghost.
disaster.
She played it so well up to
This
this point.
is-
She got everything she wanted.
shocking.
Finally, the king invades, and then you let it all
I mean,
go
b5
wrong.
now, or a5, either or.
King e4 would have won the game. Bishop f
What a
takes
gift.
f4. And
Huge gift.
Megan
And you
has
know, Megan keeps getting gifts, and
Yeah.
that's luck of the winning player, right?
exactly.
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah, 9 lives for
Incredible. I mean, we're just calling it, saying black wins.
Megan. Yeah, yeah.
And mid-sentence, we see it's a draw now.
Shocking.
Unreal.
Shocking. And Megan is just like bursting with sudden enthusiasm.
Did
as
Zoe
she-
think it wasn't winning? Because why else would you take on
But
f4?
she took on f4 so quick also. Like, she made such a consequential decision so quick. Very unusual, especially coming from Zoe, who has shown that whenever, she has this type of decisions to make, she thinks, and she thinks very carefully.
And to outplay her opponent. And that's a 3-move repetition, by the way. We've just seen king c4 for the 3rd time. This game is drawn. And what a... It was Igor Novikov just blundered the game in the last, 3 moves against
A second
Larry
of
Christian.
inattention. Just a second of inattention.
And here was Zoe was completely, had outplayed Megan, had laid the stage brilliantly for the entry of her king. And this move, knight f4, she played bishop takes f4. Just a total stunning move. What a wretched move. Wow. And with king e4, we thought it was game
It was
over.
just game over.
And
Now there's a three-way tie.
Zoe wins. She totally blew her chance. With knight f4, bishop takes f4, double, there's not enough question marks. Now it's a 3-way tie for first.
Yeah, it's Zoe, Megan, and Rachel sharing first.
What the heck? That was really a shock.
We have one game left in the senior section, the last game of the round between Igor Novikov and Maxim Dlugy, the last 2 men standing in the arena.
I wonder if we can get Zoe to come here and tell us what happened.
I'm still stunned by what we've just seen. Queen
Yeah, I'm
h3
still thinking about it.
as well. And Igor Novikov and Wow.
What a turnaround. We're speechless.
And that doesn't happen very often, by the way.
Not often.
Yeah.
Well, this game, it looks like a draw, right? But they're still fighting. We do have a special guest in the studio.
Absolutely.
Iris, who just defeated Rose Atwell. Welcome and congrats on your win.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about your game. Did you expect to win this?
No. I was very stressed, like the first 25 moves. I think my prep probably ended around here. Not sure if bishop d3 was best. I was thinking maybe g3, bishop g2 could have been stronger.
G3, bishop G2. But it's very natural what you chose.
Yeah.
We actually want to ask you about the rook A2 move. Was that part of the prep?
Yes, that was.
Wow. So
The
this
early rook A2.
So this was all kind of expected. And it was right here where you're thinking G3. But bishop D3 looked very fine.
Yeah.
What we didn't understand was the move bishop E1. Why didn't you play the most natural rook E1?
Yeah, I don't think bishop b1 was a great move.
But-
Rook e1, I wanted to play rook e2 actually. I was afraid of maybe like some sort of
Fair.
knight e4 ideas.
And is that winning a pawn or not?
I was thinking like bishop
Bishop
f4,
F4,
yeah.
Okay. So no winning of the pawn.
Yes. In fact, I might even be losing a pawn there.
That would be dreadful.
Yeah.
So back here, so you were thinking rook e1, probably you must have been thinking the same thing then,
Yeah.
that there is this move knight e4 in the position. And since this knight is hanging, shouldn't we defend the knight? If you go hunting, well, there's queen h5. Maybe queen takes d4? Could this be the potential
pawn
of what you
hanging?
were worried about?
No, bishop e4. And the bishops are hanging on the d5.
Exactly. Sorry. No, nothing like this. So you could have played rook e1.
Yeah.
And then allowed the knight e4. But your bishop b1 got you into trouble. There's no
Yes.
question about that. Now you started struggling at that moment. And just a second, Rose was for choice. I know that. Okay, sorry. So you went, pardon me, you went here, bishop b1, and then you started coming back.
Yeah.
And now Rose is better.
Yeah.
But I thought you played a really good move f4 here, trying to lock things down. And tell me when you felt, well, you're fighting your way. You're fighting.
Yeah, I mean, I was on very little time here as well, so I was just making all these moves quickly.
Okay.
But yeah, after like a few more moves, like around here, I thought, well, if you compare this with like 10 moves ago, I think
What
it's-
you had.
Yeah, much better.
Right. Big improvement.
Yeah, we liked how you improved all of your pieces.
And then suddenly, out of nowhere, you were suddenly better. Like, especially after this move, queen b5, we thought things had really gone in your favor
Did
now.
you expect that piece sacrifice, bishop f4?
No, not at all. I was expecting bishop a7, just to get out of the rook takes c6 threat. But I thought I would take anyway, and then on b takes c6, maybe queen b2. I thought this should be pretty good for me.
Right. You're the one with the passer after all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, when she did the piece sack, for a moment I was scared, like that.
Like what?
Yeah, like it was actually good.
It's
But
stunning,
then-
right?
Yeah, I reevaluated. I thought like my king's a little weak. There's not that many pawns left, but I think I can make do with this position.
Exactly. Well, once we saw you play queen b4, we were pretty sure that you were going to secure the game with the extra piece and just trade. And somehow that is what happened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Promoted your a-pawn?
Yeah.
Wise decision. And away you go. Iris, how is it? How's the stresses of playing in these national championships? How are you coping?
It's definitely very tiring, I would say. Even though it's one round a day, like each day kind of becomes more intense.
Right.
So especially towards the end, like it's a lot for the brain.
Exactly.
and some of the seniors coming in and saying they're running out of energy, at the board after that 5th hour. For you?
I actually, this tournament, haven't played a game this long, so I was able to keep my energy just because, it's kind of the first time. Maybe if this happens, the next 2 rounds as well, might not have as much energy.
Right.
But, yeah.
How was the rest day for you? Because some players said that rest day kind of threw them off.
Their rhythm, their normal.
Yeah. I kind of saw that. I didn't play great round 6. And also last year I didn't play a great round 6 either. So it does kind of throw you off balance a little, especially when you start getting used to the schedule and then suddenly have a day off.
No schedule.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you, Iris, for coming. Hopefully we'll see more of you in these last 2
Good luck
rounds.
in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you. As we take a look at the standings for the junior girls.
Wow, there's a 3-way tie for first place. Zoe Tang, Rachel Lee, and Megan Paragua are sharing first. We did not expect this.
No, we did not. And we really thought that Zoe was going to win that game. And Ru Yang Yan, I mean, even though she's outside of the tie, I would say she's in the mix.
For sure, she's only half point behind the leaders.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure she still has to play some of the leaders.
Right. And in the junior standings, tell us about that.
In the juniors, we have a 2-way tie for first. It's Andy Woodward and Kirk Ghazarian. Then 2-way tie for the 3rd place, Abhi Mishra and Brewington Hardaway. Just it was coming into this round, right?
Yeah, no changes at the top.
Only one decisive game. It was Nico Chasin who won his game.
Absolutely. And the seniors, I believe,
we
we're
still
still
have one
playing,
game going on.
Going on there.
So here's the results so far. We had 2 decisive games. Joel Benjamin won and Alex Fishbein won. The rest ended peacefully in a draw. We still have 1 game left.
And over to you, Christian. What's going on in that?
Some crazy things are happening in this game. Igor Novikov had the chance to finish this game in 1 move.
Say what?
Maxim played queen to c5. Bishop takes e6.
Just
finishes the game on the spot. You take, of course you cannot take because then I take on g6, that game over. So you take on d2, but now I can just take on g6. This is mate in 3 moves. Check. By force.
Mate.
Nothing to think about. So bishop takes e6 finishes the game. That's it. You resign. There's no way to continue. He missed it. Now he went back. He didn't miss it the second time. He played queen to g5. It seems like Maxim is the one that's trying to win this one. Queen to f4, queen to g4, queen to h3.
Trying to win it or lose it?
He almost managed to lose it, but the story is not over.
The story
Rook to e3.
What?
A piece sacrifice.
What?
Queen takes e4, queen takes g3, bishop to g2. Did you forget that you're not taking the e5 pawn?
Right.
Because, of course, if you take, you lose the queen on g3. So bishop g2 comes with the tempo. Queen to g5.
Oops, sorry.
Queen to g5, queen to d4. Rook to e6, king h2, rook to d8, queen to e4. And this is what we have right now. I mean, sure, maybe you're close to equality. But
I'll take white.
Who's playing for a win? White with an extra piece, right?
I'd like to play bishop d5, sir.
Bishop d5,
h3.
e6. Yes. Obviously, I have ideas in the position. You're the one suffering. But just absolutely a wild exchange of chances between these 2 players in the last 10 moves or so. Let's follow it closely. I mean, it's the last game that we have in the round, and I have a feeling we're going to see some more twiddles and spills.
I think it's been
not over yet.
I don't think it's over yet.
King h7, because Maxim is clearly seeing that the rook is going to have to move, and it can be moved by either bishop d5 and bishop h3. With the king on g7, once the rook moves, the e-pawn comes with a check. So Max is ready to play.
Let's say rook e7.
Rook e7 against bishop d5 or bishop h3.
Do you go e6 immediately? Or do you
I'm thinking about this because the idea obviously is that I'm really interested in, I'm playing a piece up.
Sure.
Right? So if I could put my bishop on,
But you're blundering queen d5, right?
Yes, I am.
Start with, if you start with bishop b4, there is queen f4 check.
Right. So hold on. So
Maybe-
if I go here, here,
Could be a better version. But then your bishop doesn't go on the right diagonal.
get my queen on e4. That is true.
We do have a move.
Yes.
Queen f2 was played. So just giving up
No.
e5?
There is a.
I know, but isn't that a good trade?
Um,
Rook e5, queen f7, king h6. Yes, you have perpetual, of course. Happy with that.
no. Sorry. I think the problem is your king is. Black's king is in trouble, right?
Is it?
So if you go king h6, I go check.
Back?
You go here, I go here, right?
Queen h4? Whose
And
king is in
bishop
trouble?
bishop h3?
Okay, I always have rook e7.
Ah, you do have rook e7.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
should still be a draw.
So did I could have played, no. You still have rook e7
Mhm.
in all of these.
Yeah.
First I thought the
It's a
king
bit
was
risky,
more,
yes, to allow queen f7.
Yes.
The thing is, there's no good way to defend it. If you play rook e7,
Okay. Yes.
I thought...
There's no good
I
way to
thought
defend it in that first move. She does is defend
I
it.
thought bishop d5 and you're losing the pawn here, but...
There's still king h7, king g7.
Yeah, I forgot
isn't
about
there?
king can we just go back.
Uh,
I thought from afar queen f6 was winning here, but it's not.
Right.
It's not.
Not that I would want to do it. This is where I think I get into trouble if I play queen
Played,
f5.
look at this move, f6.
What?
Something we didn't consider.
Something similar to what we were just looking at, where we were getting our queen on f7. So wait a minute. I have queen a7 check. I don't think that does anything exceedingly
No, he's
good.
taking on f6. If you take with the rook, maybe rook e7 is a little bit... What? He just blundered mate in 3. Mate in 3. Queen a7 check.
Oh my goodness.
No! Oh my god.
Queen a7 finishes the game.
Oh my
he does
God.
not see it. He took on a2.
Mate in 3.
Oh,
Mate in 3.
Speechless.
That was the second time that Igor has blundered a win.
Unreal.
Queen takes g6.
We said it
as
wasn't
well.
over. There would be more blunders.
Exactly, and we were right.
Oh my god.
Oh,
my
dear.
goodness.
They just trusted each other, you know?
Yes. Yes. Spectacular miss.
This is such a strange
Well,
sequence of
sometimes
events.
you just get, how do you say, your blinders on? And
I don't think they realized that they was just made
No,
in
surely they don't.
No.
Surely they don't.
right. I was just going to say, this at this moment, this is where the arbiter comes in and says,
Did you say mate?
well, why didn't you make the mate in 3? And you're like, what?
Wow.
Well, Igor is going to be devastated when he goes back home and he sees he didn't miss just
queen
once.
takes g6.
Bishop
Maybe-
takes e6, but also queen a7 finishes
Maybe
the
it's
game.
better if he doesn't check it with the engine.
He should not
He
check
should
it.
not.
Right, but he doesn't know, you know,
shouldn't
the
check
bad
it.
news
Well,
that
maybe
is
his
awaiting for
coach
him.
or somebody that's here with him, helping him train. Watch this game. He's like, you know what, you shouldn't. You played a perfect game.
Yeah,
Igor.
yeah.
It was a
Genius.
good game. Draw.
Don't ever look back.
Don't look back. It's okay. Let's prepare for the next game.
Yeah.
I think Grant is just telling them those checkmate.
No. I think
Wow.
I think you'll let the discovery be made by the players themselves.
It's so interesting that none of the players are realizing that Queen A7 was a possibility in this one.
No, again, they had tunnel vision, right? They just saw
They
it,
just
we
decided
trade,
it's a
trade,
draw.
trade,
Wow.
and it's going to be a draw.
And it all works because that queen of blacks is on G5 and King H6, Queen G7, you cannot run with the king.
Exactly.
So everything works against you as black after rook takes C2. It's just incredible.
A real missed opportunity at the end. Igor, even as bad as this one was, seriously, Zoe playing that move, bishop take, and this
You
is
think
what.
that was worse than this?
For those of you joining us late, this is not going to make the highlight reel, but queen takes e2, double question mark, overlooking the fact that he could mate by
It's
force
actually made in 2.
with check.
Well, you can go rook
and-
E7.
And rook
Okay.
e7, that was the mate in 3.
There is
right?
3, but
Oops, sorry.
it's
Rook e7, queen takes e7, and then king h6.
quite a depressing way to go.
Exactly. As bad as this was, Zoe's playing bishop takes f4 is inexplicable.
That
You're
was
playing
more
two
shocking,
bishops
yeah.
against bishop and knight for the better part of 30 moves.
Right.
And then she had played brilliantly to get the moment to play king e4. Zoe was winning. And with that victory, she would be in clear first place. As it is, she's tied with two others.
People, yeah.
What a shock. Round 7 comes to a close. Final thoughts?
Yeah,
We're gonna say
again,
goodbye.
as we move on into those championship final 2 rounds, we start understanding that the players, they're human as well.
Yeah.
They get tired. Everybody gets tired. They've been spending so much energy, not only on playing, but also the preparation beforehand, the preparation after, also just simply analyzing your games after the game is finished. Takes a lot out of you. We're seeing it right now. Whoever is going to make the best out of their chances in the last 2, because there will be chances on every single board, that one is going to be the champion in all 3 sections.
It's like this emotional content. You lose some, like, okay, you're playing in the U.S. Women's Championship, right? And you kind of think you've played a really decent game. You got in your preparation. You won nicely. You come back, a hotel, you play through your game, and you're kind of horrified.
Yes.
That
and it makes you question everything.
Right. So
why am I playing chess?
Yeah.
Is it depressing?
Yes, it is.
What goes on? Like you feel like you play, and especially after you played a good game. Imagine you played a bad game, then you feel even worse.
Let's take a look at the standings, starting with the junior girls.
Let's do it.
As we mentioned, there's a 3-way tie. Zoe Tang, Rachel Lee, and Megan Paragua. And only half point behind them is Ruyang Yan. Still, anybody can win.
Four players vying in the podium.
In the juniors, we have Andy Woodward and Kirk Ghazarian sharing first, and sharing third, 2 players, Mishra and Brington Hardaway.
Similar story, 4 players looking for the podium.
However, in the seniors,
wow. It's tight at the top.
Vladimir Akopian, returning champion, is in the lead, but half point behind him, there's a whole pack of players. Larry Christiansen, Joel Benjamin, Alexander Goldin, and Alex Fishbein. Wow, it's a big tie.
And it's heating up. And for Alex Fishbein, we got to give him a shout out. Come on. He
so
defeated Alexander Shabalov, and it was his first victory ever against Shabalov. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Join us for the championship rounds. They all begin tomorrow, same time, same channel, round 8.
Thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.